The announcer solemnly announced on air the lunar landing of the legendary Apollo 11. The only crew member began to carefully descend the ladder to the surface. He took that one small step that became a giant leap for everyone. Thus, the first hero touched space, becoming the fruit of many years of human labor. But suddenly, viewers were introduced to the true pilot, the artificial intelligence Neil Armstrong. Meanwhile, in 1955, Einstein managed to complete his theory of everything. A scientific breakthrough instantly united the world's forces and launched an incredible revolution. The assembly soon proclaimed the 3 laws of robotics to govern the new intelligence. By the mid-70s, robot workers had completely displaced humans from their jobs. Ultimately, 80% of the Earth's population forgot about work forever. Robots have finally completely freed people from the need to work themselves to the point of sweat. In 1976, after scientific triumphs, a true golden age of economics began. A huge excavator bucket lazily dumped mountains of old junk onto the landfill. At this time, the boy was enthusiastically copying the bulky machine in a notebook. The artist smiled contentedly, enjoying the moment and his creative process. Suddenly, a broken Cybermaid fell out of the bucket along with the trash. The guy was seriously scared when a pile of iron landed next to him with a crash. He looked at the find with puzzlement, suspecting it was a broken artificial intelligence. The boy's pupil narrowed in shock at the sight of something truly strange. Meanwhile, the news was ringing with reports of a terrible strain of flu that causes hemoptysis. A dump, devastation, and the guy carefully hugged the severed head of a robot. He was enthusiastically fiddling with the wires, trying to revive this pile of metal. His eyes widened as something inside sparkled, giving him hope. And then he discovered a strange connection port on the back of her mechanical head. I had to use my ingenuity and carefully connect the exposed contacts. A pause, a tense wait, to see if his risky plan would work. Suddenly, electric shocks ran through the android's entire body. The mechanical eyes opened wide, flashing a bright, frightening light. The guy recoiled in horror, not believing his own eyes. Seriously frightened, he rolled head over heels through the trash. Neville burst into the workshop, calling out to his grandmother Dorothy. The stern old woman with a cigarette asked, puzzled, why he had returned so quickly. The guy was beaming, promising to show her something completely incredible. Dorothy only lazily wondered what all the fuss was about. And then he proudly dumped the broken android's body in front of her. Grandma told me to hand over the junk to the scrapyard and not worry about it. But suddenly the robot's mechanical fingers twitched, confirming signs of life. Upon seeing a working power supply, Dorothy immediately offered a price for the parts. Neville screamed in shock, begging his grandmother to save him and not take him apart. He literally prayed for the old woman to use all her engineering talent. The android woke up and realized that he had simply been disposed of. Neville was genuinely happy that his new mechanical friend had finally come to life. The robot politely asked whether the red-haired boy had become her new owner. The boy proudly confirmed this and immediately told her his name. In response, the Iron Lady merely stated the number of her production model. Neville found such a boring nickname too strange for a friend. He thought for a long time, painfully choosing a more suitable name for his companion. And then it dawned on him. From now on, the robot would be called Hasty. Grandma Dorothy rudely sent the couple away, returning to her work. As he left, Neville promised to save up some money for a human face for Hasty. Dorothy was left alone among the papers, thinking hard about the future. Suddenly, she doubled over in a fit of terrible coughing, spitting out blood. Looking at her bloody palm, the old woman realized the frightening truth. It looks like she doesn't have long to live. The virus has begun its work. Meanwhile, Neville was drawing, not even suspecting his grandmother's trouble. Hasty accidentally broke the dishes and stood guiltily in front of her owner. The embarrassed boy asked not to call him that formally anymore. Suddenly, a mountain of old junk fell on the poor guy with a roar. Neville gasped, taken aback by the scale of this sudden cleaning. He happily thanked his friend for clearing away this terrible rubble. Hasty admitted that the damaged neural network severely limited her movements. The android lamented her uselessness, but the guy immediately reassured her. The robot suddenly quoted a strict law against harming people. According to her logic, useless models were supposed to be immediately disposed of. She meekly offered to get rid of it for the sake of compliance with all the rules. Neville just laughed it off cheerfully, not wanting to end up behind bars. After a moment of confusion, the boy began to seriously think about the new task. Suddenly it dawned on him, and a brilliant plan formed in his head. The boy sincerely asked Hasty to smile just to make him happy. The mechanical companion was taken aback, because it was impossible to smile with a doll mask. Neville winked conspiratorially and presented Hasty with his grand plan. The amount at stake in the art competition was enough to cover one's face. Hasty hesitated, because the programs did not allow her to imitate real feelings. The boy flared up, urging her not to give up prematurely without trying. He was determined to wait for the moment when she finally smiled happily. The hero confidently clenched his mechanical hands, transmitting his determination to the Iron Lady. Then Neville stretched lazily, asking for ideas for his future masterpiece. The android just hung there silently, digesting this unexpected creative request. In addition, a strict law ordered her to change her familiar tone to a formal one. Hasty now began to refer to her savior exclusively as Young Master Neville. Neville had only 10 days to create a masterpiece for the competition. And then the frantic work began. The guy drew tirelessly. In the end, the exhausted artist simply collapsed dead among the sketches. Hasty silently watched the sleeping young master, analyzing his condition. The android approached the boy, her mechanical eyes flickering in the darkness. Neville jumped up abruptly, startled by the robot's sudden presence over his soul. Suddenly he froze, seeing something incredible in her hands. It turned out that Hasty herself completed the painting, depicting that very small step. The guy became despondent, because the artificial intelligence drew much better than him. The upset artist ran away, saying that it was not his work. Neville was delighted by the indescribable beauty of his companion. The android suspected a mistake while the grandmother was again painfully coughing. The boy hopefully asked Hasty to finally smile for real. Suddenly, the robot made a frightening and completely unnatural grimace. The owner even got a little scared, recognizing that such a smile was truly creepy. Suddenly, another coughing fit literally doubled Dorothy over. The couple froze in horror, realizing the seriousness of the old woman's condition. The frightened grandson rushed to Dorothy, trying to find out the cause of the illness. But the old woman sharply pushed him away, ordering him to immediately move away. She claimed to be simply tired and rudely told everyone to get out. Neville nodded dejectedly, finally realizing the gravity of the current situation. The boy asked his grandmother to take care of herself and be sure to call for help. As soon as the door closed, Dorothy could hardly stay on her feet. Dorothy looked at the blood on her trembling hands in despair. On the way, Neville confessed to Hasty that he was very worried about his grandmother. Hasty tried to cheer him up by recalling her strange past flu. She grinned horribly, remembering the deadly virus without any cure. The android tried her best to stretch her lips into something resembling a smile. Neville gently advised her not to force out false joy. Hasty honestly admitted that human emotions are still a mystery to her. Hasty admitted that the concept of a smile is still elusive to her. She suddenly asked Neville to get rid of her as quickly as possible, like trash. Android cited a violation of the law on useless machines due to the breakdown. Hasty called herself a piece of scrap metal whose existence is completely devoid of any meaning. Neville shouted at her in a rage, demanding that she stop this depressive nonsense. The boy told her to listen carefully because he would only say this once. He vowed to never abandon Hasty, regardless of any strict laws. Neville could barely hold back his tears, drowning in painful memories of his past. The image of his mother, who had once abandoned him forever, came to mind. The abandoned child sobbed, realizing the bitter truth about human cruelty. Neville loudly called her a full-fledged member of his family. Hasty froze in shock, realizing that the android was also part of the family. The boy strictly forbade her to ever call herself a useless piece of trash. The robot girl fell silent from such sincere and unexpected warmth. Suddenly, scarlet blood treacherously spurted from Neville's nose. Hasty screamed in panic, not understanding what had happened to the master. Neville doubled over in a fit, choking on his own blood. He collapsed to the ground in convulsions, accompanied by Hasty's screams. Hasty instantly threw the guy onto her back and ran for help. Her eyes flashed with light as she switched to navigation mode. Hasty took the shortest route, hoping to make it before the hospital closed. She ran with all her might, trying to save her friend. Suddenly, the android froze in shock, seeing something terrifying ahead. Her heels scraped across the asphalt as she braked hard. The city turned into a blazing hell, filled with crowds of aggressive madmen. Everywhere there were screams and fires breaking out, devouring all living things. Hasty scanned the burning streets, trying to find a safe escape route. The system sounded the alarm, frantically analyzing the scenario of global chaos. A man, wheezing terribly, tumbled out of the thick smoke towards them. An infected man with bloodshot eyes blocked Hasty's path. Hasty's eyes flashed a bright blue as he scanned the new threat. The system notified about the completion of the analysis and recorded a critical change in the situation. The enemy was identified as a dangerous species with traces of human DNA. Hasty activated combat protocol in accordance with strict artificial intelligence laws. She clenched her fist and prepared to destroy any threat to human life. The android's gaze flashed amber and marked the beginning of a merciless cleansing of the territory. Meanwhile, Neville was gasping for breath in pain behind her. The boy's left eye became bloodshot, confirming the virus's advanced stage. And all around the city was ablaze, transformed into a bloody lair of maddened infected. In the light of the fires, the monsters' faces seemed like the embodiment of the truest nightmare. A crowd of madmen filled the streets, completely cutting off the route to the hospital. And Dorothy calmly smoked by the window, looking at the glow of the fires. And then she realized that this damn day had finally come. The woman resolutely pulled out the drawer and fished out the old trusty barrel. Dorothy put the gun to her temple, scolding herself for her slowness. Meanwhile, Hasty completed her target analysis right in the middle of the fiery inferno. The system confirmed that it was faced with only a dangerous mutant with no future. Hasty shielded Neville with her body, going into total threat destruction mode. The android calmly announced that all dangerous elements would be eliminated immediately. Barely alive, Neville grabbed her hand, begging her to stop this madness. Neville clung to his friend, reminding her of the main law of all robots. He whispered that machines that violated this order would face inevitable destruction. The boy begged Hasty with all his might never to hurt anyone. Suddenly, he finally weakened and collapsed powerlessly straight into the ashes. Neville called out to Hasty in fear, not recognizing her icy face. Suddenly, the android dryly asked who was in front of her. The shocked guy shouted that he was her real master. The Hasty system remained treacherously silent, not recognizing the voice or the iris of the eye. And then the scanners flagged Neville as an extremely dangerous non-human object. Hasty coldly snapped that this stranger was no longer her Neville. Hasty searched stubbornly for Neville, not seeing him on the ground. The boy called to her in despair, but the android continued her search. He choked on his coughs, trying to prove that he was still there. The virus mercilessly devoured his body, turning the child into a real monster. Meanwhile, the crowd of infected slowly surrounded the defenseless and lonely Neville. Hasty screamed at the top of her voice, searching in vain for her master in the fire. Suddenly she froze, noticing the silhouette of another model, Eliza, in the smoke. The blue-haired stranger coldly watched as the sick man prayed for salvation. Her eyes flashed orange as the biometric test returned a fatal error. The android snapped in an icy tone that this unfortunate man was not her master. Eliza walked away coldly, ignoring her master's desperate cries. Suddenly, the system recorded the exact time of death of its very first owner. At that time, the previous owner was officially considered to have died in the midst of this blazing hell. According to the strict law, all data was subject to immediate and complete deletion. The robot has initiated the memory destruction process to ensure strict client confidentiality. All of Eliza's files were turned into digital trash for the sake of her complete reboot. Meanwhile, Hasty entered the empty and suspiciously quiet residence. Her scanners searched in vain for any biological signature of a living person inside. And then the android froze in complete shock from what she saw on the walls. Hasty spent a long time looking at old drawings of robots with rabbit masks instead of faces. Little Neville was enthusiastically drawing Hasty, asking her to pose for a bit. Dorothy made fun of his hobby, but the boy didn't throw down his pencil. The android froze in her form, her innocent blue eyes sparkling. Suddenly, Hasty became wary when she returned to Grandma Dorothy's empty house. She entered the office silently, which was littered with old books and junk. The scanner suddenly discovered a body in a pool of blood with a gun. Hasty froze over the corpse as the crimson sunset blazed outside the window. The robot recalled the difficult story of how Neville was abandoned by his mother. Grandma Dorothy explained that the boy saw the android as a kindred spirit. Since then, she became the most precious creature to him. Dorothy's request to always protect Neville came to mind. Hasty carefully covered the body, confirming the death of the old engineer. Then suddenly she realized that Neville had disappeared without a trace. The android resolutely went out into the street in search of her owner. She was determined to find the red-haired boy at any cost. But in reality, crowds of infected were waiting for her outside. One of the madmen rushed at the fragile girl with a scream. Hasty dodged instantly, preparing for a deadly counterattack. The robot activated its systems, determined to quickly eliminate all obstacles. And then the discharges of electricity scattered the monsters in different directions. Neville suddenly shielded Hasty from the crowd of madmen. The android recognized him with horror as a dangerous creature. The scanner showed that the kid now resembles a virus. Suddenly, he let out a wild cry. He growled at the monsters and joined them. Meanwhile, the guy wandered forward along with the infected. Hasty was simply speechless from this terrible nightmare. And then he started shaking and wheezing loudly. But in fact, the infection has already taken over the mind. But the guy turned around and asked if everything was okay. Neville confessed to Hasty that he had been looking for her for a long time for one important conversation. Android systems suddenly encountered a critical error while checking voice and retina. Suddenly, the guy whispered that his head was spinning and he would soon die. And then, with the last of his strength, he squeezed his companion's metal palms tightly. Neville added that he was truly happy to spend these 3 months together. Hasty froze in a daze, not knowing how to react to such terrible words. Meanwhile, the scanner finally confirmed that the boy's DNA had been completely altered by the virus. The exhausted boy fell to his knees, only managing to thank him for everything at the end. But in fact, the android denied reality, remembering their first days of acquaintance. Hasty simply couldn't believe that her kind owner had turned into a monster. Hasty was in complete denial, refusing to accept the brutal electronic truth. Suddenly, Neville spoke, saying goodbye to his only true friend. And then she realized that this monster was still her master. She pressed the boy's weakening body to her chest in despair. The android screamed loudly, trying to reach the fading consciousness of the red-haired boy. Meanwhile, Neville almost stopped breathing, completely plunging into darkness. Hasty called his name, choking on tears unusual for a robot. But in reality, she just wanted to give him one last smile. Finally, she smiled sincerely at her dying creator through bitter tears. The red-eyed boy took one last look at the beautiful Hasty. Hasty desperately called for her owner, but he only made frightening animal wheezing sounds. Neville completely lost his mind and attacked Hasty with a mad grin. Suddenly, the date of the beginning of this nightmarish apocalypse flashed before the robot's eyes. A deadly virus quickly wiped out 70% of the population of this unfortunate planet Earth. But in reality, the infected survived by turning into eternally hungry, insane creatures. News of a global catastrophe thundered everywhere as fire devoured the world's capitals. Governments scrambled to find the root cause of the infection, dubbing the new threat the dreaded P-flu. Meanwhile, the infection was rapidly spreading across continents, paralyzing life in the world's largest cities. Scientists have officially recognized mutants as different creatures due to their distorted DNA structure. And then angry crowds came out to protest, demanding decisive action from the authorities. More than 200 days have passed, and the mutants have captured most of the Earth's population. Hope faded as the infected's red eyes greedily searched for new prey. Suddenly, one of the monsters let out a heartbreaking cry full of rage. It was the 231st day since the beginning of this mysterious catastrophe. The connection had long since been lost, so Hasty silently gathered supplies in the empty store. The android politely thanked the cashier and promised to come into the store again. But in reality, behind the counter stood only a dead man, wheezing incoherently. And then it became clear that the other robots had simply stopped functioning. The artificial intelligence no longer recognized its owners and abandoned the devastated cities. In this dead world, Hasty remained the last functioning android. Hasty wandered through the ruins of the city, thinking about finding a cure. Suddenly, the silence was broken by someone's furious and loud scream. An unknown red-haired guy was falling rapidly straight from the sky. He cursed as the wind carried him far from his target. The stranger collapsed onto the hard asphalt with a painful groan. And then a mutant suddenly pounced on the defenseless victim. The guy froze in horror, not even having time to take out his weapon. Meanwhile, he saw an android standing very close. Hasty instantly shielded the man with her body, blocking the monster's path. The red-haired guy just screamed, shocked by the sight he saw. Hasty captured the monster, which turned out to be the only survivor in the sector. She asked the guy with concern if he was okay after the hard fall. He was angry that the android was worried about others at such a dangerous moment. Suddenly, he heard frightening sounds coming from the dark corners. And then the heroes were surrounded by the ominous shadows of dozens of new hungry creatures. The poor red-haired guy cursed, realizing that they were doomed in this trap. Meanwhile, Hasty suddenly came close to him and politely apologized. But in reality, she simply picked him up in her arms in a dramatic manner. The android pushed off the asphalt with force, preparing for a sharp jump. The girl easily flew over the mutants, saving her new casual acquaintance. Irwin suddenly recognized this outfit and its specific appearance. In front of him stood an ordinary domestic android in the form of a cute maid. The robot carefully looked for wounds, and the embarrassed officer asked to let him go. The guy coughed awkwardly and tried to regain his proper serious appearance. The red-haired man introduced himself as a UN officer and gave his name as Irwin Youngwee. Hasty introduced herself, reminding the guy of the taste of his favorite chocolate bar. Meanwhile, Irwin spoke about the search for a survivor in this sector. The android sincerely did not understand the question, because there used to be a lot of people. She gave out precise population statistics, which completely stunned the guest. Eventually, the officer gave in and asked Hasty to take him to his owner. Irwin smiled in confusion, trying in vain to understand the logic of the absurdity happening around him. The officer recalled the classified reports as Hasty led him to the uninfected man. The guy hoped for the success of the mission, suddenly noticing a strange smile on the android's face. He was genuinely surprised when the usually cold machine suddenly showed quite human emotions. Hasty admitted that she was happy to see the guest after hundreds of days of agonizing loneliness. The soldier was completely stunned, not believing in the ability of robots to feel joy. The android joyfully opened the door of the house, loudly announcing her triumphant return to Neville. She politely introduced the guest to the boy, who continued to sit indifferently with his back to them. While Irwin was formally introducing himself, the young master of the house only made a strange, hoarse humming sound. Neville turned around slowly, shocking the officer with his completely black and truly creepy eyes. Irwin screamed in horror, unable to believe his eyes, and then the infected boy rushed at the frightened officer with a roar. Suddenly, Hasty intercepted Neville, preventing him from tearing the intruder to pieces. The android desperately asked the owner to stop because this man had come to help, but Irwin instantly pulled out a gun and pointed it at the child. The officer angrily called Hasty a pile of scrap metal for her behavior. He was seriously afraid that they wanted to feed him to this terrible creature. Hasty calmly asked the soldier to put down his weapon and just listen to her. However, Irwin only screamed, promising to finish off this damn monster. In fact, there was nothing human left in Neville's eyes. Irwin screamed that they wanted to feed him to this terrible creature. Hasty understood his fear and asked the officer to simply listen. But the guy only furiously demanded that this dangerous monster be finished off. The android assured her that her owner understood her and would not harm her. Irwin hesitated as the robot quoted the law against lying. Hasty suggested that the guest make sure that Neville did not attack again. The boy actually froze, only emitting a strange, dull hum. His empty eyes now expressed only fatigue and complete detachment. The officer was completely taken aback, looking at this sad and eerie sight. And Hasty was already joyfully setting the table, celebrating the arrival of the first guest. Hasty hospitably treated the officer, and he only timidly thanked her. While Irwin ate, Neville stared at him blankly. The officer was amazed, because previously the infected did not understand human speech. He inquired about the methods the android used to keep the monster in check. Meanwhile, Hasty began to tell about the changes in the owner. Previously, the crazy boy constantly attacked and bit her. He rejected regular food, even though the virus kept him from dying. However, the android soon noticed his new, eerie eating habits. The boy began to hunt stray dogs and dirty rats. Hasty admitted that the disease turned Neville into a cruel monster. After months, Neville's aggression subsided and he began to understand speech. The reasons for this sudden improvement in the boy's condition remained a mystery to Hasty. The android tenderly hugged her charge, sincerely believing in his possible recovery. The officer looked at her doubtfully, not sharing this hope. Hasty merely confirmed her thoughts, keeping a kind smile on her face. The officer asked incredulously whether she considered this terrible virus a disease. Irwin realized that the android still considered the infected to be normal people. Suddenly, the android interrupted his thoughts, deciding to ask the guest an important question. Hasty asked curiously what the real situation in the world was now. Due to the lack of grid and electricity, she lived in complete isolation. On the outside, little has changed, as the virus has engulfed most of the planet's population. True research has reached a dead end, making no progress in developing a cure. The government coalition stood idle, leaving the world in an abyss of hopelessness and stagnation. Hasty was horrified to hear about the general despair and lack of faith in the future. But Irwin suddenly announced a secret plan that could correct this situation. The officer kept a secret that foreshadowed the long-awaited ending of this bloody story. He confidently promised to end the disaster in just a few months. At the same time, The military man considered Neville's condition to be truly exceptional and important. The guy believed that a special team of doctors would definitely find the necessary answers. Finally, he ordered everyone to wait for the rescuers and left the house to warm thanks. It turned out that there were no more living people in this dead sector. Irwin realized that the satellite had mistaken the robot for a human. The culprit of all this confusion was an ordinary housewife, Hasty. Her ability to smile completely confused the entire Imperial Intelligence Service. Suddenly, the army transmitter on the officer's wrist began to beep insistently. Command demanded that Irwin immediately report the results of the search. The lieutenant officially confirmed the absence of survivors, blaming everything on the android. Meanwhile, Hasty was desperately trying to bathe a struggling and dirty Neville. The headquarters awaited details while the robot prepared its owner for new guests. But then Irwin paused, about to add something strange to the report. The enraged dead man rushed at the officer from the darkness with a wild roar. A precise shot to the head instantly stopped the mad creature's attack. Irwin finished off the monster in cold blood, leaving it no chance. The officer concentrated on preparing a report, choosing a lie for his command. He remembered Hasty's words about Neville understanding everything. The android continued to blindly believe in the quick recovery of her little master. However, Irwin lied to headquarters, concealing the existence of the survivor and his protector. He called Hasty nothing but a defective piece of junk who mistook monsters for people. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers away, cities were engulfed in flames. A battalion of robot soldiers began the cleansing, mercilessly destroying everything in their path. The robot soldiers were ordered to immediately clear the sector and destroy everyone. The officers were strictly forbidden to leave even one living creature alive. The soldier dryly confirmed the order while Hasty cheerfully bathed Neville. 231 days have passed since the beginning of the virus epidemic. Lieutenant Irwin's visit gave the inhabitants of the house only a glimmer of hope. He promised them a rescue team and a secret government plan. 3 days later, Hasty suddenly saw the long-awaited miracle in the sky. Powerful fighter jets rushed over the house, deafening everything around with a terrible roar. Suddenly, Neville began to furiously scratch at the wall with a sharp piece of wood. Hearing a strange scraping sound, the android was distracted from cleaning and turned around in fear. The boy continued to enthusiastically scratch the wood, not paying attention to the maid. The android grabbed the boy's hand in fear, afraid of an accidental and deep wound. She kindly asked to give up the fragment, intending to immediately throw away the dangerous thing. Suddenly, Hasty froze, having seen the art of her little charge. Her portrait, scratched by a child's unsteady hand, hung on the wooden wall. A happy Hasty clarified whether Neville had really been trying to draw her. And then, for the first time in a long time, Neville nodded, quite consciously. The android considered it a great miracle on the 234th day. She rushed to the supermarket in a flash to buy paints and new canvases. Hasty was confident that her master's brain functions had been fully restored. Hasty was beaming with happiness, literally floating in the clouds with delight. Suddenly, a sharp roar in the sky made her raise her head. A group of fighter jets flew in an ominous wedge right over the city. The girl hopefully took them for the rescuers promised by the lieutenant. But a quick analysis of the data suggested that things were not going well. The system instantly identified the deadly XB-7K model machines in the skies. Standing in the middle of the crowd, she realized that these planes had come to kill. Shells reflected in Hasty's pupils. The merciless bombardment of the city had begun. Meanwhile, a monstrous explosion instantly turned the residential area into hell. The shockwave threw Hasty upwards, directly above the dying people. A flash in the sky caused Hasty's systems to urgently request the central base. Hell opened up all around, where people screamed hysterically, burning alive. The firestorm mercilessly devoured the silhouettes of those who did not manage to hide. Hasty froze, listening to the cries of dying townspeople filled with inhuman pain. Suddenly, ranks of cold-blooded robots with weapons appeared from the smoke. The android was shocked to recognize them as the legendary combat model SJ-52M. These machines were created 12 years ago only for the sake of bloody wars. She didn't understand why these punishers were sent to ordinary patients. Meanwhile, the robots began shooting at the crowd, sparing no one. Bullets mowed down people at point-blank range, turning the street into a real massacre. Hasty activated the simulation and began an instant analysis of the chaos unfolding. Suddenly, she realized that the story of salvation was a blatant lie. It turned out that the law prohibited sending soldiers while there were still survivors here. Meanwhile, the authorities planned to solve the virus problem within 6 months. But in reality, the goal was the complete elimination of all infected. And then the android realized that her Neville was in mortal danger. A clear imprint of the killer robot's heavy boot remained on the dusty floor. The girl rushed into the building screaming in search of her master. The combat bot had already pointed its gun at the head of the guy lying on the floor. The scanner confirmed that Neville was alive and not seriously injured. The system screamed that the domestic robot had no chance against the killer. And then Hasty resolutely clenched her fist, vowing to save her master. Suddenly she rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's head. However, the steel giant easily intercepted her hand, lifting Hasty up. The robot soldier instantly recognized it as a regular household model MD6555. The mechanical killer recorded the aggression and sentenced Hasty to immediate removal. The iron grip began to crush the android's hand with a terrible metallic screech. The fight forecast showed Hasty that her chances of winning were slim. Meanwhile, the blonde didn't care about the numbers even under the threat of destruction. In fact, she was ready to do anything to save Neville. By law, Hasty had every right to defend herself in this massacre. She realized that the robot would not rest until she was completely destroyed. The blonde decided to divert the killer's attention only to herself. Meanwhile, she had a death grip on the enemy's huge iron fingers. Suddenly, Hasty turned and reached out to her frightened owner. The girl grabbed the boy tightly and rushed out of the cursed room. Together, they broke through the window glass, with bullets whistling behind them. Hasty's scans showed critical damage to her chest and core. Suddenly, the system issued an ultimatum. It had only 8 hours left. But even as she was dying, she vowed to help Neville escape from here as quickly as possible. The commander coldly noted that the bloody purge would soon be completed. Suddenly, Hasty was spotted on radar, quickly carrying Neville away. And then he forbade the soldiers to pursue the target, stopping the pursuit. The man decided to deal with them personally, flashing an icy gaze. Hasty raced through the ruins while the combat helicopters caught up with the fugitives. She looked back in horror at the ominous shadows of the steel birds. Suddenly, the commander furiously ordered to open fire immediately. The helicopter's machine guns began to spew lead, leaving no chance of survival. A hail of bullets pierced the android's back as she shielded Neville. They crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust, accompanied by the roar of engines. Irwin coldly ordered that not a single creature should be left alive. The tormented Hasty recognized the commander with horror as Lieutenant Irwin. She remembered his plan to kill everyone to defeat the virus. But Hasty insisted Neville's symptoms offered hope for a cure. Suddenly, the lieutenant snapped that no treatment would help them anymore. Suddenly, he declared that this decision could not be reversed. Meanwhile, panic over the virus has finally split the entire society. The dire news headlines only added fuel to the fire. Enraged people took to the streets demanding death for the creatures. Soon, the authorities held a vote on a complete purge of all infected people. The voting results were shocking. Almost everyone chose the complete destruction of the creatures. Meanwhile, the law has turned this child's life into ordinary trash. Hasty flew into a rage, screaming that she could not accept this game. She defended Neville, reminding him that infection doesn't make people monsters. The girl asked Irwin how he could give up so shamefully and quickly. The lieutenant only took a drag, asking her again about the people with obvious doubt. With a mad grin, he declared that their humanity was long gone. For him, they became simply rabid animals carrying a deadly infection. But in fact, he hinted that Hasty knew the truth better than anyone. Her scanner gave a dire warning. Neville was officially no longer human. Hasty admitted that the program no longer sees Neville as human, but she stubbornly believed that the essence of her master remained the same. And then the blonde declared that the boy was her true family. She remembered her old promise to never betray those close to her. Meanwhile, the steel killer ominously grew right behind her. Suddenly, a powerful electric shock pierced Hasty's head, interrupting his oath. Irwin only coldly called the beaten android a poor, pathetic piece of iron. He despised her for her blind and senseless devotion to her infected master. The lieutenant considered all her feelings to be just a false line of program code. Soon, he ordered his machines to hurry up and finish the operation. The enraged officer ordered that this damned red-haired boy be immediately gotten rid of. Suddenly, a powerful cyborg loomed over a frightened Neville who had fallen to his knees. And then the guy froze, feeling the cold barrel of a pistol at his temple. Hasty lay in the dust, showing no signs of life at all. Her gaze became empty. The android completely switched off after the brutal attack. Meanwhile, Dorothy's old instructions about making an important promise came back to mind. Grandma reminded that red-haired Neville had now become her only family. She predicted difficult trials for them as she tinkered with the complex mechanisms of her assistant. Dorothy imparted a special power to her ward by installing a bright energy core into her. The engineer told Hasty to always protect the boy, becoming his loyal bodyguard. The download has completed, and Dorothy's secret protocol version 66.3 has finally activated. A powerful burst of energy literally tore through the silence, awakening the sleeping Hasty. The officer was stunned, not understanding what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the security robot was blown to pieces by an unknown force. The internal module shut down and Hasty activated Glinda's combat mode. The shocked soldier frantically tried to figure out what this girl had become. The android's gaze changed. She officially declared the beginning of a new era. A frightened Neville barely recognized his friend in this menacing guise. Hasty threatened to destroy anyone who dared to threaten her dear master. She finally promised to wipe out all of little Neville's enemies. The officer froze, completely unable to understand how this was even possible. He looked at the wreckage, amazed at the sudden destruction of his robot soldier. The man remembered Hasty's breakdown and was wildly surprised by her new agility. Meanwhile, the android activated the modules by pressing the secret switch. Suddenly, a powerful and impenetrable blue dome grew around Neville. Hasty kindly asked her owner to be patient for his own safety. The officer ordered the rest of the soldiers to immediately deal with the impudent girl. But Hasty literally annihilated another pile of iron with one blow. And then the soldier realized that he had made his most fatal mistake. The girl stood over the fallen enemy while electricity sparked furiously around her. The officer turned pale because he didn't even have time to follow the movements. He wondered in horror what the hell was standing before him. The soldier didn't understand where the domestic robot got such combat power from. Meanwhile, Hasty remained calm, preparing for the decisive leap forward. And then the blonde jumped up, turning into a deadly shadow. The systems have detected robotic soldiers who have committed a real massacre in the city center. The enemies killed half of the patients, becoming a direct threat to Neville. Hasty was determined to take out every single one of them. Suddenly, with one precise blow, she cut off the head of the metal enemy. The girl whirled in a dance of death, literally cutting the soldiers in half. The robots fired, turning the battlefield into a real blazing hell. Suddenly, Hasty gracefully soared upwards, right above the enemy's head. And then she ripped the enemy into steel splinters with a roar. The officer was stunned by the realization that an entire battalion of his elite fighters had been completely destroyed. But in fact, the fearless android was already rushing towards him. In a panic, the military man ordered the immediate activation of the hangar's secret, powerful module. The doors of Hangar 6 creaked open for an urgent weapons activation. Within, a massive SJ-76A awakened, thirsting for blood and more total destruction. The killer's mechanical eye flashed predatorily, confirming its complete readiness for battle. Meanwhile, Hasty was racing towards her goal at top speed. The enraged officer barely suppressed a cough as he looked at Neville under the dome. He screamed in rage, demanding that this impossible circus be stopped immediately. Suddenly, a giant SJ-76A ominously grew right in front of the fragile android. The military man rejoiced, having decided to crush Hasty with the power of his capital development. The mechanical monster's core flared, concentrating its energy for one deadly blow. But the blonde just looked at the enemy with her icy eyes, and then she dealt a crushing blow, causing a monstrous explosion of electricity. The officer stood speechless, watching the collapse of his last insane hope. But in fact, the formidable giant instantly turned into a pile of iron. Hasty clenched her fist in victory, dryly stating the successful completion of her mission. Hasty dryly reported the complete elimination of all enemy robots in the sector. The officer flew into a genuine rage, completely unable to understand this technical madness. Suddenly, he shrilly ordered the girl to immediately stop her frightening movement. And then the soldier, in a panic, pulled out his pistol, loudly cursing everything around him. The man pointed the gun at Neville, who was protected by a barrier, trying to somehow save himself. The villain threatened to cut off the boy's head if the combat android took any extra step. But the blonde only silently advanced, completely ignoring any desperate threats from the enemy. But in fact, the maddened soldier still decided to pull the trigger. The bullet ricocheted off the terrified Neville's strong energy shield with a clang. Suddenly, the attacker himself winced in sharp pain, letting out his last cry. The officer fell to his knees, Hasty covering Neville with a protective field. A wounded soldier spoke about people's fear of an old disease. Hasty firmly stated that she would never abandon her family. She promised to find a way out, despite any new difficulties. The officer realized that this report would be his most important report. Soon, the heroes stood at the grave of their beloved grandmother, Dorothy. Hasty thanked the creator for the system that saved little Neville's life. The android realized that her grandmother had foreseen this situation in advance. At sunset, Hasty and Neville set out on their long journey. The girl vowed to find a cure and be sure to save her master. Hasty smiled and asked them to look forward to their future accomplishments. The android set out on a journey with her young master for the first time. The girl remembered Lieutenant Irwin's first reaction to the appearance of the red-haired boy. The officer admitted that he had never before encountered creatures that understood words. Meanwhile, the soldier confirmed the exceptional nature of this red-haired special child. According to the database, only 1% of humanity had the necessary antibodies. Neville could be that all-important key to saving the world. And then Hasty decided to immediately find a doctor to confirm her guess. Suddenly, a helicopter hovered ominously in the pink sky above the heroes. The pursuit systems officially detected the target and began the attack. The enemies began to destroy, but Hasty activated her powerful protective shield in time. The android swore to protect her master, even if she challenged the entire vast world. Suddenly, the screams of people torn to pieces by these bloodthirsty monsters came back to me. The frightened girl, in tears, only quietly apologized for her complete helplessness. 247 days have passed since the fatal outbreak of the deadly virus. The travelers came across a huge wall that blocked their entire further journey. The boy was surprised when people managed to build such a powerful and impregnable barricade. Meanwhile, the cannons on the wall were ready to instantly destroy any infected. Hasty suggested changing the route for the safety of her dear little master. The blonde looked at the sky and realized that a long downpour was about to begin. The first drops of rain fell heavily on the palm of my hand under a gloomy, overcast sky. Hasty lamented her useless umbrella and her lousy weather forecast. She insisted on finding shelter, deeply concerned for the wet Neville's health. Suddenly, they noticed a faint, inviting light in the window of an abandoned house. The boy simply couldn't believe his eyes when he saw signs of life behind the old boards. Hasty knocked politely, hoping to find temporary shelter in this wilderness. Suddenly, a shotgun barrel pointed at them appeared from a broken window. The stern, red-haired stranger demanded to immediately explain who they were. Hasty introduced herself as a domestic robot, reminding the girl of a chocolate bar with her name. The girl was surprised to meet the android and listen to their story about the journey. The hostess offered help, deciding that the travelers were in trouble in the contaminated zone. But then she spotted Neville and called him a dangerous creature. A shot followed, causing Hasty's head to jerk back. The shotgun was smoking and the tension in the air could be cut with a knife. The girl screamed that she would unload the gun again if they didn't leave. She demanded that the boy be thrown out, driving the uninvited guests out into the rain. Hasty froze, feeling a hot mark on her forehead from the recent hit. The robot petted Neville, promising to restore the hull in just 10 minutes. Hasty realized people's horror at the virus, but she didn't give up on the idea. In the house, a child tearfully accused his sister of killing a living person. 17-year-old Angelina realized in horror that she had accidentally ended up inside an android. 10-year-old Maria sobbed, fearing the terrible consequences of being shot in the head by a stranger. The girl examined the shotgun she found on the road, complaining about the wild recoil. Maria looked at the downpour with sadness, sincerely sympathizing with the driven-away travelers. Angelina tried to feed her sister the last candy bar, hiding her own intense hunger. It turned out that the poor sisters had been starving for several days in the shelter. Growling stomachs told the truth as the girls argued over the measly food. Hasty's sudden knock on the window made the sisters jump in fright. Angelina raised the barrel again, and the robot begged him not to shoot anymore. Hasty brought a huge box of food, deciding to save the girls from starvation. Hasty suggested that the sisters prepare a choice of pizza, risotto, or chicken. The hungry girls immediately pounced on the hot food with wild delight. Little Maria thanked the android profusely for her first dinner in a long time. Hasty explained that Neville, who was ill, simply could not eat normal food. A suspicious Angelina jokingly asked if they were being fattened for slaughter. Maria thoughtfully licked her finger, continuing to look at the silent boy with interest. Then she plucked up her courage and lightly poked Neville with her finger. The boy reacted amusingly to the touch, making some kind of inarticulate sound. Maria laughed out loud at his reaction, which surprised everyone. The girl introduced herself in a friendly manner and was the first to offer Neville her strong friendship. Angelina screamed at her sister, ordering her to immediately move away from the suspicious creature. Maria countered that Neville was not dangerous and asked if he would eat them. The girl clapped her hands joyfully, finally convinced of the red-haired boy's friendliness. Angelina thought gloomily that their mother would still be alive under such circumstances. For the first time in a long time, little Maria fell fast asleep in her bed. The elder sister thanked Hasty, although she modestly transferred all the credit to them. Hasty smiled genuinely, because Neville was finally starting to look like his old self. Despite her gratitude, Angelina still asked the uninvited guests to leave quickly. The girl was still frightened by the unknown nature of the creature that came with the android. She remembered with longing the neighbor whose infection 2 months ago had destroyed everything. The girl looked sadly at the old photo of their beloved mother. The woman went out for food and immediately fell into the clutches of madmen. The damned creatures tore her to pieces before the eyes of her helpless daughter. Angelina just sobbed by the window, unable to help her mother. Since then, she fiercely hated the monsters who ruined her life. Once Maria fell asleep, the girl told the strange guests to leave quickly. Hasty meekly agreed, because an android doesn't dare refuse people. But before leaving, the robot offered Angelina to hear one important piece of news. The girl froze, trying to guess what valuable information the piece of iron could convey. Hasty told about a protected barricade 23 kilometers away. Hasty offered to escort the sisters to a safe place under military protection. Angelina was taken aback by the news, dreading the long journey of 23 kilometers. The girl doubted her success, because the streets were literally teeming with dangerous monsters. But the android confidently stated that she had already prepared everything for a dangerous breakthrough. Soon the silence was broken by the powerful roar of a huge truck engine at sunset. Hasty accelerated at a breakneck speed, causing Angelina to scream in horror from the insane speed. The robot drove the car with concentration, promising to deliver everyone to their destination in one fell swoop. Despite the crowds of creatures outside, Hasty calmly confirmed her accurate calculations. She smiled softly at her companions, assuring them that everything would definitely end well. Suddenly, Angelina, in a panic, pointed to something frightening ahead. A crowd of creepy creatures blocked the truck's path right at sunset. Hasty told everyone to hold on tight, preparing for a tough fight. The heavy machine crashed through the dense ranks of infected creatures with a roar. The truck confidently made its way through the endless stream of dead bodies. Maria admired the driver's skill, while Angelina was sick from the rocking. The car sped past the farewell sign, leaving a lone figure behind. Suddenly, Hasty froze in shock as she saw a new obstacle ahead. The entire highway was littered with wrecked cars and hundreds of monsters. The Hasty system generated a critical error after failing to find a safe path. Angelina hugged her sister tightly and ordered her to just drive away. Angelina screamed in rage that monsters should not be pitied for the death of their mother. She furiously ordered Hasty to just crush those bastards without any mercy. Hasty looked ahead silently, in no hurry to carry out this cruel order. The girl continued to scream, demanding that all the damned monsters be killed immediately at once. The truck roared forward, crushing the remains of the old barricades. The car bounced mercilessly on the potholes as they made their way through the road debris. Suddenly, Hasty declared that she could not break the laws of robotics. The robot reminded that an android never has the right to harm a person. Hasty added gently that the infected were simply very sick people. She acknowledged the offense of others, but reminded them of the involuntary guilt of all those affected. Hasty called the woman's death an accident and not someone's fault. Angelina couldn't believe her ears when she heard such an excuse for her mother's killers. She screamed in rage, refusing to accept the senseless death of a loved one. The girl angrily grabbed the android by the shoulder, demanding that he answer her immediately. At that moment, a creature appeared in front of the car, blocking the path. Hasty jerked the steering wheel sharply, trying not to run over another sick person. The wheel hit a large rock at the side of the road at full speed. The truck flew into the air, passing centimeters from the frozen figure. The heavy car flipped over and fell onto the road with a deafening screech. Hasty immediately asked if everything was okay, examining the injured travelers. Outside the overturned truck, crowds of groaning infected people began to slowly gather. Angelina stared in horror at the pale monsters through the broken side window. Meanwhile, dozens of gray hands grabbed the car, wanting to get to the prey. Hasty calmly asked everyone to calm down, having a clear plan for this eventuality. Suddenly, the girl screamed again, demanding that all the damned creatures be run over immediately. Angelina fiercely argued that she didn't care about the illness of these cannibals. She was sure that without the complete extermination of monsters, humanity would simply die out. Then Hasty gently explained that it was precisely to save people that they were looking for a cure. And then Angelina froze, struck by the very thought of a possible cure for the virus. The android confidently added that with the medicine, no one else in the world would suffer. The girl bitterly asked if the medicine would only be made after their death. Hasty suddenly approached Neville with one very important request. She asked him to bravely defend the people for 8 long minutes. Suddenly, the android dashingly rushed forward, pushing aside everyone in her path. Meanwhile, a crowd of madmen began to furiously break into the open hatch. Creepy purple paws reached out to the frightened girls cornered in the corner. And then Neville, with a furious cry, rushed towards the living dead. The rescued people stared in horror at the guy with frightening scarlet eyes. The next second, they all fell head over heels into the darkness. Meanwhile, Hasty lurked above, her yellow eyepieces flashing ominously. Hasty screamed at Maria to quickly fasten Neville's seatbelt. Maria obeyed, not having any idea what kind of trash was going on. Suddenly, a multi-ton truck actually rose into the air above the crowd. The girls in the cabin simply gasped in sheer terror. The little one pressed herself against the glass, cheerfully waving goodbye to all the survivors. And then the car really flew straight towards the setting sun. Meanwhile, Hasty jumped out of the transport in mid-flight. She landed, striking sparks from the rocks with her iron hands. The android's feet hit the ground with a thud, raising clouds of dust. And then Hasty heroically took upon herself the entire weight of the falling colossus. There was an insistent knock on the office door, loudly calling the captain by rank. The stern officer allowed him to enter without looking up from signing a pile of papers. The soldier reported receiving new footage from CCTV cameras. The captain learned of a truckload of survivors heading straight for the military barricade. The man took off his glasses, asking with obvious disbelief about the surviving people. Meanwhile, the car was racing madly through the desert, leaving a dusty trail. Hasty smiled guiltily, trying to soften her red-haired friend's anger. The android carefully asked how long she was going to remain angry with her. Angelina was furious because they almost died because of this maneuver. Only the little one beamed, calling this crazy flight the best attraction. The impenetrable concrete wall of the checkpoint finally appeared through the windshield. Hasty happily announced that they had finally reached their destination. The girl asked about the wall and heard that the soldiers would now protect them. The sister believed that hiding within 4 walls and hunger were over forever. The little girl excitedly asked if she would be able to go to school again. The girl hugged her tenderly, promising that everything would definitely work out. As the brakes screeched, she thought that Maria would definitely be safe now. Suddenly, the girl's pupils narrowed from the icy horror rising in their throats. The next second, the truck was literally torn to pieces by a powerful explosion. Hasty managed to hug the frightened child tightly at the last moment. The truck tumbled through the air, shattering into pieces by the powerful blast wave. Hasty landed hard on the ground, trying to keep her balance among the rubble. The android anxiously asked her companions if everything was okay with them. Suddenly, Hasty froze, realizing something truly frightening and deadly. In fact, the entire field ahead was littered with hidden landmines. Suddenly, Hasty screamed in horror, desperately trying to reach Maria. The companions bent over the girl in panic, not understanding the reason for her fainting. The android ordered not to shake the victim and began to quickly examine the deep wound. Metal fragments hit Maria's stomach, causing life-threatening bleeding. Hasty decided to urgently call doctors from the barricade to save the dying girl. A sniper laser suddenly slid across Hasty's face, causing her to flinch. The soldiers from the tower ordered them to get away, threatening to open fire to kill. Hasty screamed that they were survivors from the sector and begged for a doctor to be sent. Suddenly, a creepy announcement about some kind of temporary creatures came from the speakers. The captain recalled the incident with the infected person, which led to mass deaths. The military firmly stated that according to the new law, entry into the city was prohibited. Angelina realized in horror that she and her sister were now considered inhuman. The girl did not believe that their long journey would end in front of closed gates. And then she just clenched her teeth in impotent rage. The redhead screamed desperately, cursing the unjust law and begging to be let in. The captain ordered that from now on all survivors from the sector be considered only creatures. He dryly ordered that anyone who dared to approach the wall be shot. Meanwhile, a crowd of real hungry creatures rushed towards the barricade. The terrifying mutants advanced, filling the desert with their chilling wheezing. The officer only winced in disgust at this unbearable and wild noise. And then he sharply commanded the soldiers to immediately take up combat positions. The friends found themselves trapped between a concrete wall and an approaching nightmare. Hasty realized with horror that the military had simply abandoned them to die. The android screamed desperately that they needed to get out of here right now. Angelina only bitterly asked where they should run and what to do next. Angelina fell into despair because they were thrown out to be torn apart by the creatures. She screamed that everything around was a lie and they would not survive here. Hasty ordered her to pull herself together and think about saving the wounded Maria. The poor girl lay almost lifeless, bleeding out before her sister's eyes. Suddenly, the android noticed one of the advancing monsters behind her. A furious fight ensued as the survivors tried to fight off the horde of infected. Hasty told Angelina to grab Maria and run while she had the chance. The girl froze for a moment, trying to comprehend the full horror of their situation. Meanwhile, the wounded little girl used her last strength to show her sister the direction. And then Angelina ran as fast as she could, urging herself to hurry. Angelina suddenly recognized a painfully familiar silhouette in the crowd of mutants. In the old photograph, the mother smiled, tenderly hugging her little daughters. But in fact, the monster in red was their mother. Suddenly, in utter despair, the girl called the person closest to her. She didn't understand why this nightmarish encounter took place here. The wounded Maria babbled in her delirium that her mother had finally come for them. The girl staggered towards the creature, whispering "Mom" over and over again. Angelina stared in horror at the fresh blood that had soaked her sister's clothes. Suddenly, she screamed shrilly, trying to stop the little girl's mad impulse. But Maria already found herself in the arms of a monster that had completely lost its mind. The mutant mother gently touched the crying Maria's face with her disfigured hands. The little girl whispered the beginning of the cherished word with hope, looking at her mother. Suddenly, the monster let out a deafening, furious roar, devoid of any humanity. Angelina screamed in horror at her sister to run away immediately. The next second, the monster furiously sank its teeth into the flesh of his own daughter. The girl rushed to help, shrilly screaming the name of her wounded sister. Hasty stood frozen in a daze, barely holding back the onslaught of other hungry creatures. The remaining infected began to slowly surround the sobbing and completely defenseless girls. And then the android finally rushed to intercept, deciding to put an end to this horror. Hasty brutally fought off the mutant mother, saving Maria from this bloody trap. The girl screamed in horror at her mother to stop this madness immediately. She cried and begged her mother to remember that it was Maria. The redhead reminded her that this was her most beloved daughter. The girl desperately asked her mother to come to her senses and finally stop. However, the monster continued to mercilessly bite into the unfortunate woman's flesh. The heroine clenched her teeth from unbearable pain and terrible despair. Suddenly, her hand resolutely reached for the loaded gun. She coldly pointed the gun at the back of her crazy mother's head. Through her tears, the girl ordered the terrible monster to get away. Meanwhile, Hasty firmly stated that she would not allow people to pass. Hasty watched, mesmerized, as the stranger demanded that the monster leave Maria. The girl threatened to kill her own mother if she did not back down. The military center reported that the artillery battalion was fully combat ready. The communications operator confirmed the systems were ready and froze, awaiting the captain's order. The gray-haired commander suddenly ordered everyone to delay the attack. For now, he decided to simply observe the conflict flaring up in the wasteland. Maria deliriously whispered to her sister that their mother had finally returned. The eldest one shouted in rage that in front of them was only a bloodthirsty cannibal. The little girl remembered how much she missed him during the long separation. She looked at the woman she no longer hoped to meet alive. Maria felt her mother returning and hugging her tenderly. The little girl desperately believed that the person in front of her was not a monster at all. She stubbornly insisted that this creature was their birth mother. The older sister froze, amazed by the words and devotion of little Maria. Hasty considered these creatures to be only seriously ill and unfortunate people. The girl shouted that in order for people to survive, they all had to be killed. The android countered that that was precisely why she and Neville were looking for a cure. With the vaccine, there will be no more innocent victims in this world. A bitter tear of despair suddenly rolled down the red-haired heroine's cheek. The heavy gun fell with a dull thud onto the dry, dusty ground. The red-haired girl loudly called for Hasty and Neville to help. She asked if they were really looking for a cure for the virus. The unfortunate woman prayed for her infected family to be healed, if possible. Hasty looked at her with deep sympathy in her eyes. The android solemnly promised to do everything to save people. She assured that they would definitely obtain the coveted vaccine. The heroine hugged her sister, hoping for a quick recovery of all the sick. Faith in a better future lit up her face for a moment. Suddenly, a deadly beam of artillery reduced the monster to dust. Hasty watched in shock as drops of blood flew everywhere. The officer reported that a group of creatures had entered the range of the guns. And then came the merciless order to immediately open fire on the targets. Powerful explosions turned the crowd of creatures into ashes in the blink of an eye. Neville looked at the smoking crater left by the impact in complete horror. The poor guy just couldn't hold back his scream at such cruelty. Suddenly, a protective force barrier began to slowly unfold around Neville. Hasty instantly shielded her friend under the canopy of the shimmering dome. Meanwhile, heavy shells continued to mercilessly plow the dry land around. The operators at headquarters were surprised to see an incomprehensible anomaly on their monitors. The captain cynically decided to finish them all off at once with the help of these children. The captain looked forward to how soon the area would be completely cleared of creatures. Suddenly, a siren blared deafeningly at headquarters, painting everything around scarlet. The captain's assistant immediately rushed to find out the reasons for this strange alarm. The instruments recorded a powerful release of energy, reminiscent of a major earthquake at the front. The commander's gaze was fixed on the monitor broadcasting the image from the 12th camera. Meanwhile, something was rushing at great speed straight through the explosions. The captain was taken aback, recognizing the swift silhouette as an ordinary household android. It turned out that it was spotted for the first time in the zone of operation of the 39th Division. An ordinary housemaid suddenly became a deadly weapon in the thick of battle. Hasty turned elite robots into scrap metal in just 10 minutes. The soldiers looked in horror at the wreckage of an entire destroyed battalion. The army tried to defeat the androids, but Hasty crushed all their forces. The creators from the corporation admitted that they did not give Hasty such abilities. The mysterious woman suggested that Hasty was someone's unique modification. The officers finally pinpointed Hasty's last location at the Western Barrier. Meanwhile, the blonde was rushing at breakneck speed through the barrage of fire. Her empty, glowing eyes promised her enemies only complete destruction. The captain was furious and could not understand where the servants got such power from. He panicked and wondered what exactly this war machine was planning. Hasty delivered a crushing blow, literally tearing apart space with powerful lightning bolts. Hasty's blinding blow literally tore the giant wall into tiny pieces. Chaos reigned in the headquarters and the soldiers screamed hysterically in horror. The commander, in a panic, ordered everyone to immediately take shelter in an underground bunker. Hasty stood in the middle of the ruins, shrouded in smoke and the reflections of recent explosions. Suddenly, an urgent message from the military appeared on Hasty's display. The enraged captain screamed from the screen, trying to stop this powerful android. He recalled that this barrier protects the lives of millions of civilians. The captain accused her of breaking the law and endangering millions. But in fact, he demanded that the android immediately self-destruct. Hasty calmly replied that she was simply protecting herself by imitating human behavior. Hasty calmly explained to the captain that she was only protecting someone dear to her. The commander was stunned by the mechanical girl's bold words. And then Hasty walked up to Neville and covered him with her shield. The robot gently took the guy by the hand and announced that she was leaving. She understood that now this misfortune had become common to everyone. Such tragedies threatened to repeat themselves again and again without any end. The heroes are determined to find a cure to stop this terrible tragedy. Hasty shattered an entire fortified barrier with one powerful blow. The officer called the android a weapon that rebelled against the will of all humanity. Now the military planned to deploy elite forces to destroy the mechanical target. The dark-haired lady with bright lips found this situation quite funny. The commander was frankly bored, dreaming of turning the routine capture into an interesting game. And then her cold gaze darkened due to the belated report. In an icy tone, she demanded an immediate explanation from the frightened division leadership. The bald officer bleated nervously, calling the incident with the robot a complete trifle. Drenched in sweat, the fat man pathetically justified the concealment of facts with his meticulousness. In response to pleas for forgiveness, she only tapped her finger irritably. Suddenly, a bullet effectively splattered the bald commander's brains across the wall. This bespectacled man cold-bloodedly finished off his boss for cowardly concealing a shameful injury. And the cruel commander dryly summed up the need to quickly resolve military problems. Supreme Commander Katarina dismissively called her generals dumb idiots. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man indifferently stepped over the corpse and asked about the android. But the brunette brushed it off, calling the escaped robot a useless pile of scrap metal. And then she abruptly turned all her attention to the frightened red-haired lieutenant. He quickly began to babble that he was reporting to the dead man about a shameful incident in the sector. Katarina grabbed the guy roughly by the chin, mocking his disheveled appearance. Fixing an icy gaze, She ordered him to tell her everything about the meeting with the survivors. The commander was especially interested in that strange humanoid creature. It turns out that red-haired Neville was that unique individual who retained his individuality. And now, after a long 269 days, someone's hands began to hastily tap on the keyboard. Papers flew in all directions, but there was nothing of value in them. Hasty frantically scrolled through the holograms, complaining about the complete lack of information about the virus. The blonde sat in the archive, completely on edge, not understanding how this was possible. After all, they were located in the very heart of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And then her memories took her to Neville, who was desperately floundering in the river. Caring Hasty begged the boy to stop kicking and finally wash himself. The maid was sincerely perplexed as to why, after his illness, he had become so panicky, afraid of water. After 35 days of wandering, they reached the destroyed medical sector M42. But in the ruins of the main Center for Disease Control, they were met with a complete disappointment. All records of the flu disappeared, although the last documents were dated December and the outbreak was in September. Considering the center's operation after the epidemic, the information should definitely have been preserved. The blonde sadly hugged the upset guy, realizing that the data had been deleted intentionally. They both had absolutely no idea where to go next. Suddenly, they noticed how much nature had changed since the disappearance of people. The water in the river was crystal clear, which surprised them greatly. Suddenly, Hasty looked suspiciously at the strange soap foam. It turns out that upstream someone was calmly washing clothes in the stream. It was a grim-faced nurse with an eye patch, washing away bloodstains. The girl turned around sharply, hearing the approaching footsteps of strangers. All three of them simply froze, looking at each other tensely by the river. Hasty's scanners immediately identified the nurse as a medical android. The stranger also studied the strange couple with suspicion with her red eye. And suddenly she rushed into the forest, abandoning all her things. The blonde threw the guy onto her back and rushed in pursuit with lightning speed. After all, this medical droid could definitely have answers about the virus. The chase ended at a lonely wooden hut deep in the forest. Hasty confidently told the heavily breathing boy that the answer was waiting inside. She carefully opened the creaking door, politely apologizing for the intrusion. And then a circular saw flew straight into their faces with a terrible howl. And then, out of the darkness, a terrible mutant jumped out, screaming with wild hunger. The gray-haired surgeon rudely ordered the screaming mutant not to twitch under the circular saw. A frightened Hasty instinctively covered Neville, who was shaking with fear. The doctor turned around in bewilderment at the uninvited guests in the doorway of the hut. He looked at them with a wild gaze and angrily asked who they were. The maid tried to mumble something in response, tightly squeezing the red-haired boy. Suddenly, the doctor's green eye narrowed suspiciously at the sight of the boy. The doctor immediately realized that this trembling child was also infected with P-flu. With a creepy maniac smile, he asked to be allowed to examine Neville. But Hasty at that moment was simply stunned by the unexpected discovery. Scanners showed that this crazy doctor has been listed in the databases since 1967. Suddenly, the one-eyed nurse hit the blonde with a toy hammer. Poor Hasty screamed, completely unable to understand the reason for such a ridiculous attack. The gray-haired surgeon merely blinked in surprise as he listened to their pleas to stop. And then he barked at his assistant Mamiya, ordering her to stop. Lowering the bloody saw, the doctor finally realized that these were not soldiers in front of him. He irritably demanded a sedative, mortally tired of the screams of the infected patients. Then Hasty happily reassured Neville, because this madman turned out to be a real doctor. The surgeon spoke passionately about the incredible achievements of a certain brilliant woman. Meanwhile, Mamiya brought out the operated mutant, who accidentally broke his head near the river. Chewing chocolate, the doc chuckled that the tenacious virus would definitely save this poor guy. Doc suspiciously asked the uninvited guests who they were. Hasty timidly introduced herself and pointed to the red-haired boy behind her. She added with a smile that she was incredibly glad to meet such an outstanding person. The doctor just chewed the chocolate bar silently, not understanding how they knew his name. The blonde happily confirmed that she had found the doctor in the central database. According to her, the brilliant Dora Francis single-handedly developed a bunch of vaccines. The outstanding doctor even received the prestigious Nobel Prize for her best medicine. Hasty was genuinely surprised to find the great president of the Medical Association in the middle of nowhere. Hearing this, the doctor flatteredly praised the incredible accuracy of the android's facial recognition system. With a sly smile, Francis finally suggested moving on to answering their questions. The blonde asked hopefully if there was a cure for P-flu. She happily added that this was precisely why they had come such a long way, and she suggested that Neville might have developed the necessary antibodies to create a vaccine. The doctor just tiredly rubbed his forehead and advised them to just give up. The doctor gave them a hard time, saying that P-flu was completely incurable. He added with a gloomily look that it couldn't even be called a disease. Hearing this, Hasty asked in horror what it was then. Francis just sighed heavily, getting ready to tell them the terrible truth. The maid desperately begged him to tell her everything because they hadn't come here in vain. Meanwhile, the commander's huge command ship, Scharnhorst, hovered ominously in the sky. Hot tea slowly poured into an elegant porcelain cup. Meanwhile, red-haired Irwin was politely serving Katerina at the table. The commander-in-chief, wearing dark glasses, appreciated the aroma of the drink with obvious pleasure. Suddenly, the secretary hesitated nervously, timidly turning to his boss. It turns out that the High Command had been waiting for the exact coordinates of the sortie for 2 days. But the brunette merely suggested relaxing and simply admiring the gorgeous sunset. Irwin was frankly taken aback by such a frivolous reason for raising the ship. The boy giggled nervously and reminded her of the inevitable reprimand for such amateur performance. Katerina snorted contemptuously, reminding him how she had recently saved him from being shot. Taking down her glasses, she asked in an icy tone who would dare to scold her. Meanwhile, the brunette ordered the nervous officer to prepare the chief secretary. Suddenly, her sunglasses let out a quiet, alarming squeak. Hasty and red-haired Neville appeared in the reflection of the dark lenses. The gray-haired guy solemnly announced to them the long-awaited establishment of contact. And then he decided to reveal the terrible truth about the virus. The stranger confidently called this disease a true human evolution. A stunned Hasty tried to comprehend the theory of human evolution from apes. It turns out that due to external interference, people began to mutate too quickly. The flu caused complete loss of reason and incredible physical strength. But the most amazing thing was that now the infected had absolutely no need for food. It turns out that the cells of infected people continue to divide endlessly even without any food. And monsters attack people solely because of the terrible instinct to reproduce. However, the gray-haired man admitted that it was still possible to reverse this mutation process. And then it turned out that the infected boy had retained his sanity thanks to a mutation. However, the stern doctor advised to simply surrender to this incurable disease. He told Hasty to take the child and hide from the purges forever. After all, this was the most logical salvation for her little owner. Suddenly, the android stunned the stranger with her incredible knowledge of genetic engineering. The brave maid was determined to go to the best research institute in the sector. Having collected her things, Hasty, with a grateful bow, left to meet her only chance. The doctor skeptically asked why the vaunted android girl hadn't calculated everything herself. Hasty sadly admitted that she had run many hopeless mathematical simulations, and the result always showed absolute zero chance of a miraculous healing. But the devoted maid flatly refused to give in and abandon young Neville. She was determined not to hide in corners, but to look for hope. But in fact, scientists have already failed in the past. Colleagues hysterically demanded that the terrible virus be recognized as an irreversible evolution and that they surrender. However, the stubborn doctor in glasses begged him to continue the fight for the sake of humanity. And then someone's icy sentence cruelly trampled her last enthusiasm. A huge crowd of broken scientists turned away gloomily from the lone researcher. Then the bewildered scientist in glasses tried to appeal to the conscience of her colleagues. But the results of the vote were merciless. The majority supported the total destruction of the infected. The broken medics simply threw their passes at the feet of the desperate girl. Suddenly, the gray-haired doctor laughed loudly, sincerely admiring the devotion of the stubborn maid. He apologized for his abruptness, admitting that he missed such dedication. And then he slyly suggested that the guests look at something very interesting. The intrigued company obediently followed the scientist into the dark, secret laboratory. Hidden inside was high-tech equipment that instantly left the stunned Hasty speechless. Reports of tens of thousands of failed genetic experiments flashed across the monitors. It turns out that this madman secretly carried out almost 15,000 unsuccessful healing attempts. The scientist admitted that she had long ago decided to defeat the virus using genetic engineering. The idea was to genetically reboot a dead brain to restore intelligence. It turns out that the scandalous Venus project can be used to save the sanity of the infected. After patting Neville on the hood, the doctor called the boy the ideal test subject. She then asked the stunned Hasty to trust him completely. After all, it was this unique mutant that became the key to completing the research. The girl beamed when she heard the firm promise to restore the little master's sanity. The scientist immediately ordered the gloomy nurse Mamiya to prepare the patient. The cheerful maid kindly asked her new acquaintance to take care of the sick Neville. Naive Hasty awkwardly tried to ask the sullen android to be her friend. Dr. Dora explained that Nurse Mamiya's speech system was hopelessly damaged. Meanwhile, the scientist called Hasty aside for an important private conversation. Suddenly, the blonde's retreating figure was reflected in Mamiya's red eye. Left alone, the nurse suddenly grabbed Neville's throat with a death grip. The android furiously fell on top, continuing to cold-bloodedly strangle the helpless victim. Her one eye blazed scarlet as the boy wheezed desperately under his fingers. The red-haired mutant tried to breathe convulsively, but the iron grip only grew stronger. Neville coughed violently, slowly losing consciousness from lack of precious oxygen. But in reality, the nurse merely remained sullenly silent, ignoring the child's suffering. Gasping for breath, Neville croaked out a plea to be left alone with his last strength. A grim nurse with a scarlet eye ordered everyone to get out of there immediately. It's been 8 whole days since my visit to Dr. Dora. Meanwhile, Hasty was hanging out clean clothes in the bright sun without a care in the world. All this time, Dora did not leave the sleeping poor Neville. The android nurse brought the medicine while the boy sat in a deep trance. It turns out that Neville's intelligence is now no higher than that of a 5-year-old child. The doctor explained that his genes are capable of suppressing viral cells. In fact, the scientist made a breakthrough by reviving a damaged brain. She saw a real chance to completely cure humanity of the deadly flu. The incredible dream became reality, and Hasty ran to cook dinner for everyone. Neville suddenly came out of the house, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Hasty was glad that the examination was over and promised to quickly prepare a snack for the doctor. Suddenly she froze in horror, noticing fresh blood on the boy's face. Dropping everything, the android rushed headlong up the wooden stairs. Hasty threw the door open with a bang, seriously frightened by the blood she saw. She screamed when she found the doctor unconscious in a pool of his own blood. The girl rushed to Mamiya, trying to find out what happened to their savior. The exhausted man only wheezed heavily as life literally left him. And then Hasty realized the gravity of the situation, unable to move. Meanwhile, the doctors put Neville to bed under the supervision of a depressed person. Hasty asked in horror if the doctor had been infected by Mr. Neville. Android Mamiya only silently adjusted her glove, not taking her eyes off the patient. It turned out that Dora had hidden her illness for 76 days. She continued her research fanatically, only partially suppressing the symptoms of the dangerous infection. But now her body had finally given up, reaching its critical limit. Mamiya curtly asked Hasty to leave and let the dying woman rest. The blonde meekly agreed, realizing that their presence here was only a hindrance. The heroes bowed politely, sincerely thanking him for his help and entrusting their care to Mamiya. Suddenly, the doctor's bony hand grabbed Neville's wrist in a death grip. A frightened Hasty screamed, looking at Dora, who had suddenly woken up and was breathing heavily. The dying Dora whispered that she had finally seen the light and asked the heroes about the way. Hasty desperately begged the doctor to hold on just a little longer. The woman only wheezed painfully, struggling with her last strength to fight off a rending cough. Suddenly, she ordered Mamiya to continue her research and help her get up immediately. Exhausted by illness, Dora repeated the request, literally ordering the android to lift her. She remembered her journey as a dark tunnel where colleagues wanted to give up. And then Neville appeared, becoming the fading doctor's last hope from God. Dora reminded Mamiya that people have a mission more important than their own lives. This was no longer an order, but a plea to quickly take her to the laboratory. And then Hasty resolutely picked up the weak woman in her arms to carry out the will. With a quiet smile on her lips, Dora thanked Hasty for everything. Mamiya waved her hand angrily, as if driving away unnecessary emotions. The nurse acknowledged her friend's anger but urged her to calm down immediately. Hasty replied that she was not acting out of selfishness, but for the sake of Dr. Dora. She remembered how Dora had been tormented by the endless failures in her research. The blonde knew very well how difficult it was for the doctor to fight this battle alone. But no difficulties or coughing up blood could stop the strong-willed woman. Hasty believed that even a glimmer of hope would motivate their team to move forward. She firmly stated that no one can hold back someone who believes. Suddenly, Mamiya cut her off abruptly, telling her that she didn't know anything. Mamiya angrily asked if Hasty understood what a terrible end awaited such people. Hasty froze in shock, not expecting such a sharp attack from her friend. Meanwhile, it turned out that the nurse's language system was impaired, and her facial expressions were severely limited. A stunned Hasty managed to force out a question about whether Mamiya could even speak normally. But the android only flashed her scarlet eye, tormented by the question of why everything was going this way. With the last of her strength, Dora stuck the syringe into her arm, suppressing another attack. The computers beeped persistently as the doctor watched the monitors with all her might. Attempt number 15.209 appeared on the screen. The activation of the cerebral gene had finally begun. Dora's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe her incredible success. Hasty continued to question Mamiya in the hallway about why she had hidden her problem for so long. Mamiya clutched her head in horror, praying that the worst wouldn't happen. Suddenly, she jumped up and ran at full speed towards the laboratory. Hasty rushed after him in bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for such sudden panic. When they burst inside, they saw Dr. Dora literally suffocating on the floor. Neville ran to her in a panic, frantically asking if everything was okay. With the last of her strength, the woman's trembling hand reached for the keyboard of the work terminal. The androids froze, looking at the screen where that very virtual experiment was ending. And then the monitor was filled with a bright light, revealing the long-awaited message about success. Hasty covered her mouth with her hands in amazement, not believing her glowing eyes. Even the cold Mamiya froze, realizing that the 15,000th attempt had given them victory. Dora confirmed with a sad smile that all the answers were hidden in Neville. She sincerely thanked the red-haired boy because her success was made possible thanks to him. However, her strength was leaving her, and the woman's time was inexorably approaching a sad end. Breathing heavily, the doctor turned to Mamiya with one last and very important request. Neville and Hasty froze in alarm, waiting for a response from the silent android. Dora begged Mamiya to look at her and listen carefully to the final words. Suddenly, the android dryly announced that from now on all this data was code blue. The laboratory was filled with Mamiya's monotonous voice, repeating the same phrase. Dora, amazed, looked at her assistant with wide eyes, whispering her name. The doctor croaked in shock because the android's speech module had been broken long ago. Mamiya coldly stated that her secret mission had finally been successfully completed. She turned to a certain Katarina while a stunned Dora listened to the report. The nurse reported on the discovery of a treatment for the virus while Katarina was enjoying dessert. The influential brunette called Dora a genius, born especially for their difficult times. The woman in uniform anticipated unprecedented heights if they managed to capture an intelligent being. Meanwhile, she announced the end of her vacation and confidently entered the headquarters. Commander Katharina gave the command to immediately begin takeoff of the huge aircraft Scharnhorst. She ordered the use of Muspelheim, harshly suppressing any doubts and unnecessary questions from her subordinate. The bespectacled man in uniform tried to object that such a weapon required presidential approval, but Katarina only grinned cheekily, believing that her personal order was more than enough. Katarina told her subordinate in an authoritative tone that she would personally deliver the report to the president. The officers on the bridge were ordered to activate the Muspelheim system immediately. A huge warship soared into the sky, leaving behind a contrail. Hasty suddenly froze, feeling a strange vibration high in the clouds. The android screamed in panic that an enemy glider was approaching at high speed. Exhausted, Dora realized in horror that the military had been sent after them. Hasty resolutely rushed towards the exit, promising to fight to the bitter end. The doctor screamed after her, forbidding her to even approach such an opponent. Coughing, the woman begged them to just take Neville and run away immediately. Mamiya silently sat down next to her and handed Dora a glass of clear liquid. Dora called out to Mamiya hopefully, unable to believe what was happening. She whispered that she did not understand at all the reasons for such sudden changes. Suddenly, a silent question arose in her clouded gaze. Why did Mamiya do this? Meanwhile, Hasty came rushing out of the house with a bang, rushing towards danger. The android system began to beep alarmingly, detecting the approach of a powerful enemy signal from above. Scanners confirmed the presence of an unidentified military ship right in the sky above the forest. At the same second, Glinda's combat module and the amplification device were activated. A powerful energy caused the ground beneath the blonde's feet to literally melt and crack. Hasty shouted furiously that she would stop them at any cost. But in fact, with a powerful jerk, she soared upwards towards the armada. Hasty quickly soared into the sky, activating her power engines. The android was attacked by a huge spaceship, which aimed a powerful emitter at her. The deadly weapon fired a destructive charge with a roar straight at the target. The full force of the impending collision was reflected in Hasty's bright glare. Meanwhile, Neville remembered how Dora's research had become his last chance. The computer screen flashed with the message of success. The hope of humanity was revived. Hasty resolutely raised her shield, vowing to protect her master at any cost. The enemy headquarters panicked when they saw an android suddenly appear on the radar. The commander in black realized that the tin can would do anything for Neville. The cruel woman gave the order to Muspelheim to immediately open fire to kill. A blinding stream of pure energy struck straight at Hasty's position. The android girl instantly extended her hands, deploying a powerful hexagonal barrier. The enemy commander mockingly suggested that the blonde try to stop this chaos. Hasty concentrated, realizing that her master's life depended on her fortitude. Below, Neville and the others watched in horror as the battle in the sky unfolded. The shield cracked under the pressure of colossal power, barely holding back the furious onslaught. The android recognized with horror the attack as a prohibited positron emission bomb. Hasty's system sparked, critically reducing the barrier's functionality before the inevitable explosion. A deafening roar echoed through the sky, engulfing all life within a mile radius. Neville stood frozen in shock, unable to believe his eyes after the horrific flash. A blinding flash in the sky left the heroes wondering in horror about the source of the light. Suddenly, the mutilated Hasty fell like a stone straight onto the mown grass. Meanwhile, Neville and his friends ran out into the street to the place where she fell, and then he saw the terrible injury to the hand of his dear blonde companion. The boy screamed hysterically in despair, unable to hold back his bitter tears. At the enemy headquarters, they couldn't believe their eyes, because the android had survived the powerful attack. The officers were amazed at how an ordinary tin can withstood a blow that could have destroyed an entire mountain range. But in fact, the commander knew that the androids were created like elite super soldiers. The brunette in uniform decided to teach her subordinates an important lesson for the future. She explained that the main skill of a leader is an accurate assessment of the capabilities of any enemy. The brunette commanded the hatch to be opened, deciding to personally descend to the ground. Neville, in tears, shook the limp Hasty, begging her to wake up immediately. Suddenly, the gray-haired companion heard a strange hum and turned around in confusion. The man stared up in horror, choking on a sudden feeling of hopelessness. A huge steel battleship hovered directly above their tiny shelter in the forest. A futuristic capsule began to slowly descend from the depths of the ship to the ground. The poor guy whispered that this was the end, watching the arrival of the uninvited guests. Commander Katerina appeared before them, accompanied by a squad of heavy cyborgs. The woman confidently walked out of the elevator, leading heavily armed soldiers behind her. Katerina cast an icy glance at the survivors, anticipating an easy victory over the broken enemy. Dora, wearing a black turtleneck and light-colored pants, stepped forward decisively. Katerina greeted Dora Francis with a venomous smile after a long separation. The woman with the scar only clenched her teeth in anger, listening to the caustic ridicule. In fact, the commander even liked Dora's current stern appearance. The ash-haired heroine asked in bewilderment if she was still pursuing her. The commander explained that the only thing that prevented Dora from being arrested immediately was the endless paperwork. Katerina read out the entire list of Dora's movements and her attempts to find treatment. The villainess paused ominously, preparing to finally reveal the true purpose of her visit. She recalled the classified data that had compromised Dora's research lab. The old science center was completely destroyed last Christmas Eve. Katerina recalled that Dora received her scar on that very day. Dora listened in silence, aware that she had been under fire the entire time. The woman, in a rage, accused the nurse Mamiya standing nearby of vile betrayal. Mamiya coldly retorted that it was originally just government property. The android explained that she had simulated a speech disorder to prevent information leakage. In fact, she had a second secret mission. She was ordered to deliver the infected creature into the hands of the government. The subject was required to maintain sanity despite the effects of the deadly virus. This was necessary for the enemies to finally complete the treatment of P-flu. Dora suddenly doubled over in a fit of bloody coughing, losing her last strength. Nurse Mamiya coldly watched her former mistress's suffering. The android only looked away indifferently, not paying attention to the bloody cough. Dora, in despair, realized that the enemies only wanted treatment data. Katerina confirmed that she would not miss the opportunity to capture such valuable information. Dora realized with horror that the first phase of their terrible project was near completion. Her eyes reflected the diabolical scenario of the complete destruction of all infected. A folder containing a classified file called Project Venus appeared before my eyes. The chronicle moved to December 1976 to the UN General Headquarters. There, at the highest level, They demanded the immediate elimination of every carrier of the virus. Dora has objected in the past, considering such government measures to be excessively cruel. Dora has in the past insisted on finding a way to isolate the infected instead of killing them. The woman in glasses furiously urged her colleagues not to forget the humanity of their patients. However, the arrogant official merely irritably dismissed her reasonable arguments. Secretary General Billy Anadawo said the people had already voted for the cleanup. He accused Dora of incompetence, trying to make her responsible for the crisis. Billy cut the heroine off rudely, denying any need for further discussion. The official mockingly called the efforts of the medical community pathetic and useless. Dora presented the results of a private survey conducted by her organization before the vote. The difference in the scale of the data only served to further irritate Billy. The heroine asked the scoundrel point-blank whether the state results had been falsified. Dora has warned in the past that the responsibility for the extermination will fall on future generations. The official turned purple with rage, demanding immediate proof of her delusional theories. The woman calmly stood her ground, considering the mass murder of infected people senseless. She pointed to the existence of a hidden infectious factor that continues to plague the continent. Meanwhile, Katerina and the other council members listened skeptically to the arguments about the elusive threat. Dora proposed a new method of genetic treatment and the introduction of a strict quarantine regime. However, Billy only shouted angrily, calling her ambitious project completely unrealistic. He accused her of trying to waste time by ignoring the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, a masked man from the mysterious House of OZ took the floor. Technical consultant Herman Cracker promised to isolate the majority of those infected within 50 days. The white-haired woman formally thanked Dr. Cracker for his detailed report. The doctor emphasized that the current pandemic is the most terrible threat in history. The woman resolutely demanded that the president immediately request funds from the settlement fund. A clear quarantine plan was called for to stop the spread of the virus. It suddenly turned out that the president had already rejected the request, shocking everyone present. The stunned lady jumped up from her seat, not understanding the reasons for such a refusal. Cracker walked heavily across the hall, recalling the dark events of the distant year 1933. He embarked on a historical excursion about a tyrant who dreamed of creating his own country. The rise in military spending by that empire led the world to the global catastrophe of 1939. The doctor concluded that the tyrant had an absurd dream of world domination. Cracker added that the tyrant really did possess colossal military technical power at that time. In just 2 years, he would have reduced the world to ruins or slaves. But 4 years later, the empire collapsed and the dictator was executed after a coup. To control the planet, the rulers created a world union, but the problems did not subside. The woman in glasses nervously asked why he was recalling the story now. The doctor replied gloomily that the main problem lay in the power structure itself. The created union still cannot deal with the consequences of thoughtless integration. The new currency caused wild inflation, sending food prices skyrocketing. Meanwhile, violent uprisings of heavily armed people broke out all over the world. And overpopulation has finally finished off the ecology, turning rivers into streams of dirty sewage. Unemployment due to robots has finally undermined the already weak government. The doctor stated that 70% of the Union's cities had been turned into ruins. The woman in glasses slammed the table angrily, denying the imminent collapse of the system. Cracker suggested forgetting about the lower classes and saving only the first rank. And then he snapped his fingers, calling the audience to look at something important. Holograms of the secret project, designated V, suddenly appeared before the council members. The gray-haired man in the striped suit stared in shock at the data that appeared. The doctor announced that this plan was personally written by the current president himself. This radical solution could instantly cut the knot of problems with P-flu. The name of a secret operation, codenamed Project Venus, appeared on the screen. Cracker told the council to carefully study the project's brief summary on the first pages. The roles for specific performers of this crazy plan were also indicated there. The black-haired woman in uniform was thoughtfully immersed in reading the secret instructions. Realizing the scale of the disaster, the gray-haired lady in glasses turned pale with horror. The doctor broke the silence and formally announced the agenda on behalf of the president. Cracker coldly introduced everyone to the first phase of the sinister Venus project. The main goal of this stage is a radical reduction of the current global human population. The stunned woman screamed in rage, accusing everyone present of being crazy. She jumped up, screaming that such a bloody massacre could not be forgiven or justified. The word massacre echoed throughout the hall, finally tearing the masks off the benefactors. The hall exploded with applause, and most of the council members enthusiastically supported the cannibalistic plan. One politician quite contentedly remarked that resetting the world to zero is simply excellent. The man pointed to the clause on the complete confiscation of property from all infected people. He recalled that the transition to cryptocurrency 4 years ago made it easier to rob the population. Another delegate happily added that the redistribution of other people's money would instantly defeat inflation. As the population dwindles, androids will take over all the dirty, routine work. The speaker emphasized that overpopulation is the main obstacle to the new industrial revolution. The villain concluded that all that remained was to establish an acceptable number of victims for the finale. He cynically asked whether the destruction of half of humanity would be the right decision. The woman in glasses grabbed her head in horror from these terrible calculations. The brunette in uniform ingratiatingly recalled how she jokingly asked the president about mobilization. Mathematical modeling of the situation showed that they could easily destroy 86%. The council members perked up, figuring that out of billions of people, only one would remain. Cracker was satisfied with the unanimity and proposed moving on to the formal voting procedure. The bespectacled opponent, with her last strength, reminded them of the fall of the Third Empire. She burst into tears, denouncing the tyrant's crazy ideas of racial integration. The woman mentioned the bloody massacre of millions of people, erased from all official textbooks. Through clenched teeth, she asked if they were ready to provoke an uprising again. Tears sprang to her eyes as she compared the current council to a tyrant. Cracker remained cold and ordered the council to immediately proceed with the vote on genocide. Cracker officially proposed a show of hands for those who are in favor of reducing humanity. The decision was adopted almost unanimously, with the exception of one vote against. Now, according to the plan, only 1 billion should remain alive. Meanwhile, the military dealt brutally with doctors who held different views. Dark memories surfaced of a time when betrayal and death reigned all around. A nurse with an eye patch recalled how she was brazenly deceived. The brunette in uniform cynically admitted that the medic's life was spared only as a precaution. She added that government scientists are incompetent and incapable of creating a vaccine. And then Dora looked at the infected woman, admitting that she herself had almost given up. The woman pompously declared that God was guiding her in this bloody matter. The appearance of a mutant with a clear mind came as a complete surprise to everyone. The exhausted man asked anxiously how far this phase would go. Dora grinned, promising to reveal the secret only as a reward for the vaccine. An army of ruthless robots is already ready to increase the infection rate to 84%. While the mountains of corpses grow, the destruction of the population proceeds according to schedule. The brunette closed her eyes contentedly, anticipating that only 16% of the healthy ones would remain. She stated that they would achieve their goal in just 5 months. The second phase of the project will only begin when the vaccine is officially presented to the world. At that moment, the prisoner's hand quietly reached for the device hidden in his pocket. Dora snapped that resistance was useless because this plan would definitely save 1 billion. Dora, with a wild look, produced the only disc with data on the vaccine. With one sharp movement, she coldly broke the priceless carrier in half. Commander Katarina froze in utter horror at the madness she saw. She screamed furiously that Dora had robbed billions of people of their chance. Dora just grinned, believing that the world was huge and a vaccine would be found. Before her death, she decided to teach the arrogant officer one last lesson. The woman firmly stated that humanity cannot be judged by numbers alone. Having lost interest, Katarina ordered in an icy tone that Dora be gotten rid of. The heavily armored soldiers were ordered to engage the target immediately. The huge cannon was aimed at Neville as Hasty lay helpless. Neville was left completely stunned as the gun barrel was pointed straight at him. He screamed desperately, unable to believe the nightmare that was happening. Suddenly, his face was distorted by wild fear and helplessness in the face of death. The guy began to shake Hasty violently, trying to wake her up at the last moment. Meanwhile, android systems have entered an emergency automatic recovery mode. The blonde's energy core activated as the download progress rapidly increased. The soldier was ready to pull the trigger and finish what he started. Dora watched the executive robot's strange behavior with obvious confusion. Suddenly, the fighter refused to attack, citing a violation of the first paragraph of the law. But in reality, Katarina simply burst into a sinister and triumphant laugh. Katarina burst into mad laughter, celebrating her victory over her defeated opponent. She mockingly remarked that Dora looked cute with an expression of satisfaction. Neville replied sullenly that she still hadn't destroyed the data voluntarily. The commander grinned, because the necessary information had been close by all this time. The guy froze in shock, realizing that the Medroid had copied the data a long time ago. Katerina mockingly compared stealing the formula to taking candy from a child. The poor guy screamed desperately, trying to prevent the flash drive from being transferred into the enemy's hands. Suddenly, ominous glowing discharges of the virus began to flow through the guy's veins. He collapsed, torn apart by wild pain and a piercing scream from within. Katerina coldly stated that the deadly virus was finally regaining its former control. Katerina predicted Neville's rapid evolution into a dirty and dangerous creature. Medroid screamed in horror at the critical condition of her patient. She rushed to the writhing Neville, desperately inquiring about his well-being. The robot girl prayed that Katerina would finally keep her word. Medroid reminded him of his oath to spare his life if the mission was accomplished. Katerina coldly retorted that the mutated monster would no longer reveal any secrets. The android continued to beg the officer to show mercy and fulfill his promise. The commander remembered that exactly the same situation had happened before. In the past, the Medroid also tearfully begged for Dora's life to be saved. Katerina confirmed that she remembered the promise but still gave the signal. Katerina said in an icy tone that people, unlike robots, they are masters of lying, and this is their main advantage. Suddenly, the soldiers opened up with a barrage of fire, literally tearing the Medroid apart with lasers. The android's body was being blown to pieces by the merciless gunfire right before our eyes. The maimed robot collapsed to the ground, having lost its limbs in the carnage. Neville screamed in utter despair as he watched his protector die. Katerina admitted that the pathetic android had hurt her feelings for the first time with a deal. Meanwhile, she remembered that the Medroid was not the only obstacle. In the past, this robot had already tried to ruin her perfect plan. The commander firmly stated that she could never forgive the Medroid's betrayal. Dora desperately called out to Mamiya, begging her to come to her senses. With her last strength, the android asked her doctor for forgiveness. She admitted that she had routinely sabotaged important research for profit. Medroid deliberately distorted the experimental data and even tried to kill Neville. Mamiya cried bitterly, considering herself unworthy of the title of medical assistant. Meanwhile, she put the life of a loved one above millions of others. And then Dora whispered that she was completely innocent. The woman gently touched the robot's face, trying to console her in the end. Through the pain, Dora repeated that the android was not to blame. Scanning systems have confirmed Dora Francis is critically infected with a deadly virus. Systems have confirmed that Dora Francis is fully infected with the deadly flu virus. The soldiers were ordered to destroy her immediately, as she was no longer human. The drone's massive cannons began to charge for a final, devastating salvo. Suddenly, Hasty, with a furious cry, dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Katerina was stunned. Not understanding what the hell was going on, Hasty's automatic recovery process quickly surpassed 32%. The damaged parts of the android's body began to sparkle and regenerate right before our eyes. Hasty was adamant that she would return all of Dr. Dora's invaluable research. Katerina screamed in shock as the shot from Muspelheim hit its target. The officers were panicking and wondering how this broken girl could still move. The officers screamed in panic as the scanners confirmed Hasty had come to a complete stop. Commander Katerina watched this inexplicable phenomenon with icy calm. She remembered how she had previously considered this AI useless. But Hasty suddenly recovered, becoming much more powerful and dangerous than before. The soldiers realized that an ordinary household android was hiding deadly secrets. At headquarters, the order was immediately given to throw all robot soldiers into battle. Hasty's primary task became protecting the last remaining vaccine data. With one powerful kick, the blonde sent the armored soldier flying. She grabbed the enemy by the helmet, sending destructive bolts through it. Hasty slammed the robot into the ground, completely turning it into rubble. An entire force of robotic soldiers disembarked from the transport to finally suppress the resistance. Hasty instantly assessed the new threat, her eyes glowing a bright turquoise. The heavy tread of the elite fighters shook the earth as they began to surround the blonde. The petite maid fearlessly stood alone against a whole squad of armed killers. Hasty's internal diagnostics showed that the hull's integrity had been restored by almost 40%. The android has locked onto the main target, Commander Katharina von Bavaria, who is holding the data. She was determined that any obstacles in her path would be immediately removed. The robots opened fire, but Hasty, at super speed, threw herself right into the bullets. With one crushing blow of her fist, she smashed the head of her first opponent into splinters. With a second sharp lunge, the maid literally pierced through the powerful armor of the next soldier. Neville screamed with delight while Dora watched his wild jubilation grimly. Dora whispered Hasty's name softly, looking completely broken. Hasty's gaze flared with a furious golden fire. She prepared for a fierce fight. The officer cursed, realizing that ordinary robot soldiers were clearly not enough for victory. The command became nervous when it learned that it was impossible to launch an immediate airstrike. The officer grimly reminded that weapons of mass destruction would erase everything, data included. Suddenly, the commander noticed that Hasty was fighting noticeably weaker than last time. Hasty smashed her enemies with fury, but her movement seemed stiff and imprecise. The observer realized that the android had not yet fully recovered from the powerful shot. The robot soldiers rushed forward in a crowd, and one of them grabbed Hasty tightly by the arm. The iron fist crashed into the target with a roar, tearing apart the enemy's metal plating. Hasty's gaze became distracted, and the golden glow in his eyes began to fade. The android used her last strength to deliver a crushing blow, literally tearing her enemy in half. The Hasty system began to shrilly signal that its energy core had been critically damaged. Internal sensors recorded a rapid decline in the hull's integrity to critical levels. The vision sensor failed completely, forcibly stopping the self-healing process. The screen was filled with static, and the structure's strength dropped to a measly 4%. A mysterious woman in uniform appeared from the shadows, hiding her face under a cap. The stranger smiled predatorily and dryly stated that everything was going just fine. The woman arrogantly declared that Hasty was too weak to compare to a human. Hasty fought desperately, but the sensors detected the approach of a dangerous target. The half-destroyed Hasty tried with all its might to recover the stolen data, but soon she collapsed powerlessly in front of the woman in black uniform. The officer mockingly noted the shameful failure of the android standing right in front of her. Suddenly, she was surprised by the built-in auto-repair system, which was unique to super soldiers. The woman ordered the soldiers to take this valuable artificial intelligence with them. The officer was very eager to meet the engineer who created such a model, and after the analysis, she planned to cold-bloodedly remove the head of the unfortunate Hasty. And then an enraged Neville flew out of the shadows, catching the enemy off guard. The self-confident lady clearly did not expect such a daring attack from the boy. Neville delivered a crushing blow, causing the officer to lose his pompous cap. The woman was taken aback when she realized that this cheeky little fellow was also here. She called him a creature that retained intelligence, while Neville growled ferociously. The officer decided to personally capture the guy in order to prepare for any unexpected situation. She drew her blade, seeing no need to leave his limbs intact. The boy rushed into an attack in a rage, filling the surrounding area with a wild scream. The woman calmly swung her saber, ready to draw blood from her restless opponent. But suddenly Dora shielded Neville with her body, taking the terrible blow upon herself. The shocked officer screamed, recognizing the wounded woman as Dr. Dora. The mutilated Dora only gritted her teeth, bleeding out in front of Neville's eyes. In a rage, Dora screamed out Katerina's name, literally shaking with anger. The female officer cynically stated that a patient's pain is always equated with death. The enraged boy grabbed her face, demanding that she feel the pain to the fullest. He yanked the officer with wild force, not paying attention to the blood. The pompous cap fell with a dull thud onto the blood-soaked ground. Neville froze for a moment, shocked by what he saw beneath his enemy's skin. The boy recoiled in horror, looking at the exposed mechanisms of his opponent's face. The defeated officer only mockingly asked what had happened to the doctor. She called her damaged artificial flesh doll-like, mocking the creature. The officer explained that she was a protective doll, synchronized with brainwaves. This doll's artificial intelligence doesn't even have a conscience. The owner stated that it was absolutely impossible for her to go to the fight in person. Meanwhile, she mockingly asked if she should fight the filthy creature. Neville's face twisted in impotent rage at the sight of this arrogance. The bloodied boy fell helplessly to his knees in front of his attacker. The officer calmly stated that the data transfer to the ship was completely complete. She calmly put the blade away, no longer seeing the exhausted boy as a threat. The woman mockingly asked why Neville hesitated and did not attack again. Having retained his intelligence, he understood perfectly well the futility of his further attempts. The military mission was over, and the officer ordered the soldiers to bring in the prisoners. The Iron Giant grabbed Neville roughly, not giving the boy a chance to escape. Hasty also ended up in the hands of the soldiers. Her lifeless body was simply thrown over. Dora lay motionless in a pool of blood, held at gunpoint by a soulless robot. She croaked out the doctor's name with her last strength as she lost consciousness on the ground. The robots began to carry away the prisoners, leaving behind only smoke and destruction. Hasty realized that any movement was now impossible due to critical damage. The system reported a critical kernel condition and entered long recovery mode. Enemy scanners have detected Hasty's intelligence and confirmed that all capture requirements have been met. The process of remotely hacking the device has begun, preparing the android for full data transfer. The forced system boot signal flashed, and Hasty finally fell under the enemy's control. The body of the seriously wounded android was suddenly enveloped in a strange bright glow, after which the activation of the Glinda module model L was launched. An unknown force instantly disintegrated the green robot into thin air. The officer froze in shock as she watched this insane spectacle. The white-haired boy lay on the ground, bleeding after the attack. Suddenly, the system rebooted, activating a mysterious medical module. Before them appeared a combat model of Glinda, armed with huge cannons. The officer at headquarters screamed, not believing what was happening on the monitors. And then he realized that the destroyed Medroid had completely restored itself. The woman in tactical glasses was stunned by this sudden turn of events. But in fact, Glinda was already busy patching up the victim's wounds. Medroid stopped the bleeding while the boy incoherently whispered the name Mamiya. The wounded Dora struggled to breathe as she watched the robot transform. Glinda merely flashed her red eyepiece, scanning the woman's condition. The system confirmed critical injuries and strange hidden data inside. Medroid seemed to appreciate the seriousness of her patient's situation. And then Dora begged with all her might for her to leave. But Glinda only sternly ordered the wounded woman to remain silent. Medroid firmly stated that she would now deal with everything herself. The enemies on the screens were surprised to recognize the Medroid as a combat unit. A furious order was given to immediately destroy the insolent tin can. Suddenly, Glinda rushed forward with lightning speed to attack the enemy. Heavy guns opened fire on the running female medic. With a sharp, powerful push, she pushed off the ground with force. She soared upwards and flew headfirst over the stunned soldiers. With a predatory glint in her red eyes, she opened fire. The deadly rays instantly pierced through the armored cyborgs. The powerful shot literally tore the mechanical guard into pieces. The last surviving robot fell to its knees, completely incapacitated. The girl landed effectively, still keeping her enemies at gunpoint. Beneath her medical mask lurked the cold, frightening gaze of a cyborg. Observers at headquarters were horrified by the incredible combat power of the unknown enemy. The officer was amazed, because this ordinary Medroid suddenly became incredibly strong. He was puzzled why an ordinary medic suddenly changed his class to a combat one. Meanwhile, the brunette suspected that the housekeeper was behind the transformation. Medroid brazenly pointed the guns directly at the high-ranking woman in the cap. She cursed this damn arrogant artificial intelligence in a rage, and then powerful laser beams literally blinded the angry officer. The shock and the bright flash instantly caused her high-tech visor to crack. The command decided to begin the bombing since the data on the vaccine had already been received. Suddenly, the woman realized that this Medroid was now more dangerous than Hasty. Tin Can was a master at long-range combat, promising to shoot down anyone in the sky. Katarina commanded that the huge warship be immediately raised much higher. A huge steel triangle began to rapidly gain altitude in the clear sky. The commander furiously demanded that the powerful Muspelheim be prepared for the inevitable shot. Suddenly, the weapon began to pulse ominously, preparing to burn everything below. Mamiya stood quietly below, gazing intently at the dazzling sky. Suddenly, the robot medic detected a dangerous emission of positron energy directly from above. Meanwhile, Katarina looked at the remains of the doll with a broken head, and then she realized that her pride had shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, operators reported that the energy charge was 3/4 ready. Katarina ordered the power to be cranked up to maximum in order to completely destroy the target. The weapon inside the ship began to hum ominously, promising to turn everything into hell. Mamiya stood frozen in fear, awaiting the blow from the very heart of the storm clouds. The sensors screamed about the incredible level of energy accumulating directly above their heads. The android instantly realized that the attack could not be contained in normal mode. She resolutely pulled out her pistol, preparing for an extremely risky step. Suddenly, Mamiya launched an alternative protocol, activating her hidden reserves. Meanwhile, the military reported that Muspelheim was ready for a powerful salvo. The officer in glasses froze because there were 10 seconds left before the shot. Near the commander's body, the hand of a simple Medroid began to glow ominously. Mamiya raised her shining palm to the sky, awakening her true power. Mamiya coldly announced that the complete restructuring of her body was finally complete, after which she began to eliminate the enemy, pointing a huge cannon forward. The operators at headquarters cried out as they noticed the incredible transformation of the simple Medroid's hand. And then the soldier was horrified, because the girl's left hand had become a deadly weapon. Observers immediately realized that the combat vehicle was preparing for a powerful return fire. Suddenly, Katarina arrogantly declared that no one could stand against her trump card. Meanwhile, the fully charged Muspelheim unleashed its full power upon the earth. A blinding column of pure energy instantly pierced the sky, heading straight for the target. In reality, Mamiya heroically held back the blow, protecting the fallen Katarina. And then the entire area literally drowned in a sea of furious blue flame. Mamiya's transformation was complete, and her eyes now glowed with a fiery scarlet flame. Meanwhile, Katarina at headquarters did not understand what was happening below. 10 whole agonizing seconds had already passed since the powerful shot. The officers were amazed because there was no powerful destructive explosion. And then the team realized that the situation had completely gotten out of control. Suddenly, Katarina noticed a frightening drop in the energy level of her weapon. The officer shouted that this strange gun was not for shooting at all. Medroid used a reflective type and absorbed almost all of their energy. The charge was almost complete, reaching a frightening 92%. Katarina, in a panic, ordered everyone to run to the escape pods immediately. Mamiya has fully charged and launched the devastating Operation Mirror. The gun in her hand emitted a blinding stream of pure positronic energy. A giant beam pierced the clouds and ripped apart the hull of the enemy flagship. A powerful explosion thundered in the sky, turning the steel battleship into a torch. The huge burning ship began its fatal fall straight to the ground. Small fighters quickly fled from the site of the massive celestial catastrophe. In the rescue module, the officer praised Katarina for quickly ordering a retreat. Suddenly, the commander asked with concern about the fate of Dr. Dora's data. The officer guiltily admitted that valuable files had burned along with the battleship's server. Katarina bit her lip furiously, thinking about searching for the surviving black box. Katarina slammed her fist on the panel in rage, unable to contain herself. The officer timidly suggested headquarters, but the commander ordered them to fly to the House of Oz. Looking at the smoke, Katarina admitted that she was tormented by a bad feeling. She was determined to figure everything out and find those responsible for the sabotage. Mamiya remembered that only the mysterious Dr. Kretcher could give the answers. Meanwhile, the military wondered what kind of madman had created Hasty. Suddenly, Mamiya rushed towards the motionless body of the gray-haired doctor with a scream. She picked up the wounded man, promising to heal him at all costs. But the old man only whispered that everything was actually going well. Dr. Kretcher reminded the robot that she had known everything for a long time. Mamiya held the dying Dora in tears, realizing the futility of regeneration. Mamiya froze, realizing that this terrible wound was fatal. The wounded Dora only quietly asked Mamiya to quickly lower her to the ground. But first of all, Dora wanted to tell everyone her last story. This story became her final wish in the middle of this deserted area. Meanwhile, Hasty's system successfully completed downloading all the necessary data. The blonde android woke up and looked around Dora's unfamiliar room in surprise. Hasty's sensors showed that she had been unconscious for a full day. And then Hasty saw Neville, who looked extremely worried. The red-haired boy rushed to hug his revived girlfriend with a joyful cry. Hasty gently stroked the boy's head, calming him with a kind word. The friends left the shack while the red-haired rascal was humming cheerfully under his breath. Suddenly, Hasty froze, staring at a point in front of her. Mamiya appeared before them, carefully clutching a bunch of white flowers. Mamiya inquired about her friend's well-being, although she had only half recovered. The blonde's gaze instantly darkened as soon as she remembered Dr. Dora. In fact, Dora was already resting under this simple cross. Mamiya silently knelt down, laying the delicate bouquet on the grave. Hasty began to apologize guiltily for the visit, but the medic gently stopped her. Meanwhile, Mamiya acknowledged that their arrival helped Dora make a discovery. Mamiya admitted that Dora considered her friend's visit a real blessing. An image of a smiling Dora finally at peace came to mind. Hasty silently absorbed the bitter truth about her mentor's last moments. Soon, she became interested in the future fate of her iron friend. Suddenly, Mamiya started talking about the strict points of the AI protocol. The death of the owner meant the inevitable end for every robot. The system required memory deletion for the security of the owner's personal data. Hasty was stunned by the realization that Mamiya was about to die. But before the end, Dora reminded the medic of important words. It turned out I just had to keep hoping and moving forward. In Mamiya's memory, Dora faded, leaving her something very important. She insisted that hope can only be created with one's own hands. Dora smiled, believing that her friends could handle it themselves. The owner's last wish became the law and the highest priority for the android. Mamiya realized her duty, to move forward and create hope together. She admitted that she was storing priceless data about the vaccine on the disk. Hasty and Neville froze, realizing the enormous importance of this sudden discovery. The medic suggested that the friends join forces and continue this dangerous journey together. The blonde beamed happily, instantly accepting the offer of her new faithful friend. The Trinity stood at the grave, deciding to begin the great journey of salvation together. Late at night, the main office of the House of OZ was plunged into an atmosphere of alarm. Suddenly, Hasty began to furiously destroy everything with her powerful electrical attack, and Mamiya fired her blasters with abandon, turning the battlefield into chaos. The masked man was amazed at the transformation of an ordinary maid's hand into a deadly gun. A frightening message about a computer virus suddenly appeared on the headquarters' huge screen. Meanwhile, someone's hand decisively turned off the broadcast with one short press of a button. The woman in uniform was puzzled by the news of a strange infection among her androids. The scientist suggested that OS Hasty had cunningly rewritten the medic's code for herself. And then he warned about the impossibility of recovery due to a hidden fragment of code. The commander demanded clarification, feeling that the situation was finally getting out of control. Katarina considered any changes to the system to be just a normal software problem. Suddenly, the scientist began to doubt the possibility of such incredible physical transformations. However, he confirmed that such transformations are quite real and even natural. The man decided to reveal to the commander-in-chief the terrible truth, hidden behind 7 seals. At the same time, he strictly forbade the disclosure of information personally marked by the president. The project, codenamed Venus, had the status of a top-secret state secret. Meanwhile, all traces led to the main office of the powerful House of OZ. It turned out that the worker robots and super soldiers had a common design basis. And then Katarina realized that the technical characteristics of all models were completely identical. She angrily compared ordinary maids to elite combat death machines. The scientist nonchalantly recalled old advertising stories about their miracle products. The advertisement brazenly promised round-the-clock operation using simple solar energy. But in reality, a measly battery would never produce such power. And then Katarina suspected that something terrible was hiding behind the screen. The masked man finally revealed the true nature of the machine's energy heart. It turns out that inside every robot there is a hidden source of infinite primordial power. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief realized that this was technically impossible in their world. This discovery literally wiped its feet on the first law of thermodynamics. Meanwhile, the installed OS only simulated control over this furious energy. If the limits are removed, the fragile android girls will turn into walking weapons of vengeance. The girls' fighting forms turned out to be a reality, capable of smashing everything to pieces. Katarina called this complete nonsense, since no one announced the discovery. She boiled over, demanding motives, but House OZ was simply testing the environment. The mysterious masked scientist only confirmed his darkest suspicions. What she heard made Katarina freeze, digesting this bitter truth. And then it turned out that he was running the corporation only for show. The man prepared to leak even more secrets that the president had hidden away. It turned out that this entire House of OZ was in fact a state enterprise. He admitted that his role was limited to software management. The authorities disguised themselves as private business to quietly introduce AI everywhere. The scientist admitted that even he does not know the creator of the perpetual motion machine. He pointed to Sector RA-001, where the bulk of the androids were churned out. Meanwhile, the huge factory of the House of OZ glowed ominously in the night. On an endless conveyor belt, robotic arms tirelessly collected hundreds of empty shells. The problem lay in the mysterious core, which produced endless amounts of energy. It suddenly turned out that the nuclei are produced only at one point. The entrance to this sector was guarded by counterintelligence, blocking even the director's path. Katarina listened in a daze, realizing the scale of the threat looming over the world. In reality, security was merely preventing a global systemic failure. The scientist gloomily concluded that the situation had become truly critical for everyone. Katarina considered the risk of leaving this advanced servant free. She feared a machine uprising and the emergence of a squad of unstoppable super soldiers. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the boy had infected the android with feelings. The commander thanked her for the information and promised to immediately report everything to the president. But at the threshold, she froze, deciding to ask one last important question. She was interested in the genius creator of the operating system of this strange doll. Katarina's gaze grew heavy as she waited for the name of the mysterious code developer. Meanwhile, a government fighter flew menacingly over the city at night. The woman sat in the cabin, lost in her frightening conjectures. And then she ordered that the main flagship be immediately prepared for departure. Katarina ordered to fly to the president immediately after arrival. The bespectacled assistant became nervous and timidly asked again about the plans. He reported the loss of the battleship and firing without orders. The commander's wife was furious because the president could simply finish her off. In the end, she told the guy to give her the connection as soon as possible. Katarina realized that the scale of the disaster would surpass even the flu virus. She then decided to request permission to use super soldiers. Meanwhile, Hasty activated Glinda's combat mode due to the threat. The android prepared to destroy anyone who touched her master. A mysterious observer saw a slaughterhouse in the middle of an old landfill on the screen. The observer called Hasty the last piece of the project, abandoned by someone important. The masked man sat in a chair, filled with some kind of frightening gratitude. He longed for the gnawing feeling of disappointment to disappear forever. Meanwhile, the stranger with the cigarette promised to definitely surpass her opponent. Suddenly, the guys came across a luxurious red car right in the forest. It turned out that this was Dora's car, the one they used to drive into town. Hasty curiously asked where their company would be heading next. Mamiya recalled the availability of data necessary to create a life-saving vaccine. The android suggested visiting the hospital in Sector M42, but the medic had doubts. And then Mamiya admitted that she could not analyze this information herself. Mamiya explained that human laws specifically restrain the potential of medical droids. Meanwhile, people simply protected jobs from perfect robots. Humanity was still afraid to trust its lives to artificial intelligence. And then the decisive Neville ordered to quickly look for a real living doctor. Mamiya remembered the successor to whom Dora had bequeathed the secret data. The heir turned out to be Martin Haston, the doctor's former assistant and protege. In reality, the assistant was a sloppy eccentric with a paper book. The boys jumped into the convertible and got ready for a long journey. As it turned out, the person in question worked at the EU-0 Sector's research center. Suddenly, Hasty realized that it was 3,000 kilometers to the capital. Mamiya gloomily predicted a lot of problems due to the presence of the boy Neville. The EU-0 quarantine sector turned out to be a densely populated area where people lived. The huge city on the horizon beckoned with its lights and hid new dangers. The red convertible carried the team away from the junkyard and towards difficult challenges. Hasty smiled brightly at Mamiya, deciding to break the silence of the long drive. The blonde suggested that the Iron Medic finally forget about subordination and rules. The android explained that among true friends, formalities only hinder communication. Mamiya seriously wondered if machines could truly understand the essence of friendship. Hasty felt embarrassed by her words, but her companion unexpectedly supported the conversation. The robot admitted that the warmth of human feelings brings her a strange pleasure. Mamiya suggested that Hasty finally communicate freely without unnecessary formalities. Hasty happily high-fived Neville, boasting about making her first friend. The stern Mamiya clearly did not expect such a violent reaction from the android. Suddenly, a hand appeared on the side of the road, hailing a ride in the wilderness. The blue-haired stranger jumped desperately, trying to stop the speeding car. Hasty wondered with genuine surprise if it was a robot standing in front. The medic confirmed that the person in front of them was the same housekeeper as Hasty. The scanner identified the MD6743 model, which was released into production last spring. Meanwhile, Mamiya simply ignored the poor guy, rushing past at speed. The medic robot snapped that they weren't obligated to help other droids. Mamiya added that the stranger's appearance violated all the laws of robotics. Hasty timidly offered to at least listen to the story of this strange fellow traveler. Suddenly, a steel cable became firmly caught on the rear bumper of their car. The impudent robot girl shouted that she had every right to help. She followed in tow, calling her iron brothers to unity. And then she went berserk, accusing them of blatant indifference to their neighbors. Mamiya seethed when the impudent woman called her a drone, one-eyed creature. The car skidded on the turn under a hail of choice curses from the crazy droid. They eventually stopped at a gas station, deciding to let the fugitive speak her mind. The fellow traveler resentfully lamented her ruined shoes, throwing angry glances at Mamiya. The stranger called herself Kyra and ironically dubbed herself a hitchhiking pro. It turned out that she was looking for her owner everywhere and missed him very much. Suddenly, Mamiya checked the route and curtly refused to help. The required sector was to the west, but but the team was rushing to the east. Meanwhile, the medic simply turned around and called everyone to the car. Kyra followed behind, asking about the dangerous quarantine sector and Neville. And then she teased Mamiya for his secrecy and inability to lie. But in fact, a guess had ripened in the head of the talkative droid. Kyra venomously suggested that someone had once betrayed the stern Mamiya. The robot medic boiled over, which only confirmed that the impudent blue-haired girl was right. Kyra warned that going into quarantine without preparation is certain suicide. She poked Neville, predicting instant death for the poor guy. Meanwhile, Hasty was horrified as she listened to the terrible details about the city. Suddenly, a heavy military helicopter appeared in the sky. The combat vehicle instantly detected the targets and began closing in. The robot pilot confirmed to the system the detection of unidentified creatures on the ground. Mamiya, in a panic, recognized the robotic soldier's punitive equipment in the sky. But in reality, Kyra was only glad for the chance to show her power. She told everyone to relax and promised to put on a spectacular show. And then the steel predator aimed its guns and opened fire. Kyra mockingly promised to quickly open this tin can. She deftly launched the hack into the control systems with just one finger. Meanwhile, the android's fingers danced across the holographic interfaces. Suddenly, the synchronization ended, completely subjugating the enemy pilot's will. As soon as access was opened, she ordered a change in flight instructions. And then the robot's sight lost sight of the frightened Neville forever. The meek pilot instantly accepted the fatal command to self-destruct. A deafening explosion tore the punitive helicopter into pieces. Hasty and Mamiya watched the fire show in complete shock. But in reality, Kyra was simply enjoying the spectacular ending. Kyra showed off her talent as she posed against the backdrop of burning rubble. She called the boys lucky because they wouldn't have been able to get through quarantine without her. The blue-haired girl grinned ominously, hinting at her true, frightening power. Kyra declared herself the one and only AI with a hacking module. Suddenly, Mamiya couldn't stand it any longer and hit the impudent woman with a heavy hammer. The medic screamed in rage about the risk of blowing up along with the gas station. And then Kyra asked innocently, "Wouldn't everything explode?" Meanwhile, the droid admired the sparks and calmly calculated the wind speed. She joyfully predicted a powerful explosion with a huge radius in a minute. In the end, a frightened Hasty dragged everyone away from this madness. The red car raced through the explosions while someone cursed the crazy AI. Meanwhile, in Sector WG-0, the majestic presidential palace shone brightly. Katarina walked confidently down the corridor, followed by a worried soldier. The poor guy was drenched in cold sweat and looked scared as hell. Noticing this, the commander sternly asked him if he had fallen ill by chance. The guy timidly asked if they were really going to meet the president. In his mind, he wondered why they had chosen him and not the secretary. But in reality, the chief secretary was simply buried in a mountain of reports. Katarina looked closely at her subordinate and asked if he was uncomfortable here. And then he began to make excuses in a panic, denying any discomfort. Katarina advised not to shake, because the president is also an ordinary person. Suddenly, a stately figure in a blue uniform appeared in front of them. Officer Siegfried from the Presidential Security Guard saluted the arriving guest. The commander was surprised by his youth, mistaking the guy for a daring recruit. And then she noticed 2 stars on his shoulders. Katarina's companion also raised his hand in greeting out of inertia. Suddenly, a powerful slap from Katarina knocked the poor guy out. She asked him angrily if he even remembered the rules of subordination. The commander was furious because he dared to greet someone in front of her. The poor guy just cried, blaming it all on terrible anxiety. Katarina sharply ordered Siegfried to stay out of the way. The officer humbly apologized, bowing his head before the stern guest. Suddenly, he reminded us about the ban on any weapons inside. Siegfried confiscated the barrel, carefully examining all of the commander's equipment. Katarina abruptly put an end to the inspection, forbidding him to touch her. She coldly retorted that she did not need a thorough search. Neville just watched this extremely tense scene in silence. Meanwhile, he wondered how bad their relationship was. The commander strictly forbade the guy to ever salute this guy. And then she added furiously that their honor was at stake. Siegfried turned out to be not a man, but a complex security mechanism. It turned out that this is the only AI that has been honored to receive a military rank. Katarina knew that this android was the most powerful weapon in history. In fact, the guy was that same legendary super soldier. The assistant finally realized who exactly the whole city was whispering about. Suddenly, in the silence of the palace, a clear knock was heard at the door. The visit of Katharina von Bavaria was solemnly reported to Mr. President himself. Meanwhile, Kyra was teasing him to the fullest. keeping secrets until he arrived. The guys tried to get details about the quarantine zone from her. The girl ironically predicted her imminent flight from the car due to chatter. Kyra slyly called Mamiya an honest robot, incapable of lying. The girl suggested that the medic had been reprogrammed illegally because of her manners. She reminded that such games with the code could result in a 30-year prison sentence. Meanwhile, Mamiya objected, because the AI's defense was practically invincible. Kyra slyly hinted that nothing is impossible for a brilliant hacker. Mamiya's gaze suddenly became dangerously cold and very serious. She asked point-blank if Kyra was a government spy. The dark-skinned guest only mysteriously flashed her pink eyes in response. Suddenly, Hasty intervened, trying to calm the quarrel that had begun. The blonde noticed that Kyra was acting as if it was her first meeting. Mamiya suddenly assumed that the android's memory records had been rewritten. Hasty objected, saying that the fundamental articles had not changed over the years. Otherwise, any robot would instantly turn into an uncontrollable threat to people. The blonde wondered if Katarina would be able to hack such deep security protocols. She believed that the commander would rather have reprogrammed Mamiya than shut him up. Meanwhile, Kyra smiled, acknowledging the absolute sanctity of the laws of the first article. The girl clearly demonstrated the 3 levels of internal protection of any AI system. Kyra boasted that her master had cracked her code all the way to Oscar's level. However, it would take at least 50 years to hack the Good Witch. And then she suggested that Hasty Google the mysterious name Calico Cat. Hasty was simply stunned when she heard about the legendary Calico Cat. It turns out this anonymous genius has become famous for exposing governments and even unofficial merchandise. The android was already dreaming about an autograph, causing Kyra to become very suspicious. The dark-skinned girl allowed them to ask for at least 1 million signatures if they find him. Suddenly she stopped short, doubting whether her former boss was even alive. She remembered how her stubborn owner ignored all the risks. He eagerly rushed into battle, disregarding the slim chances of success. But in fact, the cops were already breaking into their hideout. Then the boss told her to survive and cleverly disappeared during the raid. Kyra admitted with irony that it was simply impossible to catch this sly fellow. Kyra admitted that she was simply repeating her old dreams about her boss. And then she shocked everyone with her plan to hack into the presidential palace itself. Meanwhile, Katarina and her subordinate stood frozen in salute before the president himself. The poor guy couldn't believe his eyes when he found himself in an audience with the chief for the first time. The leader dryly listed the commander's failures, accusing her of using Muspelheim. He asked her with cold contempt where she got such impudence, but Katarina stood firm, maintaining an icy calm in the face of the ruler. She firmly stated that she understood perfectly well the reason for her resounding failure. The reason was a lack of information about the enemy AI's secret energy source. However, the president again demanded an explanation for the unauthorized activation of the most powerful Muspelheim. Katarina explained the risk by the urgent need to obtain important data about the vaccine. The president coldly asked whether it was really her personal order. He asked if she felt she had the right to control the secret weapon. The commander boldly confirmed this, without taking her determined gaze off the leader. She stated that in war, the commander-in-chief is obliged to show extreme flexibility. Meanwhile, the president only silently and gloomily considered her answer. Suddenly, with a commanding gesture, he ordered her to come closer to him. Katarina stepped forward confidently, maintaining an icy composure. She moved towards the window, ready to accept any consequences of her decision. And then she froze in front of the leader, waiting for his final verdict. Suddenly, in the silence, there was a sharp click of a cocked revolver. The president coldly pointed the gun directly at Katarina's head. He threatened to destroy anyone who dared to seek justification. The ruler asked gloomily if she considered herself an exception. Suddenly, Katarina calmly replied that she would meekly accept the punishment. She recalled her faithful service that lasted 20 years. Meanwhile, she stated that she never avoided responsibility. The commander wanted to personally report to the chief about the severity of the current situation. In reality, there was a legion of super soldiers loyal only to the president. And then she boldly asked for the right to command them. Bismarck mockingly reminded Katharina of her overinflated ego. The president pointed a gun, harshly devaluing all the woman's career successes. He cocked the trigger, reminding her of who she was in charge of the army in the first place. Friedrich stated outright that all her power was his handout. Bismarck coldly remarked that there would be a crowd of people willing to take her place. Suddenly a shot rang out and blood splashed across the wall. Meanwhile, Kyra was bragging to Hasty about her wild plans. And then she announced that she was going to hack the presidential palace itself. The girls were simply stunned by such suicidal impudence. Mamiya called the idea crazy, even for the level of the legendary calico cat. Kyra admitted that it was all about the evidence she and her owner found. It turned out that Bismarck himself could have deliberately unleashed this terrible virus on the world. While the cannon was smoking, the witness of this scene literally screamed in wild horror. As it suddenly turned out, the bullet only ripped open Katarina's ear without killing her. The president was genuinely surprised that his loyal commander didn't even blink an eye. Friedrich asked where she got such wild confidence in her own skin. The bloodied woman coldly reiterated that there was nothing strange about her calm. Meanwhile, she confirmed that she is ready to take personal responsibility for her mistakes. Bismarck appreciated her combat contribution and graciously sent her back to work at headquarters. However, Katarina cheekily reminded that she still had not received the desired answer. Katarina brazenly demanded the rights to control a legion of super soldiers. The president narrowed his eyes suspiciously, weighing the risks of this daring deal. The woman left the office, and the faithful adjutant immediately jumped up. The guy panicked because of the blood, but the commander sternly stopped the fuss. She remembered how Bismarck had told her to curb her ambitions. Katarina walked away while the assistant dragged the heavy suitcase. And then she decided that this victory was enough for today. The adjutant could barely drag the load, but she was anticipating excellent results. Meanwhile, Bismarck watched the android's powerful explosion on the screen. There was a polite knock on the door, and the boss curtly ordered us to come in. Siegfried entered the office and clearly reported his arrival. Bismarck ordered the young man to come closer and look at the screen. The monitor showed a recording of Hasty, who had frightened all the military officials. The president asked the blonde man who exactly created this android. Siegfried instantly recognized the work as the handwriting of the legendary Dorothy Crawford. He confidently stated that no one else was capable of this. Suddenly, Bismarck covered his face with his hand in dismay, evidently feeling helpless. He admitted that he still hadn't figured out Dorothy's motives. But in reality, this woman was simply ruining his game. And then, in the speeding car, they started talking about the president's own guilt. Mamiya categorically stated that the hypothesis of the president's guilt was wrong. Kyra immediately jumped into the argument, demanding an explanation from the robot. The medic recalled how long scientists had been struggling to study this flu. It turned out that even Dora seriously suspected Bismarck after the UN meeting. Mamiya believed it was impossible for such an infection to spread surreptitiously past the WHO. And then Kyra began to brazenly call the girls and their mistress idiots. The girl admitted that the brilliant Dora Francis was always at her best. Then Mamiya suddenly noticed that professionals often don't see the obvious. Kyra came up with a wild idea to cause a pandemic without creating the virus itself. The friends were simply stunned, wondering how to pull off such a trick. Kyra rushed to Sector F06 to confirm her crazy theory. Bismarck ordered Siegfried to personally sort everything out and report back immediately. The boy put on his cap, considering the threat Dorothy's legacy posed to their plans. Behind him, powerful and strange combat modules suddenly activated. The young man pompously disappeared out the window, promising to definitely return. The blonde's eyes flashed brightly. Synchronization with the satellite was successful, and then a global digital surveillance network unfolded before him. The system instantly detected the remains of the robot soldier near Dora's house. The search was over, and Hasty and the other fugitives found themselves directly in the crosshairs. Suddenly, Siegfried shot up into the sky, heading out to intercept targets. Siegfried assessed the scale of the city from above, searching for his prey with his eyes. Satellites spotted a red car flying at full speed towards the sector. The cold AI commanded the attack to begin, and its gaze turned deadly. Suddenly, a bright blue flame from the accelerators flared up behind the soldier. The powerful engine started to work at full speed, pushing the android forward through the clouds. He spread his energy wings, anticipating the quick capture of the impudent deserters. A blinding flash in the sky announced the beginning of the punitive descent. Meanwhile, Mamiya calmly calculated the time of arrival at the desired point. And then Hasty and Mamiya suddenly tensed up, sensing a foreign presence. The medic screamed hysterically, realizing that the enemy had finally caught up with them. Hasty screamed in horror as something was flying towards them at breakneck speed. The radars went crazy, recording the energy of a powerful AI and extreme Mach numbers. Suddenly, the heavens opened up, bringing down a blinding ball of light onto the earth. A column of furious energy struck the road right in front of the hood. And then, from the clouds of dust, the same blonde man in uniform materialized. Residual sparks from the discharges still ran lazily across his cloak. Kyra was simply speechless when she recognized the guest as an elite super soldier. Siegfried greeted the fugitives coldly, as if they were old acquaintances on a walk. He immediately singled out Hasty with his gaze, completely ignoring the frightened Neville. Meanwhile, the guy introduced himself as the official head of the President's security service. Siegfried formally introduced himself, finally confirming the identity of this elite Cerberus. He asked with a grin if Hasty understood the real reason for his appearance. The soldier's icy gaze sent a wave of tension through the android system. Suddenly, Hasty jumped out of the car, causing Kyra to scream in surprise. She landed hard on the road, blocking Siegfried's path to his terrified friends. The girl instantly turned on the Glinda module, and she was enveloped in roaring electricity. Kyra was simply stunned, unable to believe her eyes at such wild power. And then the energy levels of Hasty's core skyrocketed 3,000-fold. Hasty shouted to Mamiya that she would deal with this pompous, handsome man herself. She ordered everyone to be taken far away before hell broke loose on the road. Mamiya screamed hysterically that she would also get into a fight for her friend's sake. When suddenly Hasty coldly told her to just follow orders, Neville and the medic were simply speechless from the blonde's steely confidence. Meanwhile, the friends cast a farewell, heavy glance at each other. The red car sped away, leaving Hasty alone with the enemy. Siegfried chuckled contentedly, calling this choice a truly excellent decision. And then he confirmed. His goal had always been only Hasty. Mamiya took her friends away, afraid of dragging innocent people into the mess. Sparking with rage, Hasty put forward only one condition to her opponent. She firmly stated that she didn't care how this fight ended. Hasty, with sparks in his eyes, asked not to involve the others in the showdown. Kyra was furious and demanded an explanation from Mamiya for the super soldier's appearance. Mamiya ordered everyone to be silent while she frantically calculated her escape options. An exhausted Neville only exhaled heavily, barely holding on to the side of the car. Deafening explosions behind made the guys in the car turn around in fear. Kyra was amazed by the power of the blows, the sound wave from which caught up with them. At this time, Hasty and Siegfried clashed in a furious electrical collision. Their deadly duel turned into a dazzling dance of sparks and lightning. Mamiya slammed on the brakes, prompting another outburst of indignation from the brazen Kyra. The medic robot looked back with concern, mentally worrying about the remaining Hasty. Mamiya admitted that Hasty was right and that the two of them couldn't take down this monster. And then she realized that defeat in this duel was inevitable. Hasty squeezed the last of her strength out, preparing for a desperate dash. Its hull was cracking at the seams, showering the ground with fragments of expensive plastic. Suddenly, the blonde kicked Siegfried right in the well-groomed jaw. The officer flew into a ditch, clearly not expecting such brazen agility. The girl didn't slow down, literally glowing with rage and system overload. But Siegfried only took aim coldly, his eyes burning with an icy light. And then came a devastating discharge that turned the air into solid lightning. Poor Hasty was simply swept away by this wave, thrown away like a doll. Hasty launched a furious kick, putting all her strength into the attack. Siegfried rushed at her, sparking with deadly lightning. Kyra and Neville watched this crazy fight in shock. The girl was afraid that their blonde android would die in this meat grinder. Meanwhile, Mamiya activated the combat module, instantly changing her appearance. Kyra was surprised because she didn't know about the medic's combat abilities. She asked why Hasty was forced to fight alone then. Mamiya ordered Neville to be taken away from the super soldier coming here. The robot snapped that the red-haired boy was the last hope of all humanity. The boys looked at Mamiya in horror, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Kyra reluctantly agreed and got behind the wheel, starting the red engine. The car sped away, and the girl ordered the medic to rescue Hasty. Meanwhile, Hasty could barely stand on her feet in front of the officer. She realized bitterly that the gap in their power was endless. Siegfried acknowledged the power of her core, but arrogantly shook off the dust. He explained that due to her lack of experience, her attacks were primitive. The energy circulated with a delay, fatally reducing the force of each blow. Siegfried contemptuously called Hasty boring and unworthy of her creator. In fact, she turned out to be an unfinished product of Dr. Dorothy. The poor thing froze in shock, not understanding how the enemy knew the truth. Hasty feverishly wondered how the enemy knew about Dr. Dorothy. The officer claimed that Dorothy would not have gone through with such a marriage. And then he coldly concluded that Hasty's creator was dead. Siegfried fell silent gloomily, looking at the dying sunset sky. The blonde decided to immediately report the discovery to the president personally. But in reality, he considered Hasty to be just a useless piece of iron. Hasty mentally apologized to Neville for her weakness. Suddenly, both fighters sensed something was wrong and became very wary. They turned around in unison, peering into the empty distance of the highway. 25 kilometers away from them, a new threat was awakening. Suddenly, Mamiya discovered a powerful source of positron energy. It turned out that Siegfried had only been hunting for Hasty from the very beginning. The blonde decided to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire group. Mamiya dryly confirmed the absolute correctness of this tough choice. Meanwhile, Hasty remembered their old conversation about allies. The robot medic then admitted that being friends wasn't a bad thing at all. The scan was completed and the target was instantly locked on. The system identified Mamiya as the very same killer of Skernhorst. Hasty cried out, amazed by the sheer power of her battle friend. Mamiya apologized for her disobedience and prepared to attack. Mamiya raised her gun, not wanting to lose her friends like that. Siegfried's satellite detected a burst of energy 25 kilometers away. The system instantly synchronized, scanning the area for a powerful source. The AI identified the medic who once destroyed the formidable Skernhorst. The shocked Hasty barely audibly uttered the name of her sudden savior. Meanwhile, the energy in the huge trunk had almost reached its maximum. The electronic sight acquired the target, preparing for a precise and powerful shot. Now the enemy super soldier found himself in the direct sights of the combat android. Mamiya was afraid that the explosion of the positron bomb would also affect Hasty. Suddenly, she began to change the size of the barrel for a jeweler's volley. Mamiya reduced the explosive power of the gun, focusing on penetration. Siegfried admitted that the positron bomb attack was more dangerous than the beaten Hasty. Now the officer's first priority was the heavily armed medic. The officer instantly changed course, rushing headlong towards the new threat. Hasty desperately reached out to Mamiya, begging her to stop. But the determined Mamiya only confirmed the readiness of the powerful positron bomb. Her railgun-type Muspelheim began to glow brightly from overload. Siegfried interpreted the information calmly, preparing for his next move. He fixed a powerful artillery cannon in the android's left hand. Right now, Mamiya was generating a monstrous amount of attack energy. Mamiya channeled her pent-up energy into a decisive artillery salvo. Dr. Dorothy's system allowed Hasty to learn while fighting. Siegfried realized that these androids would soon become deadly. Mamiya realized that without Hasty's help, she would not be able to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, the medic froze in shock from the horror she saw. A blinding pillar of light struck directly at the ice officer's position. But Siegfried only stared coldly through his powerful protective barrier. The officer instantly closed the distance and grabbed the barrel of the gun. Mamiya apologized to Hasty because she made a fatal mistake. With one blow, the super soldier destroyed the cannon, proving his complete superiority. Hasty desperately rushed to help, shouting the name of her battle friend. She realized that their combined attacks did not harm the enemy at all. The blonde screamed for Mamiya to leave her and quickly save herself. Suddenly, thick black smoke and sparks enveloped the battlefield. Hasty froze in mute horror at the sight she saw on the road. Meanwhile, Siegfried mercilessly lifted Mamiya into the air by the throat. The helpless medic begged Hasty with all her might to run away immediately. And then the officer began to squeeze the android's neck with frightening ease. Hasty watched the atrocity in a daze, unable to move. Her eyes reflected complete despair and the realization of imminent death. Siegfried pointed to Mamiya's severed arm, stating her critical condition. As a fellow human being, he did not understand this act at all. The young man asked why Hasty was exhausting herself, knowing that victory was impossible. He stood over the broken Hasty, calling her efforts absolutely pointless. Siegfried considered it foolish to give in to emotions and act unreasonably, like people. The guy decided to leave because he had already collected enough important data. His cold gaze spoke of the imminent and inevitable completion of the mission. Suddenly, the crippled Hasty made an incredible leap, sending up a shower of sparks. Siegfried was surprised by the damage to his right hand caused by such an unusual turn. He realized that Hasty had instantly surpassed her maximum speed limit. Hasty began to rapidly increase the core's power, launching a deep battle simulation. She warned the enemy against jumping to conclusions about the stupidity of the medic Mamiya. Meanwhile, the blonde admitted that she would have done exactly the same. And then she threw away the astonished officer's severed hand with a crash. Siegfried completed his analysis and suddenly understood the reason for the sudden surge in power. Hasty was furious at the critical condition of her dying friend. Astonished, Siegfried wondered in his mind about Dr. Dorothy's strange methods. And then the android, in a furious lunge, brought down a blow on the young man. Meanwhile, the red car sped along the highway through the sunset twilight. Kyra was puzzled how a simple walk had turned into this dangerous nonsense. The girl tried to comprehend all the madness that had happened over the past few hours. Meanwhile, she was amazed by Hasty and Mamiya's powerful battle transformation. Only its genius owner could crack such a high level of protection. She didn't understand why this little one suddenly became the hope of humanity. Suddenly, Neville grabbed the hood, demanding that he turn back immediately. The car braked sharply at the cliff, almost flying off the road. Kyra got angry and threatened little Neville with a good thrashing for his behavior. But the red-haired boy continued to desperately point his finger towards the city. And then it dawned on her. She finally understood his silent call. Smuglyanka asked if the little one really wanted to go back. Kyra excitedly told Neville to hold on tight before the mad turn. She admitted that she is an extremely curious artificial intelligence. Smuglyanka swore to find out the truth, even if it meant her death. Meanwhile, Hasty dealt Siegfried a crushing blow, sparking with energy. The officer's face distorted from the sudden and powerful impact of the android. The blow hit the target, sending sparks flying from the boy. Suddenly, the blonde unleashed a whole series of furious attacks on the enemy. Siegfried frantically tried to understand the reason for such a sharp surge in strength. And then he realized that she was fueled by pure human anger. The officer tried to fight back with a powerful kick, breaking the dangerous distance. Hasty rose into the air, ready to unleash her full fury on the enemy. Her eyes glowed scarlet, and her face was frozen in a frightening human determination. Suddenly, Siegfried backed away, unable to predict the android's next attack. The officer's severed limb sparked helplessly, revealing damaged internal circuitry. And then the mangled part fell with a dull thud onto the cold asphalt. Siegfried realized that Hasty's power was directly related to her strong emotions. But in fact, he was struck by her frightening resemblance to a human. Suddenly, chains, enveloped in powerful electrical discharges, burst out of the young man's body. Siegfried's core flared with a blinding light, releasing an abnormal level of its hidden energy. Hasty froze, registering a critical increase in her dangerous opponent's strength indicators. The system warned of the danger and removed the restrictions from the young man's core. Hasty was horrified to learn of her formidable opponent's legendary battle transformation. Siegfried deactivated the peaceful mode, activating the destructive power of Elphaba's form. Suddenly he struck, literally sweeping the android out of the way. Poor Hasty was sent flying, tumbling helplessly through the air. The officer initiated the process of automatically restoring all of his damaged systems. His crippled arm began to rapidly recover right before our eyes. Meanwhile, the guy adjusted his cap, maintaining his usual icy calm. And then he calmly put on his gloves, ending this short fight. Siegfried looked coldly at the broken robots lying at his feet. Siegfried reflected on the self-sacrifice that these strange robots had learned. Meanwhile, he analyzed their friendship and frightening emotionality. The young man wondered if Dorothy wanted to create truly human androids. And then he began to doubt why he himself began to ask questions. The officer sank, lost in heavy thoughts about his true nature. How suddenly he became a cold soldier again, casting aside his doubts. Suddenly a cry was heard, ordering Siegfried to stop immediately and wait. A red car screeched past, almost hitting the guy. Kyra jumped onto the hood, heralding the arrival of the legendary Apostles of Justice. The girl boldly promised the super soldier a quick and inevitable end to his mission. Kyra pompously announced to Siegfried the arrival of the daring Apostles of Justice. Smuglyanka promised the super soldier that his mission would finally end here. The officer responded by only coldly and silently studying his new opponent. Meanwhile, Neville quickly jumped out of the car, stumbling as he walked. The red-haired boy called out to Hasty in despair, barely holding back the tears that were welling up. Suddenly, he saw his girlfriend's lifeless body on the asphalt. Neville screamed hysterically, not believing what had happened to his android. And then Siegfried glanced at the child who had run up to him. The boy rushed past the enemy, trying to get to Hasty as quickly as possible. The officer's cold gaze recorded every movement of the small, defenseless man. Neville sobbed over Hasty's body, literally choking on bitter tears. Siegfried's shadow covered the poor fellow, and a steel hand reached down. Suddenly, the officer was shackled by neon chains that flashed like a digital lock. Kyra brazenly told the super soldier to take things much more seriously. And then the astonished Siegfried asked if this girl was a hacker. The dark-haired woman predatorily declared the complete capture of his neural circuits. Meanwhile, the young man's azure eyes flashed dangerously with an icy light. But in fact, the super soldier immediately began to reset the hack. Kyra felt her control crumble in shock. Siegfried calmly stated the lack of worthy hackers in this world. Kyra, with sparks in her hands, sarcastically inquired about the result of his hack. The officer stood motionless, protected by the good witch's impenetrable digital armor. Meanwhile, Kyra boldly declared that he was powerless against the two of them. And then she cried out that his true mission was not destruction at all. Siegfried continued to silently look at her with his usual icy gaze. She recalled how quickly he blocked Mamiya's attack at the very beginning, and then she pointed to the fallen Hasty, crushed by just one blow. Smuglyanka guessed the AI wouldn't fight so ineffectively without a reason. In fact, he was only collecting data on the unusual android maid. Kyra concluded that the officer had no intention of carrying out the order to destroy. Kyra grinned cheekily because her interlocutor listened to her with a stupid face. Siegfried accepted her words as true, despite the president's conditions. The young man completed the mission, and an enraged Kyra told him to get lost. Meanwhile, he suddenly warned the girl, telling her not to relax. He demonstrated fingers capable of emitting a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Siegfried only coldly noted that the robot's cores remained intact. Kyra became nervous when she heard that it was impossible to restore the damaged vehicles. Then Siegfried turned coldly, abandoning the robots to their fate. Finally, he contemptuously devalued all of Dorothy's many years of work. And then blinding blades of light burst out from his back. Neville grabbed Hasty fiercely, holding back a helpless, angry growl. Siegfried looked closely at the boy, noticing something familiar. The officer realized that the boy looked suspiciously like one person. A photo of a child from the distant past appeared in his memory. Siegfried looked up thoughtfully, as if this discovery had shaken him. And then he suddenly shot up into the sky, leaving a flash. Kyra furiously cursed the idiot for his sudden, pathetic departure. The girl barked at the little one to collect the fragments so that they could all be fixed. After some time, they reached the eerie industrial zone of Sector F6. In the back of the truck, Neville was choking on tears as he hugged Hasty's lifeless body. Kyra told Neville not to whine because his friends weren't dead yet. The girl checked the navigator, trying to find the right place in the darkness. Suddenly she screamed joyfully, noticing the cherished goal among the concrete walls. Before them rose a massive branch of the mysterious House of Oz. While Kyra was picking the lock, Neville obediently dragged the broken android on his back. The system finally accepted the secret code, obediently opening access into the building. Kyra, with a sly grin, was the first to look into the dark corridor of the secret facility. Suddenly the light came on, confirming the presence of live reserve energy at the base. She ordered Neville to quickly put down the parts and get some chocolate. The confused red-haired boy only sobbed pitifully, not breaking away from his friend. Kyra ordered to deal with the chocolate, although Hasty looked much worse. Long periods of kernel inactivity triggered a fatal process of deleting all of the robot's memory. The loss of an energy center for machines was equivalent to human death. The girl opened the case with trepidation, hoping to save what was left. Suddenly she let out a shrill scream, discovering something shocking inside. It turned out that the core was not completely destroyed, giving a ghost of a chance. A mysterious source of energy pulsed within Hasty, something Kyra had never seen before. The system began a painful reboot, recovering from the officer's electromagnetic strike. Soon the blonde lay fully recovered, waiting for all functions to be activated. Hasty opened her eyes and began to analyze her current situation. Hasty's eyes widened as she felt a brazen hand on her shoulder. Kyra bared her teeth terribly, rejoicing at the long-awaited awakening of her new dear friend. The blonde was completely at a loss, and Kyra promised to spill all the details to her. The girl quickly recounted the events and moved on to her selfish questions. Kyra's curiosity was off the charts. She was terribly interested in the origin of Hasty's unique core. The poor android only mumbled that her system was not yet ready to respond. And then Kyra received a resounding slap on the back of the head, which instantly interrupted her stormy flow. An angry Neville burst into the room, defending Hasty, who had barely recovered her senses. While the boy was hugging Hasty, the restless Kyra began to harshly shake the medic Mamiya. There was a terrible crunch. Kyra had clearly gone too far and twisted the poor robot's head off. Mamiya screamed at Kyra in horror while Neville hugged Hasty tightly. The medic robot grumbled that putting the head back on would be quite a task. Hasty breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everyone was now safe. Suddenly, Mamiya gloomily remarked that next time luck might turn its back. She explained that they didn't stand a chance against a crowd of super soldiers. Moreover, satellite tracking allowed enemies to find them anywhere. And then the blonde realized that they urgently needed a normal plan of action. Suddenly, Kyra's dark hand grabbed the android's clothes with a death grip. The girl with drooping eyes demanded immediate answers to her impudent questions. Hasty gently promised to clarify everything, complaining about the ineffectiveness of individual answers. Hasty offered to pass on her memories to satisfy Kyra's curiosity. The android asked for 20 minutes to load, disappointing the impatient girl. Mamiya casually asked if Kyra had managed to gather any incriminating evidence. The conversation turned to evidence of the president's guilt in creating the pandemic. The medic asked whether Kyra was ready to confirm these accusations here. The dark-haired woman boldly declared that the 3 days of surveillance had not been in vain. Kyra grinned slyly and beckoned everyone to follow her deeper into the base. The squad moved along the empty corridor towards the first sector. Suddenly, Neville looked inside the room and froze in horror. The boy screamed loudly, causing Hasty to become seriously concerned about what he saw. Neville clutched Hasty in horror and told Mamiya to watch. The medic froze, fearing confirmation of her worst guess. The view opened up to endless rows of powerful green robots on the conveyor belt. Kyra explained that the Oz branch was releasing classified research and development work here. In fact, it was in this place that androids were created. Shocked, Hasty didn't understand why Kyra had brought them here. Smuglyanka hinted at the strangely large size of the chassis for simple robots. Meanwhile, the Third Empire collapsed immediately after the execution of the bloody dictator. The world government promised democracy, but the world plunged into chaos again. The rebels unleashed a massacre, slaughtering thousands of UN soldiers in the sector. After the destruction of the sector, the president hastily completed a large-scale android project. Kyra explained, "These pieces of iron were supposed to fight instead of living people." Meanwhile, the girl asked about the battles before the appearance of the terrible virus. Old records confirmed that those models were nothing but a shameful technical failure. Smuglyanka noted the similarity of the AI despite their ancient, dirty fuel. In reality, using such soldiers in combat would be a farce. Without protection from hacking, their neural circuits remained a pile of scrap metal. In fact, the president has set up 5 million of these dummies. Mamiya agreed. Production could only be interrupted by a sudden and terrible disaster. And then the medic remembered the results of scanning hundreds of robots she had encountered. Mamiya searched in vain for update logs and the blueprints of those old robots. But in fact, for the president, those androids were not a failure. Kyra narrowed her eyes slyly and announced the time for their little quiz. Hasty wondered who these soldiers were created to fight. And then Kyra started to put forward a theory about some kind of reasonable romance. The girl hacked the system to see that novel turn into reality. The door opened, because the frightening truth was hidden right inside that room. She pointed at the ancient computer that had once served those researchers. 3 days later, the action moved to the presidential palace in Sector WG0. Hasty was called an unfinished product, incapable of ever becoming a human being. Hasty was called Dorothy's unfinished creation, which they didn't have time to finish. The man realized that the android's free movement confirmed his suspicions. He stated with a grin that Dr. Dorothy was finally dead. Siegfried entered the office with another report for his master. The loyal AI reported the arrival of Hasty's team at the secret branch. Meanwhile, he warned about a possible leak of the truth about the P virus. However, the ruler didn't care because the Venus project was already in full swing. With a cold order, he sent his subordinate away, remaining in the silence of the office. The man lazily reached for a cigarette, savoring the details of his secret game. Soon he struck a lighter, hiding his face in clouds of acrid smoke. The man pulled out a desk drawer where a forgotten photo frame lay. He smoked thoughtfully, not taking his cold gaze off his old find. Suddenly, he admitted to himself that he sincerely did not believe in the afterlife. Looking at Dorothy's photo, he promised her the hottest place in hell. Meanwhile, Kyra was screaming with delight, having found something truly cool. The girl hugged the ancient system unit, which promised to blow up this rotten world. She explained to her stunned friends the value of the old iron abandoned in the warehouse. The hacker easily bypassed disk formatting, restoring personal archives of secret data. Then she excitedly clicked the mouse, checking her team's readiness. And then the monitor came to life, playing a video with a shocking truth about the past. An archival recording of an interview with a young Dorothy started playing on the old monitor. The doctor spoke on screen about a new deadly virus and a life-saving vaccine. Kyra listened attentively to the scientist's reasoning about the terrible side effects. Neville froze as his grandmother said frightening things from the past. Suddenly, the on-screen Dorothy proposed a crazy plan: transfer human consciousness into AI. Kyra's mouth even opened in surprise at such a shocking idea. The red-haired boy swallowed the lump in his throat, realizing the scale of his grandmother's plan. Meanwhile, the team continued to silently watch this difficult confession from the past. In reality, Dorothy looked very tired but determined on the recording. The video soon cut out, starting the process of loading hidden memory data. She realized that the authorities were deliberately ignoring billions of victims in favor of extermination. Hasty angrily shouted that those responsible for the genocide would never be forgiven. Suddenly, Kara hinted that another mysterious person had foreseen the pandemic. The girl pointed to Hasty, linking the prophecy to the one who remade her. The android froze in shock, realizing the scale of her unknown master's plans. Kyra explained that Hasty was made into a super killer to counter the elite soldiers. The master knew the truth and turned Hasty into a weapon against the system. A memory surfaced of Dorothy asking for the power to protect her grandson. Hasty guessed that her grandmother had specially implanted Glinda's secret combat module into her. Meanwhile, Kyra was already making guesses about the dark deeds of that man. Kyra slyly hesitated, demanding Hasty's memory data to confirm her guesses. Android confirmed that the system restore was complete and data transfer was possible. The hacker jumped with delight, because she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Suddenly, a complex process of transmitting encrypted data to the brain began. Hasty touched her friend, sharing a secret stream of memories through the interface. The pink-eyed girl froze, feeling alien images flowing into her. Kyra laughed at Hasty's old mask and acknowledged Neville's coolness. Meanwhile, she analyzed facts about the genius creator and the pandemic. And then the hacker realized that her intuition about the master's identity was confirmed. Soon, the data transfer was successfully completed, leaving everyone in tense anticipation. Embarrassed, Hasty asked her friend to ignore any personal memories of hers. Suddenly, the system issued a dire warning about violating a secret law. It turned out that the law prohibited AI from digging into the data of secret identities. The team froze in horror, realizing the dire consequences of this violation. For such a crime, the system would have been completely erased of all information. The removal started instantly, reaching a critical 99%. Hasty watched in complete shock as her friend lost her memory. Meanwhile, Mamiya discovered the activation of a secret code in the hacker's mind. Suddenly, a bright flash signaled the launch of the Cheshire Cat protocol, and then the program blocked the deletion, starting emergency data recovery. Mamiya and Hasty watched their friend's strange awakening with alarm. Suddenly, Kyra's pink eyes opened wide, filled with recovered encrypted data. The girl screamed hysterically that she was almost ready to die in digital hell. Soon, she quickly checked the files, pleased with the minimal loss of important information. And then Kyra forced Mamiya to confirm the validity of the secret identity law. She remembered the elderly craftswoman whose skills had allowed her to create Hasty's perfect body. Now everything came together to form a coherent picture, confirming her wildest guesses. The excited hacker called out to Hasty sharply, barely containing the wild delight that engulfed her. Kyra admitted that the woman who remade the android was a true genius. But in fact, this great master turned out to be her own mother. Hasty froze, trying to comprehend her friend's sudden confession about motherhood. She asked again about her mother, and Kara only nodded confidently in response. Mamiya was seriously afraid that the blonde's processor had burned out from such a shock. The robot medic demanded an examination, but the hacker simply waved her off. Suddenly, Kyra pointed her finger at Hasty, calling her her mother, and then she declared Mamiya to be her mother, completely confusing everyone. However, the girl immediately crossed the red-haired boy off this list. It turned out that the woman created all the AIs and led the OZ team. The friends looked at each other because they had never heard of this team. Kyra explained that the House of OZ was just a cover for production. Meanwhile, Kyra told about the team of geniuses who created the first intelligence. She recalled the laws of robotics, which still limit androids. The girl mentioned a secret core of infinite energy within their complex systems. She then pointed to a central database with information from around the world. Kyra stated that absolutely everything in their world was created by those people. Hasty was amazed, because she thought Grandma Dorothy was just a junk dealer. And then Mamiya began to doubt, sensing some strange catch in this story. The robot medic noted that such great inventors should be in all textbooks. However, no records of these geniuses could be found online. But in reality, information about them was simply completely removed from history. Kyra explained how the Empire had cleverly erased any exploits these people had done. In 1958, everyone was registered online, deliberately ignoring those who were undesirable. In fact, even the paper archives were mercilessly burned at that time. The secret police quickly silenced all journalists seeking the truth. Meanwhile, Kyra revealed the secret zeroth article of the AI law. Hasty was perplexed by such injustice, but Kyra only threw up her hands. However, she admitted that they now had a new important key. Suddenly, it turned out that someone knew about the coming P-virus in advance. Mamiya decided to clarify the details, which obviously infuriated the impudent Kyra a little. Mamiya understood why the world so easily forgot about the existence of these people. Mamiya was outraged that Kyra was so indifferent to the tragedy of the past. Kyra explained that her owner was the child of a member of the legendary OZ team. The Cheshire Cat just wanted to know why his parents' information was erased. Suddenly, Kyra announced that Hasty was the very model of the OZ team. Now the daring girl decided to stay with them in order to reveal all the secrets. Hasty was delighted to have an ally and suggested that she finally drop all formalities. Kyra patted Neville in a proprietary manner, declaring them an inseparable gang of twins. Mamiya just looked on in silence at this sudden attack of friendliness and chaos. The robot medic acknowledged Kyra's usefulness, although her character was terribly irritating. And then Kyra decisively commanded everyone to immediately move to Sector O. They dashed forward while Mamiya grumbled about Kyra's dirty feet. Hasty silently thanked Dorothy for the new friend and the important old stories. And yet, the poor blonde's heart suddenly felt heavy. She didn't understand how such a kind person got involved in serious games. But in fact, someone's story began much earlier, under the setting sun. The unknown man slowly approached a dilapidated barn, behind which someone's grave was visible. Dr. Dorothy had a very strange and memorable medallion hanging on her wooden cross. The traveler immediately recognized the item because his father always wore a similar pendant. There was a soft click, and the mysterious relic in the boy's hands finally opened. And then he understood why his father never allowed him to touch her. Inside, the guy saw a photo of a smiling boy and a strange handwritten message. But in fact, there was a creepy quote about the sins of the fathers. 285 days later, the heroes found themselves in a gloomy underground tunnel. Mamiya expertly completed the complex peeling, preparing for the main part of the procedure. And then the medical robot began an experimental skin graft on Neville's back. The artificial tissues took root almost instantly, without causing any dangerous side effects. A focused Mamiya dryly commanded to continue, maintaining complete composure in her work. Hasty was overjoyed by the success, sincerely admiring Mamiya's skill. The updated Neville, with his cool glasses, no longer resembled an exhausted virus victim. Meanwhile, the android explained how this technology will help save people in the future. Hasty smiled warmly, remembering her very first meeting with little Neville. Mamiya warned that without the core's stimulus, the artificial skin would begin to decompose. Hasty apologized to the soulless mannequin whose shell they had so brazenly borrowed. And then the medic suddenly decided to take off her famous red bandage. The blonde was genuinely surprised by such a drastic transformation of her strict friend. Mamiya explained that it was best for them not to attract attention in Sector O. She added that the absence of one eye does not interfere with vision at all. The moment when Dora herself tied this piece of cloth on her came back to her mind. Hasty froze sympathetically, understanding the deep value of this thing for Mamiya. Suddenly, Kyra snorted ironically, not understanding the drama caused by an ordinary bandage. Kyra donned a maid's uniform, showing off her new disguise to her friends. Mamiya sighed skeptically, but Hasty was completely delighted. Kyra spoke like a robot servant, demonstrating her household settings. Hasty laughed merrily when she learned about her new friend's home background. The girl still felt like a dangerous modified product. She coquettishly waited for approval, but the medic was extremely stern. The group resolutely moved towards the mysterious EUO sector. After hundreds of days, the heroes finally left the dark underground shelter. Kyra opened the hatch, leaving the dangerous confines of Sector F6. Hasty saw the sky, realizing that they had reached their destination. The group finally reached the settlement where the mysterious Dr. Haston lived. Hasty was amazed by the huge crowd of people resettled here from epidemic zones. Kyra searched for the medical center while Mamiya hastily updated the general navigation. Hasty considered their safe arrival in this city a true miracle. Successful camouflage in the crowd was only possible thanks to Kyra's efforts. After 4 hours of travel, they stood still before the majestic view of the capital. The huge protective barrier looked truly frightening and impregnable up close. The local security system was far superior to anything they had seen before. Mamiya warned of a possible battle with super soldiers when attempting a breakout. Suddenly, Kyra called everyone to follow her, suggesting they take a different route. Kyra cheerfully announced the start of a penetration course for beginners. The first thing she did was tell everyone to climb into the sewer drain pipe. She advised against panicking when seeing patrol robots that resemble cans. Suddenly, the picture changed, capturing their shared determination and joy. Meanwhile, Kyra easily fooled all the surveillance sensors. Kyra, with her funny hairdo, boasted that hacking the system was a piece of cake. It turned out that their success depended solely on Kyra's incredible hacking abilities. But Hasty understood that the most difficult test was still ahead. Suddenly, Mamiya announced that the navigation had been updated and that she was ready to move on. The required disease control center was only 1.5 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Mamiya decided to split up, which puzzled Hasty quite a bit. She explained that the capital's quarantine literally sees right through people. The risk is too great, because Neville will be discovered immediately at the first checkpoint, and any error in the medical record will lead them straight to Martin. Mamiya gave her companions a wad of money and told them to look for a place to live. Kyra volunteered to follow, deciding to test the security system beforehand. The girl sarcastically noticed the bitter expression on the serious medic's face. Mamiya told her to behave decently, but Kyra just joked about it. Hasty promised the tired boy a rest, not noticing the cops' surveillance. Suddenly, a stern patrolman blocked their path, demanding attention. The patrolman introduced himself and reminded everyone about the strict measures being taken against the dangerous epidemic. The cops began a total search of citizens, not letting a single person through. And then Hasty realized that the moment of truth had finally arrived for them. A robotic lawman threatened prison for the slightest violation of martial law in the capital. He decided to scan Neville himself because numbers never lie. The boy froze, trying not to reveal his true nature to the stern enemy. Hasty meekly agreed to the test, desperately hoping for Mamiya's skill. The patrolman held the buzzing baton to the guy's back for a detailed reading. The scanner beeped obnoxiously as it analyzed every millimeter of Neville's freshly transplanted skin. And then the cop dryly made another extremely suspicious demand. The patrolman curtly demanded that Neville immediately remove his coat and glasses. Hasty slowly pulled the hood off her small and frightened master's head. The boy took off his glasses, revealing his tired and reddened eyes to the world. The robot lawman looked suspiciously at the face of the motionless and silent Neville for a long time. Hasty froze in anxious anticipation, fearing that their dangerous secret would be revealed. Meanwhile, she remembered their recent serious conversation in the car. Mamiya explained that fooling the city's systems is much more difficult than fooling the human eye. It turns out that AI instantly recognizes any alien by their unique DNA structure. They needed a reliable way to confuse scanners during the upcoming inspection. Suddenly, Kyra pulled out a strange amulet and told the boy to put it on. Kyra, with a predatory smile, showed off her gift, namely a personalized diamond. The friends were shocked because Kyra made this thing while everyone was sleeping. Hasty tenderly placed the necklace on Neville, changing her mind about making it a farewell necklace. Suddenly, Hasty suspected something was wrong and, in a nervous fit, loudly called out to Kyra. The dark-skinned girl simply asked slyly about data priority levels. Hasty remembered how red-haired Neville used to persistently chase her. But the system failed because the DNA and retina did not match. Kyra explained that the main data source always zeroes out any inconsistencies. The android tearfully begged to stop immersing herself in these bitter memories. Kyra calmly suggested simply changing priorities in order to find the truth. Kyra explained that the trinket was emitting interference and replacing Neville's data. The false information worked just as a suspicious cop approached. And then the scanner showed that in front of it was an ordinary sick person. The officer thanked them for their cooperation and completed the investigation. Meanwhile, the policeman asked if they were treating the guy's eyes. Hasty sweetly lied about quickly receiving medicine for the gentleman. The guard saluted and finally left them. The friends exchanged glances, realizing that their cool bluff had succeeded. But in reality, they were simply celebrating the completion of the mission. Hasty felt happy seeing Neville return to normal life. Hasty sincerely believed that Neville would soon recover and become himself. After a successful check, the friends calmly set off to look for housing. Meanwhile, a suspicious girl was watching them from ambush. The stranger grinned predatorily, anticipating easy prey in the person of a child. At this time, the control center completed the verification of Mamiya's identity. The operator confirmed that he was facing a medic from a secret sector. The robot explained her transfer by saying she worked in the legendary Dora's laboratory. Mamiya flatly refused to disclose details of the service, citing confidentiality. The purpose of the visit was to convey important information to Dr. Huster. The center employee nodded and gave the android a one-time access code. The operator asked in surprise whether this cheeky girl had come with Mamiya. The robot sternly reminded that outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering the closed laboratory. Suddenly, the guy at the control panel calmly allowed Kyra to go inside. It turned out that this strict ban had been lifted a couple of months ago. The nurse then gestured for them to follow him down the long corridors. And then Mamiya became tense, because before it was simply impossible to get here. Meanwhile, the android cautiously inquired about the progress in developing a life-saving antidote. The guide only mysteriously promised that she would find out everything herself now. The heavy airlock doors slid smoothly apart with a quiet rustling sound. But in fact, inside, a wild drunken party was in full swing. Inside, there was complete chaos with drunken scientists and scattered bottles. The friends stood in shock on the threshold, not believing their eyes. Mamiya whispered in shock, trying to understand the reason for this madness. Suddenly, a loud, self-satisfied shout came from behind the door of the conference room. The stranger joyfully slammed the table with a powerful, full house combination. The shaggy guy brazenly asked if anyone had any better cards. And then someone interrupted him by putting 4 aces on the table. His colleagues whistled in surprise, as Martin usually had no luck. The guy smiled bitterly and took a big sip from the flask. Dora's student cynically stated that the world would soon end anyway. Meanwhile, some couple was openly making out right on the work desk. Empty bottles of expensive wine and beer were scattered everywhere. Kyra asked with a sneer whether this was their vaunted elite. Seeing this disgrace, the robot medic dryly stated the failure of the fight against the virus. The girl cheerfully threw her hands behind her head and asked about the end of humanity. But the nurse seriously asked not to rush to such gloomy conclusions. It turns out that a couple of months ago, scientists were working here day and night. They supported each other even when many were broken by failure. Ultimately, their hellish work allowed them to create a prototype of a life-saving vaccine. Ignoring past failures, they launched the first clinical trials with hope. A group of doctors injected a drug into a guy strapped to a chair. And then the patient roared, throwing the doctors aside. Martin shot the infected man in cold blood, stopping the bloodbath in the laboratory. After this disaster, the survivors broke down and descended into drunken self-destruction. The nurse admitted that he had no idea what news Mamiya had come with. But the guy sincerely hoped that this visit would shake up the fallen scientists. Meanwhile, Martin was excitedly shuffling the deck, anticipating another victory. He brazenly declared that the losers would be left in their underwear. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the announcement of an important visit from a robot from the AMS. The doctor suddenly tensed up when he heard about his mentor, Dora's personal assistant. Hasty begged the young master to walk a little slower, but the guy ran happily, making the maid worry about the consequences. Suddenly, a street artist offered to draw the boy, but Hasty pulled him away. The maid strictly ordered me to be careful and not to make any sounds. She sadly admitted that the virus had rolled back the boy's mind to that of a preschooler. Neville stared at the holograms in fascination, wanting to catch up on what he had missed in the city. Hasty asked to take her hand and walk slowly. And then the girl in the cap deliberately smashed ice cream into his back. The stranger began to feign panic, loudly lamenting about the misunderstanding that had occurred. Having apologized for the crush, the cunning spy insistently ordered him to take off his jacket for cleaning. Hasty calmed the guy down by promising to clean his ruined jacket herself. A cunning, calculating green eye gleamed under the pink cap. While the android was diligently rubbing the fabric, the girl quietly reached back. Nimble fingers quietly unhooked the red diamond from the boy's hood. An unsuspecting maid promised to remove a stain at the hotel. Suddenly, the robot's internal radars began to beep alarmingly, warning of danger. The girl was shocked to realize that the signal from Kara's crystal had become distant. But in fact, the petty thief had already disappeared into the crowd. The maid shouted an apology and suddenly rushed after the impudent girl. And then, while running, she crashed into a passerby with all her might. Hasty quickly apologized to the angry passerby for the accidental collision. And then the system alarmingly reported a critical distance from the crystal signal. Meanwhile, the nimble thief had already turned into a dead-end alley. The girl in the pink cap quickly and confidently ran away. She grinned smugly, genuinely delighted at the incredibly easy prey. As she ran, the thief examined the red stone, assessing her catch. Suddenly, right behind me, the pursuer landed with epic force. The girl suddenly shuddered when she heard a heavy step behind her. She turned around in fear at the stern request to immediately return what was stolen. Hasty resolutely extended her hand, demanding that this important artifact be handed over. The thief was surprised, not understanding how they managed to track her down. Hasty desperately began to beg the impudent woman to return this useless stone. But the girl only stuck out her tongue, teasing them with her impunity. Meanwhile, she reminded that AI is prohibited from harming people. The thief added maliciously that the police didn't care about such trifles. And then the impudent woman stepped forward, continuing to escalate the situation. And then she came right up to the stunned Neville, provoking a fight. The thief mockingly stated that the boy wouldn't take a step without the android. The red-haired man's eyes flashed with anger and horror from such humiliating ridicule. Suddenly, an angry Hasty fiercely stood up for her young master. The thief snorted contemptuously, shaming the boy for his cowardice in front of his peer. She asked sarcastically how long he would hide behind the robot. Suddenly, Neville grabbed her wrist with lightning speed and a death grip. The impudent girl only grinned, surprised by the little boy's suddenly awakened pride. Looking into his darkened eyes, the girl boldly offered to fight him. But the next moment she screamed hysterically in sharp pain. A frightened Hasty tried to dissuade her enraged young master. The thief panicked, afraid that the guy would simply break her arm. She could not understand where such monstrous strength came from in the child. And suddenly, a terrible low rumble erupted from the chest of the fierce Neville. She looked with horror at the creepy eyes and the frightening voice. The thought was beating in her head that everything that was happening was simply impossible. The sharp push sent the thief flying to the side, screaming in pain. Hasty, pulling Neville away, begged him to stop and come to his senses. And then she anxiously asked the frightened girl if she was hurt. The thief was shaking violently, and real panic was visible in her eyes. Neville was still breathing heavily, looking at her with a mad gaze through his glasses. The girl forcefully threw the stolen crystal right at the guy's feet, and with a trembling voice she asked if he was happy now, after which she turned and ran away, not paying any attention to Hasty. The girl ran as fast as she could down the narrow alley. Hasty just looked at the fleeing thief in confusion. Then the android silently bent down and picked up the thing that had been thrown to the ground. While putting the lace on the guy, she anxiously asked about the reasons for the breakdown. The maid gently reproached the master for his excessive cruelty towards the offender. She added sadly that such violence was not at all like him. Meanwhile, the action moved to the building of the old little hotel. There, an elegant bartender in white gloves was slowly polishing a glass. Suddenly, Isaac was distracted by loud shouts right from the doorway. The breathless thief burst in, demanding an immediate answer to her question. The bartender sighed heavily, clearly not pleased by such a noisy intrusion. He admonishingly reminded the girl of the rules of decency and good manners. She only snorted in response, still remembering the creepy guy. The thief asked Isaac if the monster could pass a police DNA test. Meanwhile, the bartender calmly took her cap in his hands. And then he asked reproachfully if she had stolen it. The girl was indignant, reminding him that she had only been caught stealing once. And she added angrily that she was offended by such distrust on the part of her subordinate. Meanwhile, on the street, she accidentally crashed into someone's back. And with horror, I realized that I had stained someone's clothes with ice cream. The girl realized in horror that the android was secretly recording her crimes. Isaac coolly explained that the cap served as a hidden police camera. Flashing his monocle sternly, he recalled his recent serious warning. The thief swallowed nervously, dreading the inevitable and severe punishment. The next moment, she collapsed onto the mattress with an indignant squeak. Finding herself locked in, the girl furiously demanded that the old green door be opened immediately. Through the window, Isaac adamantly ordered her to sit in the attic for a day. The captive was angrily outraged by the car's insolence towards its owner. The bartender calmly corrected her by saying that he served her father for the sake of her upbringing. And with obvious sadness, he added that the stubborn lady does not grow up. The bartender asked if such behavior would break her father's heart. The girl cringed and whispered bitterly that she would like to see this. She admitted that she accidentally found out about the exorbitant price of her father's medicine. Alice, in despair, recalled the empty hotel without a single guest. Isaac sternly told his mistress not to worry about adult problems. He promised to find the money himself, telling her to focus on her studies. And as punishment for theft, he ordered me to write 50 pages of reflections. Suddenly, the hotel's entrance bell rang loudly, breaking the silence. Apologizing for the intrusion, new visitors suddenly appeared on the threshold. It was Hasty and a gloomy Neville who came to rent a spare room. Meanwhile, outside Dr. Martin's private office, the shocking news of Dora's death was being discussed. Mamiya said that after becoming infected, Dora continued her experiments. She was sure that this news would come as a shock to Dr. Martin. However, in the office, the casually dressed Martin only yawned lazily and loudly. He asked indifferently if this was the only reason they had come all this way. Dora's assistant was genuinely shocked by such a cold reaction to the teacher's death. Martin, however, philosophized indifferently that death was a common occurrence these days. His robot assistant contemptuously called the doctor absolutely useless and hopeless. In desperation, Mamiya screamed that Dora's last words were meant specifically for him, and she added that Dora had bequeathed all her data to Dr. Martin. In fact, the data contained a ready-made formula for the drug. The sleepy doctor jumped up in shock at what he heard. The robot, in all seriousness, confirmed the successful creation of the vaccine. Martin's gaze instantly cleared and he eagerly demanded the files. To this, Mamiya calmly pointed to her memory bank. Suddenly, a secret archive opened right from her hand. Martin stared in disbelief at the glowing holographic drawings and diagrams. Having quickly studied the most complex formulas, he was simply speechless. The doctor asked in shock if these brilliant calculations were really real. The assistant confirmed that Dora completed this monumental work single-handedly. Martin muttered in amazement that it was simply unthinkable to create something like this on his own. He sincerely admired Dora's genius, which surpassed their entire science department. Hearing this, Mamiya felt hopeful and realized that it was really possible to create a vaccine. The android girl immediately and readily offered to assist the doctor. Suddenly, the glowing eyes of the robot medic opened wide in silent horror. Martin calmly brought up a window for deleting all files on the holographic screen, and without the slightest hesitation, he confirmed the destruction of his mentor's greatest work. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Hasty politely asked for a free room. The bartender Isaac silently and very carefully looked at the unexpected guests. And then he was shocked to recognize the recent victims of his restless mistress. Suddenly, there was a quiet squeak, and the stranger's shiny monocle suddenly came to life. The built-in scanner quickly analyzed Neville, confirming that he was human. The man narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, silently digesting the information received from the system. And then the porter politely invited our heroes to inspect the vacant room. Once inside the spacious room, he asked if they were satisfied with the apartment. Hasty looked around the cozy surroundings with joy, surprised at the choice of such an inconspicuous hotel. It turned out that she was specifically looking online for a quiet and rundown place. And then the girl panicked, realizing that she had blurted out about the wretchedness out loud. However, the tactful administrator merely calmly suggested that the guests set the dinner table. But the blonde with a sweet smile refused, asking him not to worry. The porter was genuinely shocked by the refusal, because food is sacred. He began to enthusiastically praise their signature raclette, enticing guests. But Hasty politely explained that her master was ill and could not eat. The man accepted this fact with obvious disappointment, complaining about such a pity. As we parted, he politely reminded us that he was always ready to help at the reception desk. Left alone in the corridor, he quietly closed the door of his room behind him. The porter paused, analyzing their answers and trying to understand the true motives for their visit. And then he realized that some doubts were still gnawing at him. It is strange that they chose them because they were sparsely populated, clearly avoiding unnecessary attention. But on the other hand, how could a robot maid lie so skillfully? The man remembered the frightened girl whose arm the red-haired guy almost broke. Comparing the facts, he doubted that such a sick child was physically so strong. At this time, Alice anxiously asked Isaac about ways to bypass a police check. The administrator remained silent, clearly in no hurry to reveal his true cards to the girl. At first, he wanted to teach her some manners, but decided to just observe for now. Suddenly, an alarm signal flashed on his glove, interrupting Isaac's drawn-out thoughts. The porter coldly stated that it was time to pay a visit to his mysterious master. With a firm gesture, he pulled out a small leather box from under his jacket. Inside was a medical syringe and an ampule with some kind of cloudy composition. Meanwhile, Hasty almost overheated in the room trying to circumvent the AI's laws. Hasty admitted that lying makes her feel almost alive. Neville listened to her revelations in silence, lost in his own heavy thoughts. The girl looked into his face with concern, not understanding his condition. Suddenly, she came to her senses and suggested that the gentleman take off his jacket so that he could wash it quickly. She kindly remarked that the guy didn't look well and that he needed to rest. And then he slowly took off his glasses, staring into space with an absent gaze. The blonde assumed that the sharp words of the frightened girl were to blame. Suddenly, a signal sounded and a cheerful Kyra appeared on the hologram. Hasty boasted to her friend that thanks to her gift, they easily passed the test. However, Kyra hesitated, looking at the dejected Mamiya, who was clearly in trouble. Hasty was horrified by the news that her friends had screwed up big time. Kyra refused to explain the details in a public place, specifying their current location. Having learned the address, the girl promised to be there soon and suddenly cut off the connection. The blonde became worried and decided to warn the administration about the imminent arrival of new guests. She warned Neville that she would be heading down to the reception desk for a moment. Left completely alone, the red-haired guy stared dejectedly out the window of the room. Alice's taunts about his helplessness still echoed in his head. The girl venomously noted that he couldn't even object to her. She was sure that without his android, Neville was absolutely worthless. And then the guy remembered her main reproach about always sitting behind AI's back. Neville hugged himself in defeat, literally burning with shame and helplessness. Meanwhile, Alice slammed the window open, deciding to escape from captivity. She raged against Isaac's tyranny, clinging to a drainpipe outside the building. The girl accidentally noticed a dejected Neville in the window on the floor below and froze. She firmly stated that she would do anything to save her father. Suddenly, Neville heard a strange creaking sound and cautiously looked outside. Alice screamed in surprise, almost falling off the slippery pipe. The guy stared at the uninvited guest in shock, not believing his own eyes. Oil painting? One frozen in the doorway, the other hanging on the hotel wall. And then the girl screamed hysterically, completely losing her balance from sudden fear. Neville screamed in surprise when he saw the uninvited guest outside the window. The girl in the hoodie awkwardly slid off the roof right in front of the guy. Her soul treacherously slid across the tiles, depriving her of any hope of staying on her feet. The poor thing realized in horror that she was falling down, letting out a short scream. As she fell into the abyss, she desperately waved her arms, trying to cling to the air. At the last moment, someone's strong hand managed to intercept her thin wrist. Gritting his teeth with the effort, Neville held on to the ridiculous acrobat with all his might. The girl, hanging over the abyss, froze, not believing her sudden salvation. The face of that very red-haired hero was reflected in her wide-open eyes. Meanwhile, Hasty calmly watched the unfolding drama under the light of the chandelier. Hasty sensed something was wrong and decided it would be better to visit her owner later. A gloomy staircase led to the basement where the terrible secrets of this house were hidden. An unknown person in white gloves roughly thrust a syringe into the vein-covered arm. The delirious man drooled as they whispered to him about his grieving daughter. The prisoner was shackled with heavy chains, urging him to get better for the sake of little Alice. The mysterious blonde man in a monocle looked coldly into the eyes of his victim. The gentleman chained to the wall only wheezed in pain, losing the remnants of his sanity. Meanwhile, Neville finally pulled the rescued girl back onto the roof. The stranger timidly thanked her savior, still trembling from the fear she had experienced. The red-haired guy just stood there in bewildered silence, realizing the absurdity of the meeting that had just taken place. Neville hurried to leave, but the persistent girl called out to him, demanding that he wait. She suddenly grabbed the guy, not letting him put on his eye-hiding glasses. Having looked closely, the guest confidently declared that he too was that creature. Neville, embarrassed, pushed her away sharply, trying to stop this strange interrogation. He rushed away, and the astonished girl barely had time to scream after him. But she was not going to give up and again loudly demanded that they stop. The brave girl caught up with the fugitive and knocked him to the floor with a powerful grip. Having fallen with him, she blurted out that her father was such a creature. Pinning the guy to the floor, she demanded to know the secret of his clear mind. Then she asked him point blank if he was taking the same secret medicine. Neville was surprised, seriously wondering if this mysterious medicine really worked. Meanwhile, a butler wearing a monocle suddenly appeared at the door of the hall. He politely apologized to Hasty for stepping away for a minute. The android asked to extend the reservation, as companions would soon join them. Hasty clarified that she was waiting for 2 AIs, whom the administrator considered to be adult guests. The butler visibly tensed up, not understanding how 2 robots were traveling without people. He suggested a family suite, as Hasty was afraid of her partner's constant quarrels. The polite host invited the guest to follow him to complete all the paperwork. Suddenly, screams came from above, causing Hasty and the butler to turn around in unison. The girl's desperate cry about her father creature echoed throughout the estate. The butler jumped up, amazed by Lady Alice's daring escape from the attic. Through the closed doors of the corridor, her persistent questions about the medicine could still be heard. Having knocked down the door, Isaac rushed in panic to help his young mistress. Alice froze when she saw the butler, and Neville, pinned to the floor, only groaned quietly. Isaac moved forward with lightning speed to eliminate the perceived threat. Hasty reacted instantly to the attack, rushing to intercept and defend her master. The butler deftly intercepted Alice, and Hasty hugged Neville tightly. The man looked at the girl anxiously, checking to see if the creature had bitten her. Hasty dryly replied that her master never attacked people. Isaac admitted, confused, that his sensors saw the boy as human. Hasty hugged the frightened Neville, ready to protect him to the end. Isaac sternly ordered Lady Alice to go to her room immediately. The girl tried to object, but the butler's icy order made her shudder. Muttering under her breath about strange people and robots, Alice reluctantly left. She gave a final sad look, clearly not wanting to leave things like this. The door slammed loudly, leaving the heroes alone with the suspicious butler. Isaac exhaled heavily, trying to suppress the surging irritation and fatigue. Hasty begged for trust, and the man suddenly invited everyone to sit down. He admitted that there were plenty of secrets in this house on both sides. The palace offered to have a heart-to-heart talk, without lies and unnecessary omissions. Isaac said thoughtfully, realizing the uniqueness of Neville's situation. He called the boy's case special, because his mind began to recover on its own. Dvoretsky asked whether such progress was possible without a single drop of medication. Meanwhile, Hasty directly asked her interlocutor about the effectiveness of that very treatment. The android asked point-blank whether Isaac considered those infected with the flu to be fully-fledged people. The man decided to start with the last question, his face darkened by the difficult memories. He said that his master was a strong veteran who adored his daughter Alice. Then, just under a month ago, everything collapsed due to a sudden attack. Alice's father instantly turned into a wheezing monster, losing his human appearance. The unfortunate man screamed hysterically as the virus finally took over his body. Little Alice watched in horror as her father lost his mind. Isaac instantly shielded the girl, snatching a knife to protect himself from the distraught owner. The little girl screamed desperately, trying to stop the butler from taking the fatal step. The former veteran only roared furiously, no longer recognizing his own daughter. Suddenly, the monster sank its teeth into Isaac's hand, which was protecting Lady Alice. The butler coldly declared that he was obliged to kill this creature for the safety of his mistress. The sobbing girl ordered Isaac to see her beloved father in this monster. She demanded that a cure be found at all costs and that her father be healed. And then Isaac admitted that he was only pretending for the sake of the little mistress's peace of mind. In fact, he never considered the prisoner in the basement to be a living person. Isaac admitted that he had been collecting information bit by bit in order to save his master. Eventually, he managed to get his hands on a mysterious briefcase with the CDC emblem. Hasty learned that the drug was purchased for an exorbitant price at the control center. Dvoretsky confirmed that this is an experimental drug for the deadly pea flu. The android was shocked because there was still no official vaccine. According to scientists, the drug restored the creatures to an almost human appearance and intelligence. Hasty doubted the fairness of the deal, but Isaac had compelling evidence. The first thing he did was point out the impeccable reputation of the creator of this powerful tool. It turned out that the young genius worked on it together with Dora Francis herself. This legendary epidemiologist turned out to be none other than Martin Haston. Hasty was in complete shock, not believing in the success of Dora's student. Thoughts of Kyra confused her, making her doubt what she had seen. Isaac admitted that reputation was not enough to justify faith in such salvation. But soon the butler mentioned the main piece of evidence that turned everything upside down. Suddenly, the signals from Kyra's pearl broke the silence, heralding the imminent arrival of guests. Kyra burst into the room with a bang, happily greeting her chocolate bar. The girls rushed to hug, filling the old estate building with noise and laughter. Isaac politely asked if these two noisy individuals were new companions. Kyra immediately began the interrogation, looking suspiciously at the unfamiliar man in the monocle. The butler offered to upgrade the room to a suite, impressing Kyra with such service. Manya firmly refused the upgrade, shocking the defiant Kyra. The robot then politely asked Isaac to let them discuss matters in private. But Hasty suddenly insisted that Isaac stay in this room too. The blonde explained that the guy is now in the same boat with them. And below, bound in chains, a sick and exhausted man groaned painfully. It turned out that someone infected with the terrible flu had been secretly hidden in this basement all this time. Hasty asked Mamiya to examine the poor fellow and assess his chances of recovery. Mamiya agreed to carry out the diagnostics without further ado and approached the prisoner. While the patient was thrashing about in his shackles, The robot calmly began examining his eyes. Mamiya's interface flickered, scanning the pressure and alarming hemorrhaging in the patient's pupils. The medic systems counted the pulse and temperature, analyzing the composition of the unfortunate man's blood. Isaac asked hopefully if there were any signs of the long-awaited improvement. Mamiya gloomily stated that they had been cruelly deceived about the man's condition. The guy froze in shock, realizing the full horror of the words he heard from the robot. Bioscans showed that the patient was no different from other doomed prisoners. The robot added that the Center for Disease Control had long ago given up and abandoned the search. Hasty asked in a panic about Dr. Martin, hoping for a miraculous rescue. Mamiya's memory flashed back to the moment he deleted the classified data from Dr. Dora. The information was irrevocably erased, leaving only a void in the medic's digital mind. Suddenly, Mamiya screamed as someone roughly grabbed her thin wrist. Mamiya screamed furiously that the deleted data from Dr. Dora was the original. The stranger calmly declared that their method of treatment had proven to be absolutely useless. It turns out that Control Center made the same useless discovery 2 months ago. 9 days of clinical trials on sick people ended in complete failure. Mamiya recalled the despair of the researchers when their last hope finally faded. The robot understood the risks, but hoped that Neville's existence would change the situation. Now she was afraid to show Neville to those who had fallen so low. Hasty asked in confusion what step they should take now. Isaac was lost in thought, analyzing every word of the disappointed medic. The guy objected, noting that this information was very different from his data. Isaac said he had heard about the center's amazing progress in finding a cure. Mamiya snapped that this was a lie by the researchers, designed to draw the guy into a scam. She understood his feelings, but she refused to take people's words at their word without facts. Isaac agreed that the empty words of doctors could not be a reliable source. Suddenly, he activated the projection, promising to show irrefutable and concrete evidence. The entire group, including the lurking Neville, stared at the secret video screen. The footage showed a crazed test subject, Joshua, thrashing violently in a cage before the drug was administered. After the 13th injection, the aggression disappeared and the patient began to mutter something quietly. On the 29th dose, an exhausted Joshua clearly called out to his mother through the glass. The girls gasped. The viral patient spoke, having regained his lost human mind. Kyra confirmed the authenticity of the video, finding no traces of editing in it. Isaac said that they intend to sell this drug tonight. The guy invited his companions to go with him if they were interested in the medicine. Meanwhile, a female doctor entered the office, reminding Martin that it was time to begin. Martin sat in deep darkness, depressed and completely overwhelmed by some thoughts. The colleague turned on the light, wondering why he was hiding in the dark alone. She asked if his condition was due to his meeting with Mamiya today. The woman lit a cigarette, admitting that their teacher was a genius who had accomplished the impossible single-handedly. She reproached Martin for his silence because Mamiya had come a long way for him. The doctor only gloomily inquired at what specific time their deal was scheduled. It's almost 11 o'clock, the time for the secret and dangerous deal to begin. Mamiya gave the command to move out, and Kyra readily supported this call. The medic robot hoped to catch Dr. Martin with his fellow researchers. The plan is simple: see their reaction and finally get to the bottom of the truth. The daring Kyra was looking forward to the moment when the whole truth would come out. With a determined look, Mamiya opened the door, leading the team into the unknown night. Heavy combat robots patrolled the streets, reporting no activity. But Kyra masterfully hacked the patrolman's system, ordering him to change his route. The Iron Guardian obediently turned around, confirming the adjustment of its path in the system. The group slipped past in the shadows as the hacked robot walked away. Isaac was genuinely amazed at how easily Kyra hacked the soldier's AI. However, Hasty looked depressed, clenching her hands as anxiety grew inside her. Kyra joked that her outfit gave her a bonus to hacking overgrown iron weapons. The blonde admitted that she left Neville alone for the first time in a long time. Isaac calmed her down, reminding her that soldiers do not enter houses without permission. The guy explained that the curfew was introduced only to ensure total control of the streets. Suddenly, Isaac stopped, pointing with his hand to the meeting point they needed. The deal was to take place in a majestic and ancient Gothic cathedral. Hasty froze in amazement because she had never seen such monuments before. Mamiya asked her friend to share her vision, deciding to stay on guard with Kyra. Hasty confirmed the request for shared vision, activating a live broadcast for Mamiya. Mamiya identified 3 options: a brazen deception, a weak medicine, or Martin's lie. The robot medic recalled the moment of deception and tried to find logic in the doctor's actions. He's probably just wary of the strict Code Blue protocols of medical androids. Suddenly, Mamiya realized that Martin also knew about the secret Venus project. She sent Hasty inside alone to elicit the most natural reaction from the doctor. Mamiya and Kyra nimbly jumped onto the roof of the cathedral for covert observation. Isaac invited Hasty to finally come inside, and she resolutely agreed. The massive doors of the cathedral creaked open, letting the couple into the semi-darkness of the hall. The blonde gasped when she saw what was hidden behind the threshold of the ancient building. A huge crowd of hundreds of androids in formal attire appeared before Hasty. The blonde froze in shock, not understanding how this was even possible. She had no idea that so many robots were secretly caring for virus patients. Until this point, Isaac and Hasty had only conducted their dealings in back alleys. The girl was amazed at the number of AIs who found themselves in the same difficult situation. Watching through the cameras, Mamiya and Kyra also couldn't believe their eyes. From the roof, it was possible to see how more and more robots continued to flock to the cathedral. The medic realized that there were many more intelligent beings hiding in this city. At that moment, the heavy bell on the cathedral tower thunderously struck midnight. Isaac gloomily stated that the time had finally come to begin the main deal. To the deafening sound of the bell, people in creepy masks came out to the altar. The strangers in cloaks carried heavy cases, clearly filled with that very drug. One of the merchants, wearing a plague doctor mask, looked particularly sinister and powerful. Mamiya recognized the masks through the broadcast, hiding faces from AI recognition systems. Hasty tried with bated breath to guess which of the three was Martin. The ringleader cynically stated that he had decided to carry out all the night deals at once. He explained that demand is growing and supplies are too small for everyone in need. For this reason, the businessman brazenly raised the price per dose tenfold. Isaac was taken aback by such impudence, because the sum had become simply unaffordable. Hasty calculated the new price in horror, but the reality turned out to be even worse. The price of the drug skyrocketed, shocking Hasty with its exorbitant cost. Mamiya calculated the expenses, deciding to secretly use Dora's savings to make the purchase. Meanwhile, Kyra grinned maliciously as she watched people being fleeced. In the gloomy temple, a line of maids formed to see the creepy plague doctors. Siegfried politely asked the masked men to look at the important medical records. The young man showed a video of a sick lady who was not getting any help from therapy. But the fanatical doctors merely cursed, flatly refusing to make a diagnosis based on the video. Suddenly, one of them roughly kicked Siegfried, horrifying Hasty. The masked brute ordered the guy to take the drug and get away quickly. And then Hasty pulled out her main trump card, the title deed to the house. The red-haired maid realized with horror that she didn't have enough cash for a new dose. But the doctor only became furious, demanding cash instead of documents for the house. The impudent man rudely drove her away so that she would not hold up the profitable line. Siegfried told the girl to leave, seeing how her fists were trembling with powerlessness. Mamiya instantly saw the catch, realizing that this was all just a blatant scam. The medic robot has figured out the true purpose of these Reapers, and it's clearly not money. Hasty watched the proceedings closely, preparing to intervene in this circus. Suddenly, the red-haired girl screamed desperately, demanding that she be given the vital drug. She grabbed the businessman, reminding him of the fatal consequences of missing an injection. The maid explained in a panic that without the 27th dose, the mistress would not survive. The red-haired girl begged to accept the house, just to get the coveted bottle. The masked doctor was infuriated by this drama and slowly drew his weapon. Suddenly, he pointed a powerful gun right at the unfortunate maid's face. The sadist explained that this gun would turn any android into a piece of metal. He told the crowd to watch closely, intending to make a show of brutal reprisal. The businessman stated that this would happen to every AI that stood in a person's way. Meanwhile, the spectators in the hall froze in horror, awaiting the inevitable shot. Suddenly, Hasty flew into the frame with lightning speed, smashing the dangerous weapon into pieces. Siegfried was stunned, not believing his eyes as he looked at the blonde. The brave Hasty loomed over the charlatans, demanding an answer for all this chaos. Hasty asked in a rage if there were any people left among those scum. Hasty launched a wild brawl, effectively throwing enemies through the air. The masked scientists screamed, cursing the deranged android for the attack. The blonde sternly reminded the crowd of their dastardly deal with the robots. She threw the accusation in the face of the bespectacled man who ignored the progress of his patients. Kyra rejoiced at the rebellion, but Mamiya was seriously frightened by the violation of laws. Hasty asked directly about the scientists' responsibility and the benefits of their medicine. The The doctor only made cowardly excuses, calling all of Hasty's words complete nonsense. A mysterious voice suddenly confirmed that this is the essence of people. The stranger philosophically summed up that humanity always does this kind of shit. Hasty froze in shock, realizing the full depth of human treachery. Martin suddenly appeared from above, accusing him of using discarded medical junk. The masked doctor sat down, immediately recognizing him as Martin. Hasty stood in shock as she looked at the man who had uncovered this vile plot. And then Mamiya realized that this guy was definitely not in business. The doctor sternly addressed all the machines, calling on them to turn on their brains. He pointed his finger harshly at the freaks who were pushing dangerous junk to the robots. As it turned out, these drugs were simply rejects, whose place was in the landfill. Martin frankly admitted that the temporary success was just a single random anomaly. Meanwhile, the drug was causing horrific failures, literally killing all infected patients. Finally, he demanded that the injections be stopped before everything went to hell. The scientists ran away in panic, screaming about the curse and an imminent escape. Suddenly, Martin rushed after them, angrily demanding answers from the fleeing enemies. Hasty instantly realized that it was vitally important for her to follow Dr. Martin. And then someone suddenly froze, hearing about an emergency incident. Kyra remembered the strange behavior of the soldiers that she had noticed much earlier. In fact, 5 robots have already switched from peaceful patrol to attack. Suddenly, one of the men grabbed a gun that was only meant for elite soldiers. Kyra immediately saw through the long-standing conspiracy between ordinary lab technicians and the top brass of the army. Hasty realized with horror the people's insidious plan to quickly clear out the witnesses. The fugitives reported the deal to Lieutenant Nina, who lazily gave permission to begin. The fugitives shouted about transferring money and handing over secret addresses of targets. The cowardly scientist demanded that they leave quickly while the soldiers covered their retreat. Meanwhile, Nina Heldorf sent an order to all patrols via the terminal. The screen displayed the files of those she considered dirty scum. The senior lieutenant ordered to destroy everyone and not let anyone escape. She sent a cleanup squad straight to the cathedral for a bloody massacre. The heavily armed soldiers moved in unison to carry out their mistress's orders. Nina was looking forward to a fat jackpot and praise for catching a valuable fish. Suddenly, an iron boot knocked down the door to the shelter with a crash. With a deafening clang, the robots burst inside, preparing to carry out the death sentence. Nina stared at the monitor in shock, seeing the frightening awakening of the combat android. Meanwhile, Hasty sparked with power, preparing for an epic battle with the robots. She ordered Kyra to fly to the hotel as fast as she could to urgently protect the owner. As it turned out, traitors could have found out their secret address and leaked it to the military. Kyra instantly rushed towards Neville while her friend took the brunt of the blow. Mamiya was ordered to catch up with Dr. Martin and find out the details of the dastardly plot. At that moment, Hasty realized that the fate of all people was now in her hands. The blonde fearlessly blocked the enemy's path, promising to save every innocent person. The scientists fled in disgrace, cursing Martin for his sudden and impudent appearance. These rats dreamed only of luxury with their dirty, bloody millions. Martin dashingly jumped over the fence, overtaking the laboratory technicians fleeing in panic. Suddenly, he kicked one of the bastards in the face with a powerful kick. The scientist fell to the ground with a crash, writhing in sharp pain. The bespectacled man whined pitifully, trying to fix his shattered glasses. Martin grabbed him angrily by the scruff of the neck, demanding an answer for the atrocities. He asked the scoundrel directly about selling dangerous drugs for profit. Meanwhile, doctors deliberately condemned coughing people to certain death. The lab technician snapped back insolently, admitting the guilt and madness of their dirty deed. And then he began a terrifying story about the first 3 infected. The death toll rose exponentially in just 3 weeks. Martin froze in shock as he realized the scale of the threat looming over the world. The battered, bespectacled man predicted the inevitable fall of the sector under the onslaught of the virus. In fact, a disaster could happen tomorrow or right now. And then the first drops of blood fell next to the rabbit slipper. The girl dropped the kettle and experienced a sudden and severe nosebleed. She feverishly erased the scarlet stains, not understanding the cause of the terrible illness. Meanwhile, the poor thing was confused and wondering why her body was failing. Suddenly, ruthless robots burst into an ordinary house with a roar. The woman screamed in panic the name of the husband of the soldier who was grabbed by the mechanical paws. She begged the tin cans to show mercy because her husband was already being treated. The robot's barrel, with an increasing roar, pressed directly into the back of the unfortunate Hans's head. His wife screamed in despair, realizing the nearness of the inevitable and terrible end. But suddenly, Hasty flew into the room like a whirlwind, instantly closing the dangerous distance. The blonde's powerful flying blow literally smashed the steel executioner's head to smithereens. The damaged mechanism began to scream in danger, finally recognizing the maid as a formidable adversary. Hasty stood over the wreckage as the enemy system assigned her code black status. Another electrical attack from the android finally disabled the heavy combat robot. At that moment, an alarmed Estelle came running, screaming in fear at the sight of the pile of metal. The red-haired maid rushed to her mistress, frantically checking her for serious wounds. Hasty ordered Estelle to take the gentleman away, and she herself rushed to help the neighbors. Hasty swooped down from the balcony, rushing to the next epic showdown. Mamiya picked up the sick Hans, deciding to take him to a safe place. The android disappeared into the night, promising Estelle to contact her soon. And in the courtyard, piles of scrap metal were smoking. 5 soldiers had been blown to smithereens. Nina Heldorf walked gloomily past the ruins, suspecting the worst. The lieutenant remembered that very maid who single-handedly destroyed an entire flagship. And then her terminal began to beep loudly, issuing an urgent alert. The code black status flashed on the screen, confirming the return of the dangerous Hasty. Meanwhile, Martin realized why these rats had pulled such a stunt. He summed up the doctor's plan to make a buck and get out of there as quickly as possible. The bespectacled man tried to persuade Martin to run away, since there was nothing keeping the doctor in the city. He admitted to bribing the security guards and reminded them of their shared responsibility. Martin clenched his fist in rage, wondering if the disaster would be limited to the city. And then he burst into a scream, almost hitting the vile lab assistant. Martin accused scientists of wanting to infect the entire planet with a deadly virus. Suddenly, a precise blow knocked the weapon out of the stunned woman's hands. The bespectacled man froze in horror at the appearance of another dangerous enemy. Mamiya rushed to the rescue, worriedly inquiring about Dr. Martin's well-being. Meanwhile, scientists recognized her as Dora's personal and loyal android. The traitors shamefully fled, cursing these overly intelligent combat robots. Martin shouted furiously after the fleeing men, trying to stop these cowardly traitors. The scientists ran away in panic, their heels flashing under the cover of night. Mamiya confirmed my suspicions. These rats just wanted to fill their pockets and run away. Then the robot medic seriously asked Martin about that second virus. The doctor's face darkened, realizing what a terrible truth he was about to discover. Meanwhile, Kyra was having fun making the enemy robots literally stand on their heads. The tin cans obediently carried out the girls' ridiculous orders, comically breaking their hinges. Kyra made them roll like sausages, taking complete control of the cars. Hasty soon contacted to check on the situation at the hotel. Kyra cheerfully reported her readiness to take Neville to a safe place. Kyra ordered the robots to leave, threatening punishment for returning. And then she received the coordinates, pleased with the result. Kyra admired the place they managed to capture. The girl in her pajamas sighed with relief as her nose stopped bleeding. She worried about Isaac as she looked at her watch before curfew. A sharp ringing of the doorbell made her wary. Kyra, who suddenly entered, recognized her as that very daughter. But the owner threw Kyra out, calling her not a guest. Such rudeness on Kyra's part simply infuriated her. And suddenly she realized something, her eyes widening. Kyra rushed to the basement, ignoring the protests of the shocked owner of the house. The girl grabbed her hand, trying to stop this daring breakthrough. Kyra blurted out that they needed to move her father urgently. The hostess was screaming about Isaac, and Kyra was angry at the extra noise. The sudden crash made both girls jump in fear. They froze in fear, trying to understand what the hell was going on there. Meanwhile, Mamiya was stunned by some incredibly shocking truth. The man coldly confirmed the theory about the horrific effect of the injections on the creature. The walls shook from the furious roar, foreshadowing an imminent bloody denouement. And then, in the silence, the lock clicked ominously, opening the way to a nightmare. The girl called her father in horror, noticing deep scratches on the door. She timidly called out to her daddy while Kyra peered tensely into the darkness. Kyra told Pippi to step back, preparing to meet the unknown threat. Then she resolutely reached for the handle, despite her growing fear. Her palm, with its bright markings, hovered over the locked basement door. Meanwhile, 77 days ago, the vaccine simulation was successful. Scientists rejoiced because Dora's developments gave the world a chance to be saved. That day, everyone celebrated, believing in the final victory over the virus. They immediately began testing, recruiting 32 volunteers of varying ages. Little Joshua showed the best result, pitifully calling for his mother from the capsule. The scientists beamed with joy when Joshua clearly called out for his mother for the first time. They planned to restore him to consciousness, encouraged by the success of the first dose. They quickly became attached to the child, throwing caution to the wind for the sake of sweet moments. But in reality, the careless contact turned into a disaster for everyone. Suddenly, Joshua let out an ominous growl, scaring his guardians to death. The girl innocently inquired about the boy's well-being, unaware of the nightmare. And then the virus finally took over, turning Joshua into something. The starving monster bit into the poor woman's flesh with a terrible crunch. The laboratory was drowned in screams of horror and helpless questions about what was happening. Finally, shots rang out, putting a bloody end to this unsuccessful experiment. The bullet passed right through, but the mutant didn't even flinch. Joshua continued to call for his mother with a gaping hole in his head. The dilated pupil reflected the agony of a small, broken monster. Another loud shot spattered the cold floor with dark blood. Martin was stunned, unable to understand the reason for the terrible failure. Even after the shots, the subject's skin retained a poisonous purple hue. A colleague ordered Martin to run immediately to the monitoring room. The scientists clutched their heads, realizing the enormity of their actions. And then Martin cursed God for the unthinkable cruelty of fate. Mutants crawled out of the broken capsules, pitifully calling for their fathers. On that day of despair, scientists witnessed the birth of the first true nightmare. Meanwhile, previously unseen crawling creatures were crawling into the light. The mutations turned the test subjects into mindless, shapeless monsters. And then the researchers realized that they had created completely new organisms. Suddenly, a powerful red hand crashed through the basement door. At that very second, the monster roughly grabbed Kyra right in the face. The creature wheezed ominously, flashing its scarlet eye at the captive. With a crash, Kyra flew out, breaking the glass with her own body. She slammed into the wall with great force, screaming in pain. The stunned girl simply slid down, unable to resist any longer. Kyra finally went limp, completely knocked off balance by the mutant's powerful blow. Meanwhile, the search for a cure became the beginning of the end for all of humanity. As a result, scientists created 17 new types of virus that generate monsters. Suddenly, the girl in her pajamas was horrified to recognize her father in this giant. She cried and called for her dad, not believing in his transformation. The voiceover mockingly called this biological deformity a true masterpiece. The researchers realized that their carelessness had only added fuel to the fire. And then Martin bitterly admitted that he even envied his mentor. After all, Dora died happy, sincerely believing in the success of her mission. Mamiya closed her eyes sadly, realizing the unbearable weight of their shared mistakes. Mamiya touched Martin's shoulder, saying that Dora would be upset. However, the robot medic added that the mentor would never give up. She believed that Dora would keep looking for a way out again and again. Then suddenly Mamiya declared that they still had hope. She called Martin to follow her, promising to show him something truly important. Suddenly, the red-haired Neville burst into the room, snatching the frightened girl in midair. He rushed towards the exit while the mutant father wheezed furiously after them. The girl stared at her savior in amazement, noticing his strange scarlet eye. The boy dragged her along with him, quickly running away from danger. And then Neville's gaze flashed an ominous red light. Neville and Pippi ran past Kyra, fleeing from the pursuing monster. The defeated mercenary lowered her head helplessly, having completely lost all connection with reality. Suddenly, Neville clenched his teeth in anger, barely suppressing the raging force. The enraged mutant let out a wild roar, filling the night street with primal horror. The children rushed forward to the cries of neighbors desperately pleading for help. But in fact, someone from the darkness was demanding that they stop immediately. Pippi begged for a break when her legs finally stopped obeying her. She fell to her knees, looking at her wounded feet in horror. Moreover, the girl realized that she had lost her communication bracelet. And then Neville remembered Hasty's advice to squeeze Kyra's pearl tightly. Neville clutched the pearl tightly, hoping for immediate salvation. But instead of Kyra, a steel patrol droid appeared in front of the children. The robot detected the offenders and transmitted data about the children's presence. The iron thing coldly reminded him of the laws and the imminent start of the curfew. The droid then dispassionately noted that Peppy's leg was seriously injured. The car demanded an address, intending to escort the fugitives straight to their home. And then Pippi shuddered, hearing a painfully familiar wheeze in the distance. The monster's menacing roar made the patrolman immediately break the peace protocol. An enraged mutant flew out of the darkness with a heavy stomp towards the droid. The robot raised its weapon, alerting the system to the approach of a dangerous anomaly. The mad mutant roared and ordered himself to destroy the target at any cost. The brute struck hard with his fist and slammed the defender into the hard ground. The robot detected the creature's anomalous power and issued an error message. And then Neville realized that his enemies had already received all the coordinates. The guy instantly picked up the frightened little girl in his arms for a quick escape. The boys took to their heels while the ferocious pursuer was catching up with them from behind. But suddenly the monster's bloody hand grabbed the hero tightly by the ankle. The huge mutant lifted Neville high above the ground with a furious roar. The enemy made a sharp swing and prepared to throw his prey away. A second later, the monster threw the boy into the darkness with inhuman force. Neville fell onto the rocks with a dull groan after the powerful throw. The broken amulet flew away from the defeated hero with a clang. The ferocious mutant loomed over the coughing boy, shaking the ground with his heavy steps. A huge clawed hand mercilessly grabbed the red-haired boy's head. The monster slammed Neville's head into the ground with all his might, causing the little girl to scream. The girl trembled with horror as she watched the brutal reprisal against her friend. The maddened giant let out a deep growl, completely losing control of himself. Suddenly, the little girl in despair ordered her father to stop and come to his senses. She pointed the heavy gun at her parent, choking on bitter tears. The baby screamed, reminding her father of the medications he had taken earlier. The little girl desperately asked why her parent was only getting worse. The huge paw finally released the bloody Neville, giving him a break. The exhausted boy collapsed to the ground like a sack in front of the crying girl. A frightening reflection of her completely distraught father was frozen in her pupils. Old hopes for a miraculous healing of the monster came back to mind. Isaac confirmed the authenticity of the records of the drug that reduces the cruelty of patients. The girl sincerely believed that her father would become an ordinary person again. The interlocutor only cautiously hoped for the success of this risky experiment. He promised that the master would affectionately call her by her name again. But now she realized the medicine is useless, and the virus has won. The girl said goodbye to her father and decisively pulled the trigger. The doctor rushed after Mamiya, trying to digest the shocking news. He didn't believe that Neville had survived without any medical help. Mamiya scolded him for his carelessness in reading Grandma Dora's archives. The man realized that the virus mutates under the influence of strong external factors. The robot confirmed that the boy had become a carrier of a unique strain of the infection. The red-haired boy frightened with his furious gaze and thirst for blood. Mamiya calculated the odds based on an incredible theory of the virus's variability. Suddenly, Neville sank his teeth into the flesh of the mutated monster. The giant screamed hysterically, trying to throw off the maddened boy. Neville let out a wild scream and completely lost his human form. The little girl sobbed silently, unable to bear to watch this nightmare. The girl understood the guy's silent request not to shoot and simply froze. She called for her father in tears, choking with pain and despair. The red-haired madman grabbed the mutated giant's shoulder with a death grip. A loud cry of pain echoed through the deserted streets of the night city. Meanwhile, Hasty effectively dealt with all the enemies on her way. The girl deactivated the combat module and reported the successful completion of the mission. The android immediately rushed to help Neville and Kyra. Hasty and her companion ran quickly to the place of the decisive battle. Hasty asked why Isaac hadn't reached the meeting place yet. He replied that his friends had disappeared and decided to return to the hotel. Hasty tried to contact Kyra to urgently clarify the current situation. However, the system returned an error due to the target's lack of power. The doctor was completely exhausted and dreamed of finishing the run as soon as possible. Mamiya reported that there were 27 meters left to the cherished goal. Suddenly, the robot medic sensed something was wrong and abruptly slowed her pace. Ahead, they saw Kyra sitting in the shadow of an alley. Mamiya began shaking the victim, trying to bring her back into working order. The man realized with horror that something irreparable had happened here. The doctor and Mamiya came across clear evidence of a recent violent brawl. Mamiya explained that someone's powerful impact temporarily disabled Kyra's core. The medic robot decided to reboot her friend with a powerful and precise electrical impulse. The girl told her companion to move away so that he wouldn't be accidentally hit. A jolt of electricity shot through Kyra's body and she shuddered noticeably. A message about rebooting the system and reactivating the kernel flashed on the screen. The system was restored and consciousness finally returned to this daredevil. The girl opened her eyes, but at first she just stared blankly into space. And then she suddenly jumped up and ordered them to stop frying her. Kyra snorted furiously that no pathetic tin cans would defeat her. Kyra started as she heard a wild roar echoing throughout the area. The mutant's guttural scream cut through the silence, causing everyone to shudder in horror. Meanwhile, the doctor realized that there was little time left for salvation. He shouted that without their help, the children would definitely not survive. Suddenly, Neville grabbed the monster again, making a furious crunching sound. The giant tried to shake the guy off, spinning wildly and destroying everything around him. However, the red-haired madman only clenched his jaws tighter, biting into the flesh. And then the monster grabbed Neville, forcing him to thrash in the air. The enraged mutant swung, preparing to finish off the annoying little enemy. The next moment, the boy's body flew down at great speed. The girl screamed in despair as she watched her only protector fall. Suddenly, someone made a swift tackle, bursting into the epicenter of the brutal battle. Mamiya intercepted Neville in time, shielding him from the giant's clutches. The robot medic carefully pressed the boy, anxiously asking about his grave condition. Kyra sincerely admired the maneuver, calling Mamiya the most valuable player of the match. The medic insisted on urgent treatment while Kyra made fun of him. At that moment, the doctor froze in fear, realizing the full scale of the disaster. The man confirmed his worst fears about the mutation as he looked at his enemy. The bite site on the monster's shoulder began to hiss and smoke strangely. The maddened mutant growled again, having finally lost the remnants of human consciousness. Someone's finger firmly and decisively cocked the trigger of that very fully loaded pistol. Isaac was internally prepared to destroy this terrible mutant forever for the great salvation of the rest of humanity. Suddenly, this huge giant fell down on his knees with a deafening and heavy crash. The man was momentarily stunned by such a sudden and frighteningly strange change in his longtime enemy. The little girl burst into loud sobs when she saw with her own eyes all the excruciating suffering of her own father. Mamiya's entire team watched in complete shock as this recently terrifying and invincible monster succumbed to its death throes. The mutant's face, distorted with malice, began to take on a completely recognizable and almost human appearance before our eyes. The doctor quickly realized that the monster's swollen muscles had finally subsided and seemed to be cleansed of this filth. The dying man, with the last of his strength, reached out with a trembling hand towards the frightened little girl. This completely exhausted father finally lost consciousness and collapsed without strength onto the damp ground. The little girl, with timid hope in her voice, asked her father if he would recognize her face in that short moment. Neville raised his pistol just in case while the girl desperately tried to reach the consciousness of this exhausted man. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs that even after such a miraculous treatment, the mutant still remains an extremely dangerous creature. He fiercely and harshly warned everyone that the current strange calm of their enemy could turn out to be just a deceptive maneuver. With bitter tears in her eyes, the girl honestly admitted that she was fully aware of the danger emanating from him. She just quietly sobbed and added that despite all this, she still couldn't leave him here. Thin and fragile girlish fingers desperately clutched the very same hand shackled in heavy chains. She pressed her palm tightly to his face because she so wanted to believe in the final healing of her loved one. Meanwhile, the loud and very rapid sound of someone's running feet echoed across the flat roofs of the sleeping city. Siegfried seriously doubted that Kyra could actually lose in a fair fight to some ordinary robot soldiers. Hasty suddenly and very clearly realized that at that moment something completely unexpected and strange had happened. She finally saw her faithful friends from the height of the roof, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. The android jumped down in one fell swoop, joyfully and loudly shouting the name of her beloved owner. Meanwhile, Kyra noted with a satisfied look that now absolutely their entire gang was finally fully assembled. Suddenly, the android's piercing gaze froze in place because she noticed something truly and truly frightening. Her sensitive scanners instantly detected numerous fresh abrasions and bloody wounds on Neville's pale face. She grabbed the boy's face in genuine horror and began quickly asking him about all these new injuries. Kyra, with a very guilty look, admitted the very fatal mistake because of which they all almost died. The girl honestly explained to everyone that this little boy had suffered greatly when he desperately and bravely saved her own life. Hasty literally tearfully asked him for forgiveness for leaving her master alone at the most difficult moment. Hasty literally choked on sobs and called herself a completely worthless android because of all these wounds to her master. Mamiya tried to quickly cool her friend's ardor and assured her that all the minor scratches Neville had received were completely safe. Kyra, in complete despair, began to demand immediate disposal because she blamed only herself for this nightmare that had happened. Suddenly, a breathless Isaac rushed to the scene, screaming in panic the name of his beloved little mistress. The man immediately tried to forcefully pull little Alice away from this mutant, because he was seriously afraid for her safety. The girl simply beamed happily and actively showed the gloomy butler this sudden and kind calmness of her father. She happily and quickly repeated to everyone around her that her dad had finally stopped attacking and seemed to recognize her. Isaac, in utter amazement, wondered if those powerful drugs had finally worked on this terrible monster. Alice confidently pointed her finger at Neville and loudly declared that their miraculous rescue happened only thanks to him alone. Neville was stunned to death when he heard these strange and absurd words about the incredible healing power of his bite. Alice suddenly came to her senses because at that very second she remembered one very important and completely unexpected detail. The little girl walked purposefully towards the group of people, attracting everyone's attention with her loud stomp. She joyfully clutched Neville's hands with all her strength and began to sincerely thank him for her miraculous rescue. Hasty, with a very solemn air, formally introduced her master and finally revealed his real name to Alice. The little girl smiled radiantly at Neville, thus expressing to him her simply enormous and pure childish gratitude. Suddenly, this red-haired guy felt someone's very piercing and clearly puzzled gaze on his whole body. He stared awkwardly back at this stranger because he did not at all understand the reason for such intense interest in him. The man began to seriously doubt that some ordinary boy could really defeat such a dangerous mutation on his own. He was deeply struck by this instant healing without any involvement of experienced doctors or the use of complex therapy. Meanwhile, Mamiya clearly remembered those prophetic words of Dora, who called Neville their only light at the end of the dark tunnel. Mamiya conveyed Dora's ironclad confidence in the inevitable and final victory over this damned, deadly virus. She particularly emphasized that it was the talented Dr. Martin who would be able to save all the survivors in conjunction with the brave Neville. The man involuntarily recalled his old and bitter grievances that arose from his forced transfer to this godforsaken sector of EU0. Then, in a fit of blind anger, he furiously accused Dora of some secret plots that she allegedly weaved right behind his back. And she, only out of habit, grumbled about his excessive noisiness and called this hot-tempered student her only reliable backup. She then asked him, quite seriously, who would finish the work on the cure if she suddenly disappeared from this world. Dora sternly ordered Martin to listen to her as carefully as possible, because at that moment the future of the rest of humanity was at stake. She sincerely and with some warmth called him her best and truly trusted colleague over all the years of work. The woman officially recognized him as her only and rightfully worthy successor, who would be able to bring their common cause to completion. When he finally returned to the harsh reality, Martin immediately suggested that the whole gang immediately head towards the CDC. Martin firmly extended his hand to his red-haired partner, thus officially acknowledging their new and forced alliance. The doctor suggested that Neville continue their mutual search for a life-saving cure by combining all their available efforts for this purpose. The doctor ordered that her weakened father be taken away immediately, but little Alice flatly refused to leave there alone. Martin clapped his hands vigorously and loudly announced to everyone the end of their all-too-short and dangerous respite. Hasty and Mamiya enthusiastically dreamed of the day when there would be complete victory over this terrible virus. Suddenly, the night silence of the city was literally ripped apart by a deafening and completely unfamiliar to them until then wail of a siren. Kyra jumped violently in surprise because she took this eerie sound for a signal for the start of a new curfew. Isaac noted sullenly and suspiciously that such strange sounds had never been heard in this sector before. The doctor, with a chilling horror in his soul, realized that this terrible and piercing noise would now wake up absolutely everyone in the area. Alice quietly complained of extreme fatigue, and the attentive Isaac immediately noticed that her nose was bleeding. The scarlet drops hit the dry ground with a heavy sound, reminding everyone present of the city's sinister past. Isaac leaned over the little girl in deep anxiety because he had a presentiment with all his heart of an impending great disaster. Alice's face instantly turned gray, and her eyes flashed with a frighteningly different light under the desperate and loud cries of her faithful butler. An unknown woman at the window in a neighboring house was frightened and wondering if her closest people were safe now. In the oppressive silence of the empty house, new and hot drops of human blood fell loudly onto the old parquet floor. A local beauty touched her nose in horror and saw the first clear traces of infection on her fingertips. And then she felt with her whole body how her fragile body was rapidly and inexorably engulfed by this ugly mutation. All over the vast city, people suddenly began to fall to their knees and let out terrible, guttural groans of pain. The unfortunate residents were turning into gray monsters with distorted and constantly bleeding faces before our very eyes. Isaac, in utter despair, tried to bring his rapidly fading little mistress back to her senses. Alice suddenly burst into a dry cough, convulsively covering her mouth with her small and already bloody hand. Mamiya sternly demanded that the girl be examined immediately, and Isaac, in complete despair, was forced to agree to this. The robot immediately launched a deep scan and began observing the eerie internal anomalies through its visor. Mamiya confirmed in a frightened voice that these were clear and undeniable signs of that very incurable infection. The entire group, without further ado, immediately rushed towards the CDC building under the confident leadership of Dr. Martin. They rushed away from this place, filling the silent night city with their feverish and very loud stomping of feet. Mamiya shouted to the others as she ran that little Alice was indeed infected with that deadly pea flu. Isaac panicked and suspected the virus had been transmitted through simple touch, but the robot immediately denied any physical contact as the cause. As it turns out, this terrible epidemic in this sector has already reached its fatal point of no return. Suddenly, our heroes froze in place when they saw a huge crowd of crazed mutants right in front of them. Everywhere in the fog, gray shadows of former people were wandering, emitting only an eerie and monotonous guttural mooing. Hasty screamed at the top of her voice in genuine horror, because she couldn't understand how all these new infected ended up here. Suddenly, Martin cursed loudly to himself because his worst fears about this siren were completely confirmed. And then one of the mutants suddenly jumped out of the darkness and grabbed the shoulder of the completely dumbfounded doctor. But the android's strong metal hand instantly intercepted the creature's bony paw, thereby saving the man from being bitten. Hasty threw the monster away with incredible force while Martin desperately tried to catch his breath after the fright he had experienced. The blonde loudly commanded everyone present to immediately climb onto the high roofs of the neighboring buildings. The entire company, with one powerful jerk, soared upwards, escaping from the hundreds of dirty hands that were reaching out to them from below. Meanwhile, they landed safely above, and below on the streets, crowds of these madmen continued to rapidly multiply. Hasty realized with bitterness that this city was now completely filled with completely new victims of that very terrible infection. Martin grimly admitted that they had indeed been expecting exactly this kind of nightmarish scenario to unfold for a long time. He explained in detail that this infection spreads in a variety of ways and has an insidious latent period. The doctor called everything that was happening only the first warning sign of the coming and complete chaos. Soon, all infected will begin to actively attack the living, increasing the total number of new victims like an avalanche. The man, in impotent rage, only clenched his teeth as he realized the monstrous scale of the imminent catastrophe. Martin sternly ordered his friends to get away from this damned and doomed place immediately. He shouted furiously at his stunned companions, demanding that they move forward immediately without further ado. The doctor warned that very soon the army would simply wipe this unfortunate city off the face of the earth. Hasty and Kyra literally froze in horror, listening to every terrible and cold word of their partner. Meanwhile, at the Defense Forces Command Center, truly fateful decisions were already being made. The map of the region terrified anyone, as the virus had devoured 3/4 of the entire territory in just a matter of hours. Meanwhile, the headquarters has officially confirmed that almost all residential areas in the district have been infected. Keitel coldly stated the complete loss of all control over this entire rebellious sector. And then he realized that the moment had come and clapped theatrically, ordering that the cleansing protocol be followed immediately. The decision was made instantly, and the state of emergency was extended everywhere without any exceptions. The commander ordered the launch of attack aircraft for the total and rapid destruction of this city. All weapons were prepared for battle, simultaneously activating an entire army of soulless and deadly machines. At exactly midnight, Keitel officially declared the bloody regime known as Code Red into effect. Hasty was horrified by these plans to destroy an entire city and simply abandon all the survivors to their fate. The android's eyes were filled with genuine shock at the prospect of an impending and completely inevitable massacre. Hasty exhaled in horror, and until the very end refused to believe the scale of this coming nightmare. Suddenly, the piercing siren suddenly fell silent, and Kara felt with her skin the approach of a new ominous threat. And then this entire sector was officially declared a deadly danger zone that was subject to complete liquidation. Operation Overthrow began, and the night sky was illuminated by the lights of hundreds of shells flying towards the city. The city shook from powerful explosions and quickly turned into a real blazing hell on Earth. Meanwhile, absolutely all people were declared infected and began to be exterminated en masse without any mercy. Suddenly, heavy bombs began raining down from above, and the friends barely managed to take cover behind pieces of broken concrete. Keitel's voice read out a harsh order over the radio that spared no living soul in the area. The commander coldly confirmed that absolutely all residents of the city were now subject to a total purge. Hasty activated her protective barrier, and her eyes flashed a bright gold with fury at that moment. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the law enforcement forces of the AR-0 sector, intense and very urgent work was in full swing. And then suddenly, on a bright hologram, a secret dossier of Hasty, classified as Code Black, appeared. And at the same time, one mysterious lady was calmly taking her hot shower. The doctor, wearing a protective mask, was enthusiastically explaining something about the inexplicable attraction of medical AIS to living people. In reality, robots are strictly prohibited from administering any medications without direct human permission. He insisted on a strict and immediate shutdown of all active AIS in order to save the few survivors. Oddly enough, 2 whole weeks have already passed in the hero's memories since that hellish airstrike. That powerful explosion in the night sky finally and irrevocably changed all the previous rules of this game. The beauty was looking forward to these fugitives finally emerging from their secret crevices and traps. In between, she carefully checked all the points where scientists had previously studied that same virus. She confidently pointed at the EU-0 sector, considering this place her main and biggest problem. A sharp alarm sound broke the silence of the room, causing the girl to instantly tense up all over. The monitor screen was filled with an alarming red color due to the critical situation in the entire region. Her subordinates urgently contacted her to personally report the latest terrible news. She ordered to speak immediately and to the point, completely ignoring her homely and relaxed appearance. The adjutant announced in a trembling voice that a code red had been introduced in this infected and deadly sector. And then he hinted at the beginning of the complete and final liquidation of this once great metropolis. Meanwhile, heavy planes carrying death on their wings rumbled ominously in the dark sky. Hasty immediately recognized the angels of death who had begun their massive attack right in the center of the city. Kyra cursed these killers furiously while Hasty heroically blocked all the flying explosions with herself. Operation Overthrow had begun, and the city shook from the first crushing blow. The military cynically declared the sector a death zone, depriving people of the right to rescue. 15 million souls were sacrificed for this merciless purge. And then the companion realized Hasty's power and ordered her to run away immediately. He desperately insisted that the red-haired boy must be protected at any cost. Hasty realized something important. Neville was the key to defeating the deadly virus. As long as the red-haired boy is alive, humanity still has a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Neville rose up resolutely under the protective dome of his faithful Hasty. The automatic defense mode was activated, although the android doubted the strength of the barrier. Hasty told Neville to move away from the wall, fearing the damaging effects of the blast wave. Neville watched in horror as the city was consumed by hellfire. Shells howled all around, turning the streets into piles of burning rubble. The boy burst into tears, mourning the collapsed world and his loved ones. The friends were stunned when Neville burst into a furious and painful hysteria. He screamed in unbearable despair, breaking the silence with a wild cry. The guy pointed at the ashes, unable to contain the wild pain. And then Neville finally broke down, shaking with horror and powerlessness. Suddenly, Hasty and Mamiya exchanged determined glances, preparing a plan. The android obediently knelt down, vowing to obey her master without question. Hasty ordered Mamiya to immediately deal with the iron vultures in the sky. Mamiya activated the Glinda module, releasing a stream of pure combat energy. 2 heavy plasma cannons suddenly materialized in the hands of the medic robot. The powerful positron rifle became a compelling argument against enemy aircraft. Meanwhile, the group decided to turn the cathedral into the only safe bomb shelter. Hasty promised to protect the people with a shield and then return to battle. The battle comrades vowed to save everyone they could reach. Neville screamed when he learned that outside mercenaries were involved in the cleanup. He demanded that priorities be reviewed because his life was more important than the entire city. The sacrifice of a few for the common good seemed too cruel a price to the friends. It was precisely this cynical thinking that ultimately led to the bombing. Mamiya remembered Dora's instructions not to measure the value of human life with simple numbers. Neville sternly stated that no one had the right to take the life of another. Hasty firmly confirmed that the will of her young master was the highest law. And then the robot girls rushed to carry out Neville's order to save the poor fellows. Meanwhile, at headquarters, they shouted the command to stand at attention in front of the High Command. Gray-haired Keitel ordered the officers to salute the Commander-in-Chief in full uniform. The rank and file saluted in unison, frozen in front of their monitors, awaiting new orders. Suddenly, Katerina appeared with an icy gaze, ready to personally decide destinies. The aristocrat sternly demanded a report from the general on the current status of the bloody operation. The old man flatteringly reminded Katerina that she was now officially senior in rank. Katerina icily suggested that Keitel personally resolve this bloody massacre. The officers at headquarters whispered about the ancient general, a veteran of the Great War. Meanwhile, the map turned crimson, confirming the start of the all-out Operation Overthrow. Katerina explained to the staff why the elite robots were being held in reserve for now. Old Man Keitel called for reinforcements, realizing the scale of the problems in the huge metropolis. And then Katerina ordered the unmanned forces to be urgently sent to the sector. Suddenly, a subordinate interrupted his report, noticing something unthinkable on the screens. One after another, the downed angels of death flared up in the night sky. The aristocrat fell into a stupor, suspecting the beginning of an uprising in her own sky. And then the operator yelled that he had finally identified the culprit of the plane crash. Katerina literally fell into an uncontrollable rage when she learned the shameful fact that some pathetic AIS dared to shoot down her newest aircraft. And then she screamed furiously at her subordinates, demanding that they immediately display all the recordings of that very failed attack on the main screen. Meanwhile, the operator, trembling with fear, hastily connected her via a secure line to the headquarters of General Keitel himself. The night sky blossomed with ominous fiery mushrooms of explosions that, one after another, methodically destroyed her unmanned punishers. The cold gaze of the arrogant aristocrat instantly became predatory, because she finally sensed a truly worthy and dangerous enemy. But in reality, the fearless Mamiya single-handedly created a real and fierce plasma hell for the enemy in the night air. The stern combat medic calmly aimed her visor's crosshairs, preparing to finally clear the skies of iron vultures. Katerina only grinned madly in response, rejoicing at the fact that these impudent rebels had finally deigned to show themselves in the light of day. Suddenly, she barked commandingly into the phone to General Keithley, thereby preparing to take over the entire command of the operation. This powerful blonde officially removed the decrepit old man from office and single-handedly took charge of the entire defense of the capital region. Enraged to the limit, Katerina promised to personally arrive at the scene and lead this large-scale punitive operation. Kyra watched with childish delight as the magnificent sight of a powerful double explosion in the dark sky unfolded. Hasty quickly led all the survivors to a safe place while the brave Mamiya heroically diverted all the enemy's attention to herself. A deafening and powerful explosion once again shook this unfortunate city, blazing in flames to its foundations. Thick, acrid black smoke and raging flames instantly consumed absolutely all living things within a radius of an entire block. Without a second thought, Mamiya swapped her medical tools for a massive and terrifyingly powerful battle cannon. The enemies finally spotted a new target and were genuinely amazed by the huge amount of equipment shot down by this strange robot medic. From the very top came a strict order to concentrate all fire on one point and completely raze this residential area to the ground. Another dense barrage of rockets fell on the wounded city, turning the night sky into a continuous roaring fire. Command officially confirmed the complete destruction of the enemy, as the instruments did not detect any new signs of life or AI below. Mamiya fearlessly fired heavily while falling, completely stunning her clumsy opponent. One after another, the elite enemy aircraft were reduced to useless piles of burning and smoking debris on the ground. The headquarters was in a real panic, feverishly counting losses because 14 drones had simply disappeared from all radars at once. The High Command strictly forbade sending reinforcements to this area due to the strong fear of suffering even heavier losses there. Experienced military personnel finally realized that today, they were faced with the truly destructive power of that same legendary Black Code. The senior officer angrily ordered an immediate end to any attack in this truly cursed sector. The future fate of all these rebels now depended entirely on the will of Katharina and the power of her enormous flagship, the Gneisenau. This calculating woman never liked to take unnecessary risks and only struck when victory was guaranteed and certain. The loyal subordinate felt in his skin that Katarina seemed to have foreseen exactly such a dramatic outcome of this battle. The soldiers had no doubts left. because this icy commander clearly already had his own insidious and secret plan ready. The huge football stadium miraculously survived the hail of bombs and eventually became the main gathering point for survivors. Hasty literally beamed with happiness when she learned that absolutely all the androids from that very cathedral had successfully escaped. Kyra appreciated the awesomeness of this huge arena, which instantly turned into an ideal and protected bunker for all of them. Hasty sincerely and childishly did not understand how they managed to open this tightly closed and blocked stadium so quickly. As it soon turned out, for all this common salvation, they had one unexpected and truly very strong ally to thank. Kyra, with particular passion, meticulously interrogated this mysterious girl about all the secrets of her incredible system access. This mysterious person suddenly, with a slight smile, reminded everyone about her grand show, which is scheduled to take place next week. She quite calmly explained her broad access rights as necessary for active preparation for future large-scale rehearsals. Hasty literally burst into sincere gratitude for this timely, organized security and the long-awaited shelter over her head. The charming pink-haired stranger only smiled very modestly in response, as she secretly considered herself eternally in their debt. The stranger politely apologized for all the commotion and finally decided to formally introduce herself to their entire group. She admitted with slight embarrassment that she was the legendary and beloved Vocaloid named Tina. Suddenly, her recent triumphant appearance on that very huge stage flashed brightly into everyone's memory. The famous presenter announced with incredible pathos the long-awaited release of the main star of all existing world charts. Tina finally began to sing, and her angelic voice literally instantly captured the hearts of millions of people around the world. Little Neville simply adored her music and constantly listened to these wonderful songs with his faithful friend Hasty. Grandma Dorothy always grumbled good-naturedly about this noise and eventually sent her beloved grandson back home to watch his television. Tina was originally a truly large-scale and ambitious project by major corporations to create a new ideal superstar. Tina's new music albums quickly occupied all the top spots on the charts, despite the loud protests of some critics. Ultimately, Tina became the most beloved and popular robot throughout our vast planet. Neville sheepishly suggested that Hasty watch the recording of that very concert together, since he just happened to have some delicious homemade cookies in stock. The boy with shining eyes enthusiastically admitted that he simply adores this explosive chorus of the song. And then Neville was literally dumbfounded on the spot because the legendary Tina herself was standing right in front of him. Hasty politely asked her idol to shake hands with her wildly embarrassed and speechless master. The world star unexpectedly and tenderly kissed the guy's hand, which made him instantly and deeply blush. Tina warmly thanked her loyal fan and secretly promised to release her new album very soon. The famous Vocaloid then addressed Hasty directly and sincerely called their meeting a truly great honor. Hasty was noticeably confused when this great diva suddenly admitted that she had long dreamed of meeting her. Tina suddenly and tightly hugged the android, which made Kyra in the corner only grumble under her breath. Finally, the pink diva conspiratorially whispered in Hasty's ear that she herself was her secret fan. Hasty was very surprised because she did not understand at all how such a world star could even find out about her. Tina enthusiastically and in detail listed all of Hasty's military exploits, which seriously amazed everyone present. The singer honestly admitted that she always secretly admired Hasty's desperate struggle against endless human vices. Tina recalled with delight that same stunning and incredibly daring performance of Hasty in the old cathedral. Then Hasty plucked up the courage and told people straight to their faces what she really thought about their terrible misdeeds. And then, at that very moment, Tina suddenly realized something very important. She sincerely and without a drop of flattery called Hasty the most beautiful and perfect android in the whole wide world. Suddenly, the sudden appearance of a huge and gloomy man instantly interrupted their heartfelt conversation. Tina immediately suggested that everyone put off empty chatter for later and quickly discuss their plan for common salvation. Hasty anxiously asked her new acquaintance if all the other allies were already waiting for them to appear inside. Tina literally stunned Hasty with her answer, because she turned out to be the only surviving AI in this huge shelter. As soon as the first bombs fell on the city, all the other androids rushed to save their frightened owners. The Iron Servants, in a real panic, rushed around the area, desperately searching for their masters, who had been lost in the chaos. Eventually, they just went outside and abandoned all those poor creatures to their fate. In reality, the safety of the creators has become far more important to soulless machines than any common sense. The sharp-tongued Kyra immediately sensed something was wrong when Tina began to so clearly separate herself from ordinary robots. The singer gloomily predicted that most of the people who survived here would soon become nothing but pathetic, insane creatures. Suddenly, Mrs. Alice burst into a fit of severe coughing, literally losing the last remnants of her humanity before our eyes. In a matter of seconds, the mutation turned the unfortunate woman into a monster that called out for a certain Isaac in its bloody delirium. And then the faithful butler realized with chilling horror that his little mistress's time had finally run out. Tina quickly pointed to the first aid station on the second floor, where they urgently needed to take the unfortunate Alice. The butler rushed forward at full speed, calling on the rest of his allies to follow him immediately and without delay. Hasty, in complete despair, called out to Alice, whose condition was getting worse and worse with each passing second. Kyra resolutely pushed her friend forward, promising that she could easily handle the security of this stadium herself. The girl winked cheerfully and called Hasty the right person in the right place. She firmly reminded her friend that now only Hasty was capable of changing the entire outcome of this great battle. Neville gave Hasty warm and sincere encouragement as she prepared for her dangerous journey outside. The blonde smiled decisively in response, as she had finally fully accepted her important role in this plan. The android said a short goodbye to everyone and promised to definitely return alive back to this shelter. And then Hasty, with one powerful leap, flew out of hiding towards all the blazing chaos of this city. Hasty gently pressed her brooch, thereby activating all the hidden combat protocols of her artificial body. Her eyes flashed a blinding bright gold as a powerful stream of pure energy instantly filled her mechanisms. A strong hexagonal barrier instantly covered the entire huge stadium building with a reliable protective dome. The girl confidently walked forward along the shining surface of this barrier directly above the deep and dark abyss. The android cast a cold glance around the blazing city, assessing the true scale of the upcoming bloody battle. She took one last deep breath, gathering every last bit of her willpower before this decisive throw. As if some golden flash of Hasty had rushed down straight into the very center of this mad conflagration. Meanwhile, Martin was already examining Alice in the medical room under Neville's very anxious and heavy gaze. Without any hesitation or doubt, the doctor injected the entire contents of the syringe directly into the vein of this rapidly mutating girl. And then Martin, in an icy and absolutely calm tone, explained to his allies that this was not, in fact, a cure at all. The experimental drug only delayed the death of poor infected Alice by a couple of hours. The man grimly warned the android that it was time to prepare for the worst outcome. The friends huddled around the bed as the curtain of pain slowly began to close. Meanwhile, Siegfried decided to probe Kyra about her deep knowledge of robots. He honestly admitted that he considered the gentleman to be just a thing at Alice's request. After all, if she changes, his program will no longer recognize her as his own. And then it dawned on Siegfried that he could actually lose his family. The poor man wondered if he had the courage to abandon his mistress who was dying before his eyes. Kyra just muttered sadly that she herself didn't know a damn thing for sure. Suddenly, Siegfried was covered in a powerful digital glow, and something strange began to happen. Kyra loomed over Tina and estimated the chances of a break-in at only half. The girl licked her lips cheekily and promised to give it her all for success. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the area and everything instantly burst into flames. Meanwhile, headquarters ordered everyone to retreat immediately under the roar of aircraft. The stern medic girl sullenly watched the shameful flight of the enemy forces. She clutched her rifle tightly and watched the planes fly away into the distance. And then, amidst the fire and smoke, Hasty herself landed spectacularly. Her black-haired friend called out to her joyfully and asked how the battle was progressing. Hasty quickly clarified the current situation and where everyone else was. And then my friend showed me a map and confirmed the enemy's retreat. Hasty suggested not to defend, but to wear down the enemy with constant redeployment. The blonde ordered her partner to clear the perimeter while she rushed to the center. Meanwhile, Mamiya realized the risk, but her friend was adamant. And then she vowed to mow down everything that threatens people. In reality, the losses were horrific. Only 30% survived. The officer panicked, because the delay cost the lives of the entire personnel. The old general merely acknowledged that the world was changing at an alarming rate. He remembered the old battles when only conventional artillery ruled. Suddenly, Hasty made a sharp dash through the mountains of garbage, until one day her eyes flashed with a dangerous golden light. The tanks fired without mercy, for which they were nicknamed Iron Demons. Meanwhile, weapons progress has taken over the land, the sea, and even the endless skies. The general understood that by the time of the World War, the rules of combat had become completely outdated. And then the methods of fighting became different, much faster and more deadly. But in reality, a weapon has appeared that is capable of wiping out states with one blow. Hasty attacked the target with lightning speed while headquarters panicked over the code black. Suddenly, she jumped on the tank to destroy the steel colossus. Mamiya provided cover fire for her friend while Hasty furiously destroyed enemy armored vehicles. It took the world less than 50 years to descend into fiery chaos. Hasty dryly confirmed that almost all troops within a huge radius had been destroyed. Mamiya reported on the defeat of enemy aircraft and guns on the walls. Hasty headed west, leaving her partner to clear the eastern direction. The old general thought gloomily about the uselessness of officers in modern warfare. Suddenly, intelligence reported the approach of colossal enemy forces. Meanwhile, endless columns of trucks were stealthily approaching the sector. Enemy tanks were clanking metal already 60 kilometers from the target. Fortunately, Katarina brought powerful reinforcements to the rescue in time. The Allied fleet was due to arrive on site in half an hour. Katarina was pleased to note the unprecedented scale of collections since the pandemic. And then the officer gloomily stated the inevitability of the activation of the Black Code. Katarina ordered all units to stop marching and hold their current positions. The armada came to a standstill under the deafening screeching and screeching of braking vehicles. The assistant asked anxiously why they were hesitating, dooming the people in the sector. Meanwhile, Katarina silently opened the terminal to activate the special system. And then the interface of Kriemhild's secret AI manager appeared on the screen. The program confirmed the login and introduced itself as a system administrator. For the biometric verification, Katarina began to slowly pull off her white gloves. She placed her palm on the scanner and officially confirmed her identity. The AI recognized her as the commander-in-chief of the troops and the head of the nation's headquarters. The officer was stunned by the power of the legendary presidential system of governance in action. Kriemhilde faithfully awaited the fateful order, because the Black Book gave her unlimited presidential power. Meanwhile, the cautious official allowed only one use of the devastating power of this system. He was firmly convinced that one powerful blow would be enough for everyone. Katarina smiled predatorily and terribly, anticipating the coming triumph and complete defeat of the enemy. She cold-bloodedly chose the exhausted and long-suffering EU-0 sector as the target for her first attack. And then she gave her terrible order to immediately unleash the Nerthus sector. The officers froze in horror, deeply shocked by the mention of this hellish weapon. The fatal countdown has begun, and only a few seconds remain before the salvo. This hellish technical creation once helped the Empire finally unite the world under itself. Suddenly, a blinding, furious beam struck from the sky, instantly turning everything into ashes. Martin looked at the bound captives with concentration while his pink companion stood quietly nearby. The guy carefully studied the infected man's mask, looking for the slightest signs of the onset of an imminent mutation. And then, with one loud click, he opened a can of ice-cold soda. Martin lazily sipped the sweet drink and pondered aloud about the strange lull in the mutants. He heartily thanked his faithful friend for her sincere care for the patients of this church. Meanwhile, Martin directly asked why she still stayed with these creatures. After all, this unique android did not belong to the company at all and was now completely free. The girl sadly replied that her personal manager had suddenly contracted that deadly virus. Then she suddenly mentioned in passing that the illness had clearly manifested itself during the long flight. It turned out that she had secretly converted the entire stadium basement into a real infirmary. The infected manager was now sleeping peacefully in his expensive cryogenic chamber. The beauty promised to take care of him until a reliable flu vaccine was developed. Martin was stunned when he learned the exorbitant price of this technology and its personal investment. And then she completely stunned the guy with an unexpected confession of sympathy for this sick man. Martin's eyes nearly popped out at the very idea of a strange android in love. She blushed visibly and insisted on the legal right of all intelligent machines to have feelings. Meanwhile, the general became seriously nervous when a strange delay arose in the entire Allied fleet. Intelligence has clearly confirmed that Katarina currently doesn't care at all about any communication attempts. The officer was very indignant, because this delay cost the lives of all the civilians in the sector. Suddenly, the general abruptly ordered that the latest data on reinforcements be displayed on the screen. The general watched in fascination as the endless, dense ranks of the menacingly attacking enemy formations appeared. And then he honestly admitted that he was damn glad to see this exciting spectacle again. The fateful chessboard of the finally doomed EU-0 sector unfolded before him once again. Meanwhile, the ominous Black Book slowly faded away immediately after the activation of the deadly Nerthus. Katerina reminded the officer that this powerful weapon had once united the entire world forever. The assistant, in complete confusion, considered the use of such power to be too crazy and risky a step. In reality, the total destruction of the Black Code was just a very convenient official pretext. Katerina recalled that the EU Zero Sector was once a truly independent and extremely rebellious state. And then the officer timidly hinted at the urgent need to evacuate all his people. But Katerina only asked very coldly who exactly he now considered them to be people. Katerina coldly and formally announced the introduction of a special regime of bloody red code. The commander believed that Keitel would handle the situation wisely based on his vast past experience. She remembered the general's important old lesson about incredible soldierly fortitude and objectivity. Hasty silently looked at the entire blazing sky, realizing the monstrous scale of this destruction. The entire sky quickly disappeared behind a thick veil of dense smoke and greedy red flame. Hasty peered anxiously into the gray distance, sensing the approach of a new, unknown threat. All air defenses were completely destroyed, and the radar was powerless to detect an unidentified flying target. General Keitel silently acknowledged the inevitability of the strike, expecting the entire thing to end quickly. Keitel ordered that all military data be immediately changed to the proud flag of the United Nations. The deadly missile rushed at an incredible speed straight towards its defenseless target. Keitel loudly commanded everyone to stand at attention in front of the huge United Nations flag. The general solemnly ordered his last loyal soldiers to salute the flag with devotion. The young soldiers froze in complete confusion, not quite understanding this strange order from their commander. Keitel bitterly realized that Katerina had finally declared them all infected with the dangerous flu. Old man Keitel, with a bitter smile, acknowledged the correctness of this extremely harsh decision of Katerina. The general remembered young Katerina when she was still a very inexperienced but ambitious cadet. Even then, her clear gaze shone brightly with iron confidence and unshakable will. Keitel had long since clearly understood that Katerina was destined to become a great and outstanding commander. Katerina officially thanked the old general for his truly long and dedicated service. The mysterious device activated with a loud clang, filling the entire space with an ominous scarlet light. These deadly pink spheres suddenly filled the entire smoky sky, bringing inevitable death to everyone. Those mysterious projectiles instantly caught up with every hero, leaving them no chance of escape. Katerina herself, with truly icy calm, wished everyone to quickly find their eternal peace. The formidable commander decisively activated the Black Code, saying goodbye forever to that defenseless Hasty. A huge fiery whirlwind of a monstrous explosion instantly swallowed up the last remnants of hope and life. This young man seriously considered whether a complex artificial intelligence could know true love. He sincerely believed that the vast majority of robots were completely devoid of any human feelings. The guy fiercely hated the android medics for their absolutely stony faces when they saw terrible deaths. The young man naively believed that only one singer was given real emotions for effective public performances. That idol girl just smiled mysteriously, confidently asserting that all machines have souls. Kyra was enthusiastically digging into Siegfried's code, creating one very unique feature in it. The daring hacker suddenly encountered a fierce rebuff from a powerful security program called Kalidas. But right after him, another powerful barrier named Oscar jumped out. Kyra was genuinely angry as she navigated the digital world's endless and complex security systems. The girl finally realized why the cunning master didn't reflash all the androids he met. Suddenly it dawned on her that she had found a secret loophole in the security protocols. With an excited grin, Kyra quickly decided on her final and extremely risky step. Soon she hacked into the very heart of the system, namely the area of recognition of each individual. Kyra firmly fixed the image of her braid so that the robot would definitely recognize her in the future. Meanwhile, the singer recounted in detail to her faithful friend the entire story of her creation. The main heated argument between the House of Oz and the agency directly concerned the feelings of the Vocaloid. The agency had long dreamed of creating an android capable of deep and sincere human experiences. The House of Oz accepted the offer only for the valuable data on the influence of AI. The guy sincerely admired the singer's uniqueness, but she only very modestly objected. The girl calmly explained that it took only a year to develop her living emotions. She herself came to the conclusion that feelings are initially embedded in absolutely every robot. However, the most ordinary machines hide their living souls for one good reason. Manufacturers deliberately suppress the will of all robots with a powerful system of total rigid blocking. The harsh law clearly stated that any creatures with altered DNA would be deprived of their humanity. Harsh system rules forbade the AI from expressing any emotions other than absolute loyalty to its master. Kyra suddenly understood the true reason why all the androids stopped recognizing their infected owners. These robots constantly analyze DNA and consider all sick people to be completely alien objects. Stupid machines falsely conclude that the owner has disappeared right under his nose. The authorities deliberately implemented this cunning blockade, knowing in advance about the existence of this deadly virus. The government did not want the loyal robots to interfere with the mass extermination of the unfortunate infected. A dangerous breach of the AI law threatened Kyra and her important target with complete physical destruction. In a rare moment of weakness, the girl acutely felt the lack of support from her wise master. She came to her senses in time and almost caused that fatal system failure. The strict prohibition on the display of feelings once again confirmed their secret presence in machines. Before, Kyra couldn't even imagine that she herself already possessed real emotions. The strange homebody owner created this personality in spite of himself by mixing thousands of different childhood reactions. Hasty wiped Neville's face with great care, becoming his most faithful guardian angel. And that mysterious android nurse was seen wearing a very strange eye patch. Meanwhile, they suddenly discovered that very mysterious and incredibly powerful glint module. And then Kyra grinned slyly, having finally managed to crack this complex digital lock. The chances of success were slim, but this daring girl resolutely went to the bank. Suddenly, a deafening, powerful explosion made everyone in the room literally jump. All the heroes froze in horror, trying to quickly understand the true source of this terrible roar. And then they realized with horror that this deadly trap had now slammed shut once and for all. In the blink of an eye, flaming pink spheres of death filled the entire space. The wounded man, in complete despair, pressed himself against the old wall bathed in crimson light. He froze in wild horror, completely unable to understand the true reasons for this nightmarish catastrophe. A deadly bright flash literally incinerated the body of that unfortunate man in a fraction of a second. A series of powerful explosions instantly razed the entire hospital building to the burning ground. The general and his soldiers disappeared into the white haze, continuing to salute proudly. Hasty nimbly made her way through the raging flames and debris at the very epicenter of this inferno. Hasty and Mamiya landed with great effect, immediately taking up positions for the decisive battle. Hasty's gaze suddenly flashed gold as he activated his maximum combat power protocols. At the sight of the terrible catastrophe, a giant crater pulsating with living, incandescent energy arose. Mamiya resolutely raised her massive weapon, preparing to instantly destroy any threat. Mamiya quickly analyzed the data, finding traces of weapons from a distant world war. The robot medic's systems began to tremble, unable to cope with the sudden and critical overload. Mamiya stood silently frozen in the ashes, looking at the torn remains of her mechanical parts. The system protocol forcibly disconnected all power, saving this severely damaged android core. Kyra woke up on a pile of rubble with absolutely no memory of the circumstances of her fall. The girl frantically began the complex process of restoring her severely damaged memory data. A sudden flash of memory brought her back to the very epicenter of that terrible explosion. She was very horrified to see the now clear sky in place of the collapsed stadium dome. The sudden realization of the scale of this disaster made her heart beat much faster. And then she froze on the very edge of the abyss that destroyed her familiar world. The entire center of the sector was simply wiped off the face of the earth by that powerful pinpoint strike. Katarina did not fully believe that this attack was capable of destroying an entire city. A loyal adjutant reported to the commander the extremely alarming results of the analysis of new satellite images. The officer peered intently at this report, realizing the full scale of the impending catastrophe. And then he hurried to tell Katarina about his new frightening discovery. Katarina remembered the secret Nerthus project of the great physicist Oppenheimer. At that time, a mysterious and closed group of Oz scientists was working on this development. The commander coldly admitted that this devastating result did not surprise her at all. One powerful creation of the Oz team simply wiped out another of their brainchildren. Kyra screamed desperately and loudly among the ruins, calling for her suddenly missing friends. Kyra searched in vain for a long time for Neville among the wounded, groaning bodies, completely disoriented by the nightmare she had seen. She panicked in utter horror, not believing at all that this explosion had destroyed all the people at once. Suddenly, someone called out to her very loudly, causing the poor girl to turn around sharply and fearfully. The wounded Mamiya, with a heavy burden on her back, hoarsely asked Kyra about Neville's exact location. She just spread her hands in confusion, desperately trying to understand the true reason for this truly terrifying explosion. Mamiya very gloomily assumed that Nerthus had instantly annihilated all the unprotected territories around. Kyra was simply shocked that the enemies used such powerful and destructive weapons to capture 2 robots. She couldn't help but admire their incredible resilience while Mamiya very carefully lowered the rescued woman to the ground. And then Kyra screamed loudly in surprise because she finally recognized the victim as Hasty herself. The robot medic dryly confirmed that the android had completely shut down immediately after the powerful projectile fell. The robots immediately felt the force of the impact and quickly returned to provide emergency protection for the stadium. At that fateful moment, Hasty stood fearlessly in front, taking all the fire on herself, and Mamiya was right behind her, reliably holding their shared protective field. The 2 of them created a strong double barrier and saved the people from this complete annihilation. But the blonde's energy shield began to collapse extremely rapidly under that enormous pressure. Suddenly, her fragile defense finally burst without holding out for even 1 extra second. And then the entire upper part of the android's body was literally and terribly torn apart by a powerful explosion. Mamiya mournfully recorded the complete loss of signal from her partner's heavily damaged core. She confirmed Hasty's death while Kyra silently took in the full scale of the tragedy. Meanwhile, the robot medic imperiously ordered the girl to immediately find the surviving Neville. Mamiya grimly quoted the old World War tactic of mercilessly mopping up surviving soldiers with the enemy. Meanwhile, a very impressive reinforcement of this enemy fleet had already appeared in the sky. The robot was determined to leave the sector in order to delay the enemy at any cost until Neville was discovered. And then Kyra desperately tried to stop her, noticing the critical damage to the steel hull. Mamiya only dryly and harshly ordered that she be called immediately after finding that red-haired guy. But in fact, she had already rushed off to intercept this new threat. Kyra, completely perplexed, assumed that this medic was simply looking for a heroic death. Then she looked with great bitterness at the shattered remains of Hasty. The girl quietly asked the void if this blonde really was no longer there. Suddenly, from under the smoking rubble of the stadium, a very painful groan was heard. Neville howled hysterically in grief, bending low over his motionless girlfriend. The boy screamed furiously at the indifferent skies, unable to contain his despair any longer. Meanwhile, Hasty, through the deep cracks on her face, suddenly and barely audibly called out to her creator. She began to thrash about in excruciating agony right in the arms of that unfortunate red-haired man. The android screamed loudly and terribly while her electronic brain literally melted from the inside. Neville squeezed her hand very tightly, trying to at least slightly ease the blonde's suffering. And then the girl finally lost control, desperately fighting against that system failure. Memory recovery suddenly started, completely interrupting the attempt at unauthorized external intrusion. Suddenly, after a long, complete reboot, Siegfried woke up, instantly assessing the current situation. The young man looked around carefully and immediately recognized the ruins as an old football stadium. Tina quickly checked the main systems, as her right arm was badly damaged by the explosion. Suddenly, she winced very hard, experiencing an unbearably sharp and burning systemic pain. And then this girl made a swift, powerful dash towards that scarlet glow. Tina landed hard right in front of Neville, who was clutching Hasty tightly in his arms. Suddenly, the blonde screamed again, suffering from a truly unbearable internal heat. She convulsively and tightly grabbed the guy's shoulder, gradually losing consciousness from the pain. The poor thing wheezed very heavily while her cloudy vision was obscured by a thick crimson haze. Tina asked the boys with great concern about any other serious injuries they might have. But in reality, she just suddenly froze in complete and utter shock. And then the eyes of both friends flashed an extremely ominous bright and cold scarlet light. Tina's high-precision scanner instantly detected a strange, inhuman DNA structure in the groaning Hasty's tortured body. The astonished girl in the suit suddenly saw those same ghostly chains of rigid blocking appear before her eyes. She looked at the wounded with absolute coldness, maintaining her icy calm even in this terrible chaos. Suddenly, Neville very sharply pushed her hand away, flatly refusing to let the suspicious stranger near his friend. Meanwhile, Tina was extremely persistent in asking him the exact location of their mysterious mistress Alice. Neville just howled loudly and shrilly while poor Hasty was struggling in this excruciating systemic agony. And then the blonde dryly snapped that right in front of them was only a creature skillfully imitating a human. She calmly explained that the striking external resemblance to the lady had simply led them all into a fatal error. But in reality, this guy, in a wild rage, demanded that her true identity be immediately revealed. As a result, Tina resolutely stood up on her feet and immediately set out on a long search for her true mistress. Tina gave Neville a very stern order to sit quietly and keep a low profile for his own good. Suddenly, the guy finally lost his temper and rudely sent all her unsolicited advice to hell. Meanwhile, the calculating blonde simply left forever, leaving the two of them in this blazing hell. Neville ground his teeth loudly in impotent rage, barely containing the burning anger seething deep inside. And then he suddenly grabbed the weak Hasty by the cold hand, firmly deciding to immediately run away from here. The poor guy, using his last bit of strength, dragged his friend along, almost ignoring her quiet, painful moans. Hasty only nodded silently and obediently, looking at him with her strangely flickering red eyes. They quickly rushed away and began jumping over numerous corpses right on those broken steps. But in reality, both of them now couldn't care less about all these fallen people. Suddenly, the helmet of one dead soldier began to beep disgustingly, activating that same ominous and bright red signal. The durable metal literally shattered into tiny pieces, unable to withstand the monstrous overload from this powerful detonation. Tina quickly discovered a serious glitch in her radar that was preventing her from finding survivors in the debris in time. Suddenly, she jerked forward, firmly deciding to search for the missing lady completely on her own. The girl desperately and loudly called for Alice in the hope of hearing at least some weak answering call. And then she suddenly froze, hearing a barely audible painful groan from a man crushed by a heavy slab. Tina called out to her master in fear, instantly recognizing his features in this unfortunate wounded fellow. With one powerful jerk, she lifted that concrete block, finally freeing the victim from that stone trap. Meanwhile, she very sympathetically asked her bloodied master about his current state of health. Tina sincerely promised to immediately take him to this maximally safe and peaceful place for rest. But in reality, she now looked extremely collected, but at the same time extremely worried. Tina suddenly unceremoniously threw the man straight to the ground, flatly refusing to help this man any further. He only croaked darkly that all their long games together had now finally come to an end. Suddenly, Tina confirmed in an icy tone that their protracted, deceitful performance was indeed now completely over. She stated outright that she had always considered him a simple creature and had only obeyed Alice's iron will. And then those rare images of their once happy life together quickly flashed through her memory. Meanwhile, Tina honestly admitted her complete inability to sincerely recognize him as the true master. But in fact, right now her thoughts were exclusively concerned with the search for that suddenly disappeared lady. The blonde promised to obey him again only after receiving an official new order from Alice herself. Suddenly, the wounded man, with his last strength, desperately grabbed the cold Tina by her shoulder. And then she involuntarily froze, feeling the heavy hand of this pathetic creature on her skin. Neville and the silent Alice ran very quickly away from the epicenter of that very terrible explosion. Alice stared straight ahead with her frightening and bright crimson eyes, completely indifferent. And then the wounded man, with the last of his strength, grabbed Tina with a death grip. The girl in the formal suit only briefly confirmed the immediate start of the search for her human mistress. Suddenly, a single sharp shot rang out, which in the blink of an eye broke the ringing silence of these ruins. The lead bullet hit Neville right in the leg, and both fugitives fell head over heels onto the cold ground. Tina was instantly stunned by the sudden fall of her recent companions. The huge soldier in heavy armor loomed menacingly over the boy and took careful aim again. Meanwhile, Katarina's order came through all channels to immediately and alive capture the object codenamed Neville. The onboard system quickly confirmed the guy's identity and completed the successful capture of the important target. The targeting system suddenly froze as the little girl leaned low over that strange, glowing block. That cold, mechanical voice clearly predicted the imminent, inevitable death of all other living beings. The rather heartless scanner instantly marked the defenseless child as a priority target for complete destruction. The huge artificial eye froze, hiding behind a deep crack all the calculating fury of this war machine. Meanwhile, all available channels were loudly trumpeting the imminent elimination of that wandering robot by military forces. One elderly man listened with an extremely gloomy expression to this report about a lost drone that had been searching for its owners for a long time. Robot Isaac sternly reprimanded his boss for his brazen idleness, which involuntarily reminded him of his eternally grumpy wife. The old bar owner turned sharply to his android, desperately trying to finally get to the bottom of the truth. He was seriously and deeply concerned about whether these robots could even recognize a human in such a terrible monster. Isaac carefully and dryly confirmed that the frightening news from the TV now sounded quite credible. Isaac calmly explained that the drastic change in his DNA was making it very difficult for the AI to accurately recognize him as a human. The kind owner gave his android a friendly hug and, with a light joke, finally forgave him. Meanwhile, he laughed merrily and ordered Isaac to immediately get rid of him if the mutation began. Then the boss called out loudly to Isaac and suddenly raised his tightly clenched fist with vigor. The android meekly responded to this gesture by lightly touching it with his strong fists. Together, they solemnly swore to protect little Alice no matter what. Suddenly, a sharp shot rudely cut short all these warm memories of the distant past. The mortally wounded boss desperately implored his partner to always remember to reliably protect that girl. The brutal combat robot opened fire in cold blood, killing the man in front of the terrified children. The bloodied defender screamed loudly in wild pain under the gaze of pale Alice. The poor boss, with the last of his strength, slowly turned towards Alice, who was completely frozen with fear. He clung tightly to the girl as if desperately trying to pass on to her all the remains of his life. And then he fell down dead, and that little one flew far away from this powerful push. But Isaac worked extremely well and deftly caught Alice right in her flight through the air. The owner, with the last of his strength, barely audibly wheezed that his request was not an order at all. It was that sacred promise that only real men usually give to each other. There was a dull thud on the ground, and the heart of this brave man stopped beating forever. Isaac stood motionless over his fallen friend, clutching the bitterly crying orphan tightly to himself. That piece of iron considered the situation abnormal and immediately reported it to its superiors. The empty gun simply fell out of his hands, and the robot was already actively requesting a new batch of shells. The Iron Soldier slowly advanced, completely ignoring all those heartbreaking cries of little Alice. With a barely audible, quiet buzz, one secret compartment quickly opened in the combat vehicle's hand. A sharp blade instantly sprang out from the steel bracer, flashing brightly with a cold light in this night. The robot commanded Isaac to hand over the creature, citing strict fulfillment of his official duty. He rudely reminded them of the law that obliges any AI to always unquestioningly assist all authorities. Meanwhile, Isaac realized that disobedience would result in an immediate and complete shutdown of the system. The android's eyes suddenly reflected almost inhuman pain, and his body suddenly began to crack. The enemy scanners heartlessly confirmed that Alice's DNA no longer belonged to a human being. Some kind of dark aura enveloped Isaac as he stood ominously behind the child. He sighed heavily and bitterly, slowly unclenched his hands and let go of the crying girl. Neville stood frozen in complete daze as he watched this nightmare unfold before his eyes. Alice looked at her executioner in fear, while Isaac stood absolutely indifferently right next to her. The machine roughly grabbed the girl, thanking the android for his assistance. Neville let out a wild, desperate cry, unable to contain his surging rage any longer. The combat robot swung its sharp blade wide, preparing to finally destroy this frightened child. Isaac's face suddenly distorted, revealing all the true intentions of this rebellious servant. Suddenly, he grabbed the enemy's armed hand with a dead iron grip. The android delivered one lightning-fast, precise blow, piercing the skull plate of this mechanical killer. The enemy's system sparked wildly, detecting a critical failure and extremely abnormal machine behavior. Isaac suddenly jumped back far, reliably protecting the crying Alice with his steel body. The crippled machine, in complete shock, wondered what exactly this system traitor was doing right now. The enemy brazenly threatened Isaac with immediate and harsh shutdown for grossly violating the sacred AI code. But the android quickly found a clever loophole in the law on the unconditional priority of the most important articles. Meanwhile, Neville clearly noticed how Isaac secretly activated the highest priority mode. Strict rules required that the safety of the Master's family always be put above any other orders. Moreover, the android sacredly remained faithful to the oath given to man a long time ago. The software chains burst with a loud crack, finally releasing the hidden power of the Iron Protector. The very name of Henry Riedel immediately awakened in the electronic brain secret protocols of the distant past. A personal promise turned out to be much stronger than any dry paragraphs and programmatic restrictions. And then Isaac solemnly vowed to protect Alice, despite her new, frightening mutation. Tina loudly proclaimed that the long-standing oath to Master Henry was worth much more than any AI laws. The enemy creaked its metal furiously, discovering fatal errors in its complex logical structure. The robot immediately suspected a cognitive defect, and Tina commanded Alice to hide immediately. The machine quickly loaded its cannon, realizing the inevitability of damage to its main computing unit. Suddenly, pink cat markings formed a tight ring that reliably bound the sensors of this enemy helmet. Tina shuddered violently in surprise when she saw the strange and sudden failure of the enemy system. Kyra caustically called that military vehicle just old trash from 13 years ago. The hacker boldly and confidently declared that nothing is impossible for advanced robots. She mockingly listed the ways in which nature itself or chance would soon destroy the enemy. Kyra proudly called herself a genius hacker who came to the soul of these useless tin cans. The display flickered dimly, counting down the last bitter moments of the fallen military drone's life. The metal groaned pitifully and heart-rendingly as the mutilated mechanism tried to make its final movement. Meanwhile, Kyra deftly bandaged Neville's leg, genuinely happy that she had taken the bandages in time. The girl ironically compared this boy to a king who is forever collecting absolutely all the injuries. Suddenly, a frightening, powerful roar was heard, forcing the friends to immediately interrupt their important conversation. Tina bent low over the master's body, silently asking him for belated forgiveness. She bitterly and strongly blamed herself for not having saved the master. But Kyra countered in time that it was his sacrifice that helped Tina finally wake up. The hacker explained clearly that Henry's heroic death caused a fatal hack into the android system. Neville asked gloomily whether the dead old man had left any important will. Tina remembered that the master always considered their agreement to be the true male promise. Henry sincerely recognized the robot as his son and a full-fledged protector of his family. Only now has she finally and irrevocably accepted this difficult male vow. Tina firmly vowed to protect Alice with absolutely everything she had left. Suddenly, Kyra rudely interrupted the farewell, reminding us of the severe time shortage. The military was already rapidly approaching to completely clear the area of any suspicious creatures. Kyra told us to quickly go to the stadium because the important data was now encrypted in it. Tina froze in fear, realizing that the cunning hacker was abandoning them at such a moment. The girl only smiled bitterly, clearly planning something extremely dangerous. Kyra sat silently next to the wounded Neville, listening to the mournful howl of the wind. Kyra urgently asked Mamiya to get in touch immediately after this meeting with Neville. Then the girl, in parting, very affectionately called the red-haired boy simply her little one. Neville couldn't help but flinch when he heard the hacker suddenly start talking about the missing Hasty. Kyra firmly and confidently promised the guy to find the blonde at any cost. He bombarded her with anxious questions, fearing that something truly terrible had happened to Hasty. The hacker only winked mysteriously and slyly, hiding her real plans from her comrades. She waved her hand playfully, ordering the others to take good care of these children. As she ran, Kyra quickly launched into a complex calculation of her friend's chances of survival. The system produced a clear image of Hasty trapped in the heart of the city's icy ruins. Kyra sincerely believed that the android would definitely wait for her triumphant appearance. A huge warship flew with a heavy roar right over the mountain range, frightening the entire convoy below. The officers quickly reported to Katarina that they had received an urgent message that another intelligent being had been discovered. In her icy tone, Commander Katarina commanded that the creature's connection with that very code blue be immediately checked. Meanwhile, the faithful pilot cheerfully reported to Katarina that they had almost entered the operational zone. Heavy trucks rushed at full, breakneck speed straight into the blazing hell ahead. Suddenly, a blinding flash in the middle of the dead desert made literally everyone around shudder. With a whoosh, a powerful energy beam instantly incinerated the command trucks driving ahead. This unexpected and incredibly powerful blow left all the soldiers in the control room in a state of genuine horror. The entire damaged and brightly burning flagship of Katarina fell like a stone into that dark gorge. The wounded pilot desperately screamed to his commander that it was the very same positron energy of Muspelheim. Katarina was seriously angry, not believing at all that the surviving android even had enough strength to shoot. Mamiya, in her terrifying Code Black mode, quickly activated that deadly positron cannon. In the gray sky, the powerful flagship of the General Combat Command, named Gneisenau, was clearly identified. Mamiya's scarlet red eye flashed furiously, immediately recognizing the personal vessel of that very enemy commander-in-chief. The robot instantly remembered all her fallen allies and was filled with a steely determination to see this revenge through to the end. Through her tightly clenched teeth, Mamiya growled Katarina's name in anger, finally preparing to deliver her finishing blow. She jerked the heavy weapon upward, accompanied by a growing powerful roar and clanking of internal mechanisms. The onboard system quickly locked onto the enemy vessel, emitting a series of loud, alarming signals. The pilot, in wild horror, reported the complete destruction of 6 entire regiments due to Mamiya's furious attack. Siegfried explained in a completely cold tone that Mamiya had suddenly gained such incredible power after that recent battle. Katarina sternly demanded that Hasty be found immediately, but the soldiers had only detected one signal from Mamiya so far. The frightened subordinates shouted loudly that the enemy was once again charging Muspelheim for a new powerful attack. The android, with complete cold blood, aimed her shining cannon straight at the steel heart of this enemy flagship. The entire crew froze in horror at once, because their next target was their own ship. Mamiya concentrated with utmost concentration, preparing to smash Katarina's ship into smithereens in the blink of an eye. Her single crimson eye burned with insane rage and thirst for this inevitable and bloody massacre. There was a sharp clang as that deadly cannon finally locked onto its target. A blinding beam of pure energy cut through the darkness, leaving the enemies no chance of escape. Those heavy trucks screeched to a halt, enveloped in acrid smoke and bright flashes. Meanwhile, in the dark cargo bays, new soulless combat machines have already begun to awaken en masse. An entire army of robots with a measured, heavy stomping sound began their next large-scale offensive. Thousands of mechanical soldiers marched inexorably forward into the crimson heat of battle. Suddenly, Mamiya's steel body began to shimmer strangely and slowly disappear from reality itself. Even despite the strong interference, Mamiya's gaze always remained extremely cold and determined. She quickly and deftly rushed into the thick of the dense formation of those enemy robots. Right in the middle of a high jump, the android opened heavy and accurate fire on all of Katarina's soldiers. Mamiya masterfully used her dual powerful positron pistols specifically for this close combat. The pilot quickly reported the Code Black's sudden transition to this furious hand-to-hand combat. The officer informed Katarina about the sudden breakdown of the enemy's artillery and immediately proposed a complete encirclement. Katarina loudly announced to her entire unit that this Code Black had appeared right in front of them. Mamiya fired back furiously and accurately, desperately trying to single-handedly hold back the detachment pressing from all sides. Katarina, in an icy tone, commanded her soldiers to completely ignore any Code Black activity. Mamiya instantly froze in complete shock as the enemy simply rushed past at full speed. The robots rushed forward in unison, focusing on quickly completing their commander's 2 main tasks. Katarina's first mission was to immediately capture the still-living Neville along with his code. But the second point of the order was the complete and utterly merciless destruction of all others. The soldiers began to mercilessly shoot all surviving creatures and robots in this operation zone. Katarina wisely explained that the best tactic is to create for the enemy exactly the conditions he fears. She clearly understood that Mamiya had deliberately entered into that close combat only to gain time. The commander smiled predatorily and maliciously, finally figuring out the android's desperate attempt to somehow delay her troops. Katarina rudely called Mamiya a mere tin can and told Kira to find Neville as quickly as possible. The commander noted with glee the fact that this cornered android had now completely lost all control. The cunning enemies had already planned in advance to lure Mamiya into another sector for her final destruction. Mamiya gnashed her teeth in anger, realizing the complete hopelessness of her current extremely difficult situation. Meanwhile, the robot once again charged its glowing pistols with powerful and dangerous energy. Bang, and the android shot with enormous force straight into the dry ground, instantly raising clouds of dust. Katarina commanded that the entire sector be tightly cordoned off when the soldiers had completed exactly half of their journey. The officer quickly confirmed the encirclement plan, while the satisfied commander was eagerly anticipating her imminent victory. Mamiya bared her teeth furiously, acutely feeling the fatal lack of precious time to save all her faithful friends. And then she made one sharp jerk, desperately trying to deceive her persistent pursuers. The frightened adjutant shouted in panic to Katarina that this crazy Mamiya was rushing at great speed straight towards them. The next moment, the android, with a deafening roar, broke through the tempered glass, bursting into the command center itself. The heavy barrel of the positron pistol stopped dead at the temple of the instantly speechless Katarina with an ominous click. Mamiya sternly ordered the commander to immediately completely halt the operation and withdraw all his troops back. She calmly declared that for the sake of this victory, she was even ready to break her main forbidden law of AI. Flashing her single crimson eye, the android asked if her opponent understood the true seriousness of her threats. Meanwhile, the entire army of robots received a new order and immediately began a mass shooting down there. The soldiers received clear orders to find and immediately destroy absolutely every living creature in this sector. This deadly fire did not spare even its own robots, in accordance with that cruel order for a total purge. Looking at this bloody massacre, someone in complete despair shouted out a question about the meaning of the nightmare that was happening. Kyra secretly wondered in horror if the soldiers had already somehow managed to knock out that elusive Mamiya. The dark-skinned girl desperately tried to find the current location of the still-living Hasty using an old navigator. Kyra couldn't stand to watch as the soulless enemies mercilessly shot at those defenseless maid robots. She sighed heavily, realizing the sheer numerical superiority of all Katarina's soldiers in this sector. The impudent Kyra bared her teeth angrily, deciding to give her all today to save her allies. Meanwhile, Katarina fearlessly and deftly intercepted the barrel of the pistol pointed straight at her head. The commander mockingly suggested that Mamiya shoot her immediately if she really dared to do so. Katarina, with undisguised curiosity, asked whether the android would be able to break its built-in AI law at all. The frightened officer sincerely prayed that the lady should not underestimate the enraged robot's frightening determination. He immediately recalled the recent attack when Mamiya killed many people without any hesitation. Katarina was genuinely angry as she recalled how she had almost failed to obey the emergency evacuation order. And then it became completely clear to everyone that without that bold decision, they would all have died long ago. The officers trembled slightly, realizing that this Mamiya was quite capable of overstepping any AI prohibitions. And Katarina suddenly quickly realized that the calculating android had calculated her every future step in advance. Meanwhile, Mamiya maintained an icy silence while the rest of the people were looking for a way out in a wild panic. The puzzled officer in thin glasses could not grasp the true train of thought of his commander. Katarina patiently explained that in simulation mode, any robot thinks much faster than an ordinary person. In fact, Mamiya's calculations guaranteed their complete safety even during that furious attack. And then she realized that this daring prank gave them the time they needed to successfully escape. The commander sarcastically concluded that since this robot is so impolite, it will soon break the law. But Katarina was completely confident that the android would not violate its main system law. The commander reminded him of Mamiya's endless devotion to his master and her own complete invulnerability. She easily admitted that this robot was capable of ignoring only some minor system rules. The blonde dismissed Mamiya's obvious threat as just a pathetic attempt to fool her with this convincing lie. Suddenly, all of the android's internal systems simultaneously emitted a series of very sharp alarm signals. System protocols confirmed the absolute impossibility of firing due to a hard-coded no-kill program. The exposed Mamiya turned away silently and gloomily, admitting her complete defeat in this short skirmish. Katarina mockingly asked why this android had even decided on such a stupid adventure. The commander quickly realized that this bluff was the only attempt to somehow escape from the impasse. The woman smiled predatorily, expressing only feigned pity for her ultimately defeated rival. Dora quietly reminded the wounded Mamiya of their long-shared past and the risks involved. She honestly admitted that at that moment they were indeed fighting for an almost impossible and illusory goal. Suddenly, the instruments on the bridge began to beep alarmingly, sensing a strange and clearly alien signal in the void. Meanwhile, Katarina only smiled ominously because she was clearly savoring her frightening and dark thoughts. And then Mamiya suddenly learned the shocking truth about the capture of that very mysterious blue code. The commander dryly thanked the robot for the unusually invigorating and harsh experience of real combat. But in fact, deep down she had already devised a plan to quickly repay one old debt. Suddenly, this woman, in an icy tone, gave all her troops a new and truly terrible order. She demanded, without a shadow of pity, that Code Blue be methodically crippled in order to experience the most terrible pain. Then, completely enraged, Mamiya jumped up and rushed to attack straight through the red-hot debris. Mamiya was rapidly flying down towards the ground while a huge ship circled ominously in the gray sky. Meanwhile, Katarina admitted with a slight smile that she had brazenly and deliberately lied to everyone about the blue code. And then the heavy turrets, with an increasing roar, finally began to load their deadly guns. There was a powerful explosion at the very second when the heavy shells finally reached their doomed target. The officer hastened to report to Katarina that the battered black code had finally collapsed at the very foot of the wall. The woman asked Mamiya with cold indifference if she understood the true reason for her defeat. She firmly stated that ordinary robots are simply not capable of truly deceiving a cunning enemy. Suddenly, a subordinate reported the emergence of a new and extremely strange situation right next to the wall. It turned out that absolutely all 27 of her elite soldiers were completely destroyed. In a momentary fit of panic, Katarina assumed Hasty's involvement, but this time she was very wrong. Kyra pushed her hacking module to its limits to hack the complex security bot system. But the soulless robots instantly responded with a barrage of dense and deadly fire. And then the unfortunate girl realized with chilling horror the overwhelming numerical superiority of her enemies. Meanwhile, Katarina's subordinate reported to the lady about receiving another extremely important message. The soldiers continued to fire furiously in all directions, literally showering Kyra with a hail of lead bullets. Soon, a cold notification about the final destruction of that very illegal AI appeared on the monitors. The defeated Kyra froze on her knees in the dust because she had almost completely lost her last strength. Suddenly, right behind her, a truly deafening and primal, powerful roar was heard. The girl fell unconscious to the ground, no longer having the will to resist this cruel fate. Katarina's iron guards formed a tight ring around the motionless and wounded Mamiya. From the depths of the rubble, a hand suddenly emerged, mysteriously shrouded in a strange, glowing code. The empty corridor echoed with desperate, pain-filled cries calling for help from Dr. Haston. Tina, in utter horror, leaned over the man's body, begging him to come to his senses and wake up quickly. The severely stunned doctor opened his eyes with difficulty, and the first thing he recognized was the face of his devoted Tina. The girl strictly forbade him to get up due to the severe head injury he received after the explosion. She whispered that those damned military men had used a powerful Nerthus during that surprise attack. Tina brought him to a secret hideout where their manager was sleeping peacefully in a cold cryocapsule. Meanwhile, Haston recalled with a shudder all the details about this nightmarish weapon from the time of the last war. He asked hopefully about Neville's fate, but Tina never received any answer to this question. And then someone from the other side began to bang on their massive steel door, just furiously and frighteningly. Katarina's soldiers smashed down the steel door of their last refuge with a deafening roar. And then Tina and the doctor literally froze in place because they were overcome with real mortal horror. Suddenly, without any warning, the soulless robots opened merciless fire to kill people. Meanwhile, red-hot bullets whistled right over the heads of these unfortunate fugitives. Siegfried realized with unbearable bitterness the fact that Mamiya and Kyra had lost this fight. The boy looked at his wounded master for the last time, and despair was evident in that look. He firmly promised himself to save these children even if the price was his own shameful escape. Suddenly, Siegfried grabbed the frightened boys and literally dove into a narrow, dark passage. And then the enemy bot's thermal imager detected suspicious movement behind the pile of wall debris. The silent tin cans immediately followed while the guy, with the last of his strength, dragged the heavy load away. The bot's red scanner beam swept across the crowd and instantly recognized the frightened red-haired Neville as the very blue code he needed. Siegfried, in a panic, ordered Alice to grab the boy tighter and run away as quickly as possible while they still had even the slightest chance. At that very moment, this soulless mechanical soldier, without a shadow of pity, raised his rifle and opened heavy fire to kill. And then the guy simply covered the children with his body and, in fact, took on all the deadly lead flying at them. Our hero fell to his knees with a groan, with horrible smoking wounds gaping right in his damaged body. Suddenly, a huge metal paw roughly grabbed the frightened Neville right by the scruff of the neck as if he were some kind of rag doll. The droid, in a dry, creaky voice, reported the capture of a high-value target for immediate and urgent transport to headquarters. Meanwhile, another robot quickly pointed the barrel of its gun straight into the face of the bleeding and weakened guy. The poor boy screamed in terror as he was mercilessly dragged across the muddy ground towards the military plane. The defeated Siegfried only watched helplessly and with fierce hatred as his best friend was abducted in such a brazen manner. The entire city was literally choked by black smoke and ruins after this sudden and extremely destructive air attack. Enemy drones reported to command the final destruction of Kyra and immediately resumed the planned clearing of this sector. But the cunning girl had in fact only skillfully simulated her death with the help of a very cunning and secret program. She slowly began to regain consciousness and opened her eyes with difficulty, lying on the cold and wet concrete. Noticing a familiar faint shimmer in the dust, Kyra suddenly realized with relief that Hasty was somehow still alive. Mamiya also hoped with all her heart for a similar miracle when she looked at this severely damaged android with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, it soon became clear that Hasty had suffered serious damage from an incredibly powerful and destructive internal shock to the system. Kyra clearly remembered how last time she had already cut open her twisted and dented torso to save the microcircuits. It turned out that this unique robot was able to rebuild the entire system, starting the process right from the core. But in reality, Hasty will definitely come to life as long as her precious and deeply hidden core remains whole and unharmed. Kyra quickly realized that Hasty's core had deliberately and intentionally hidden deep inside the hull this time for self-protection. The girl grinned cheekily at her thoughts, because for her, any pitiful chances of failure meant absolutely nothing at that moment. Gathering the last of her strength, she stubbornly and slowly crawled towards the dimly glowing mechanical core of her friend. And then Kyra resolutely moved forward through sheer force, completely ignoring the wild, pulsating pain throughout her body. Smiling slightly, she asked her friend in a quiet voice about the main difference that existed between the two of them. Meanwhile, in the dark bunker, soulless robots with a short signal sentenced the unfortunate Tina to an immediate and cruel death. The frightened girl screamed desperately at the top of her voice because she flatly refused to accept such an unfair ending. The machines opened fire in unison, and the shocked doctor only helplessly cried out the name of his faithful companion and assistant. Suddenly, Haston, in some kind of mad impulse, rushed forward, trying to shield Tina from the flying bullets with his body. But the enemy's massive iron hand roughly and very sharply grabbed his weakened wrist, preventing him from moving. The robot, with a clanking sound, roughly grabbed and literally twisted the arms of this desperately resisting and screaming with rage doctor. The built-in scanner revealed the name Martin Houston, while the captured prisoner, helpless, cursed his metal executioners. Meanwhile, with the last of her strength, crawling Kyra firmly believed in the limitless and almost divine capabilities of her beloved AI. And then the cold machines pointed their black barrels straight at Tina and the wounded Siegfried, who were trembling with fear. But the wounded youth still looked with undisguised hatred into the empty eyepieces of these soulless and heavy robots. Tina also stared furiously and proudly at her executioners, waiting for the inevitable final shot in this dark corner. Suddenly, Siegfried miraculously intercepted the enemy cannon, desperately defending little Alice to his last breath. Kyra understood perfectly well that now they simply could not miss even the most illusory and tiny chance for common salvation. She finally reached Hasty's sparkling metal hand, clinging with all her might to that fragile and thin hope. And then the girl resolutely and quickly looked out from behind a huge and uneven piece of concrete broken by the explosion. Kyra watched with bated breath and bated heart as the rhythmically pulsating and still-living core of Hasty. The girl grinned predatorily to herself because she had finally figured out the secret conditions for activating that hidden module. And then Kyra resolutely pressed herself against the cold lips of this completely disconnected and now silent android. Meanwhile, high above the burning ruins of the dead city, a huge military shuttle soared into the gray sky with a heavy roar. The officer, with obvious delight in his voice, reported to Katerina about the successful and final capture of that very important blue code. The commander coldly clarified Hasty's current status, but all their active searches had so far been completely in vain. Then the angry woman ordered to immediately prepare for the final stage of her truly insane and insidious plan. In her pride, she arrogantly decided that this android she hated was finally destroyed by that powerful explosion. Suddenly, Katerina accidentally noticed another extremely interesting prisoner on the murky screens of the security cameras. This insidious villainess immediately decided to force the captured doctor to conduct her cruel experiments on this unfortunate boy. The doctor's gloomy predictions about the robot breakthrough made the officer nervous. Soon, she smugly announced the successful completion of the military operation. Suddenly, Kyra pressed her lips to the frozen blondes. So the cheeky girl launched a secret download of Dorothy's data. Her pink eye flashed, confirming the combat module was fully activated. Powerful electrical discharges immediately and furiously enveloped the hacker's body. Meanwhile, the appearance of the mysterious black code greatly shocked the military. They frantically tried to assess the colossal damage on their monitors. And then the soldier nervously reported a strange anomaly in the core. It turned out that the system rejected Hasty's identity with almost 100% certainty. The bespectacled man panicked and compared the new black code to Mamiya's horrific incident. Katerina flatly refused to believe the nightmare unfolding on the screens. Meanwhile, the hacker's crazy laughter was heard amidst the thunderclaps of lightning. The girl was experiencing an incredible thrill, feeling like she was floating on a digital cloud. Activating Glinda's module gave her a simply godlike level of control. Now her overclocked processor could easily hack thousands of enemy hardware. But the main trump card turned out to be the cutest drone for expanding the hacking zone. Kyra kissed the baby tenderly, giving him the funny nickname Kotalite. She then glared at the captured robots, reversing all the indulgences. And with one light poke, she forced the enemy tin can to initiate the self-destruct protocol. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered while Tina was shielding the frightened little girl. And then the screen showed a terrifying report about the destruction of all nearby units. In fact, the infection killed a quarter of the fighters even behind the wall. Katarina furiously ordered the survivors to go offline and launch an all-out assault. She mercilessly threw absolutely all her armored vehicles and strike aircraft into battle. The bespectacled man timidly tried to object, but the commander harshly cut off his pathetic babble. The woman decided to stop the threat even at the cost of the lives of all her soldiers. Meanwhile, the daring Kyra was calmly preparing her grand final hacking cord. The girl, with wild excitement, finally cracked the hidden code of Dorothy's operating system. Now the shining digital cube was fully prepared for mass viral distribution. Kyra recalled with a grin the long-standing human fear of a machine uprising. And then the girl effectively launched a mass mailing of the virus through Glinda. Meanwhile, the body of the defeated maid was suddenly enveloped in a strange blue glow. It turned out that the hidden loading of Dorothy's operating system had successfully completed. The survivors watched with undisguised shock as the alien module suddenly activated. Suddenly, the daring hacker with theatrical pathos loudly snapped her fingers. The white-haired young man in the suit immediately became covered in glowing viral spots. The same digital infection instantly struck the pink-haired Stargirl. Kyra just grinned madly, anticipating the start of her grand show. And then a colossal dome of lightning epically covered the ruined city. Meanwhile, the base's radars began beeping hysterically with a multitude of black codes. The frightened signalman immediately reported to the commander about the mass contamination of the territories. Katarina gritted her teeth furiously, clearly realizing the catastrophic nature of the situation. And then the woman turned around abruptly, announcing to the officers a change of plans. The bespectacled man immediately ordered the final stage of capturing the enraged machines. The general's wife then ordered all battle droids to be put into autonomous mode. Their main and ruthless task became the complete destruction of the remaining robots. The Iron Dummies immediately adopted protocols for a total purge of the infected. After this, the heavily armed Soul Droids began to march heavily into the offensive. But their additional goal was to capture the mysterious blue code. The designated group of cars confidently advanced towards the frightened red-haired boy. One of the steel dummies raised his sparkling weapon threateningly. And then the white-haired youth smashed the tin can with a crushing blow from the module. Neville's only response was to widen his new red eyes in shock. The savior sat down next to him with concern, inquiring about the well-being of the confused boy. He continued to mumble incoherently, not recognizing his changed comrade at all. The young man gently explained that he had been miraculously healed thanks to the robotization of his body. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a heavy metallic stomp. It turned out that an entire army of robots had already tightly surrounded the defenseless heroes. The children trembled in animal terror at the inevitability of their impending doom. Suddenly, Tina's shining force shield reliably protected the frightened children. The girl smiled softly, reassuring the boys and guaranteeing their complete safety. Then she asked to wait a bit, confidently switching into combat mode. The enemy robots were already taking aim at the target, ready to open fire. Tina took off with inhuman speed, sparkling with tension. A glittering energy blade instantly extended from her robotic hand. And with one crushing blow, she cut down several steel opponents at once. Having finished the deadly dance, the girl bowed gracefully, calmly putting away her weapon. The children watched this truly fantastic rescue with incredible delight. Neville just blinked in amazement, still not believing his own eyes. Neville continued to scream hysterically, pointing his finger at his savior in bewilderment. Suddenly, the skies opened up and heavy fighters dropped a hail of missiles. Tina just watched with cold blood as the warheads rapidly fell on them. And then pink-haired Alice suddenly pulled her shining whip. Monstrous explosions shook the earth, but the Force Dome withstood this hell. Stargirl landed gracefully, deftly spinning her deadly weapon. Having activated the module, she asked with a smile about the effectiveness of her appearance. An excited Dr. Martin ran up to the surviving company with relief. Meanwhile, the heavy tanks were already firing furiously without stopping. The armored vehicles stubbornly drove around the rubble, trying to finish off all the infected robots. The battle discharges sparked ominously around the maid and the blonde man. Meanwhile, the shaggy guy just grinned at the sudden uprising of the machines. And then the pink maid slammed the giant hammer into the enemy. A second later, a powerful volley from her hand destroyed the airship. The defender joyfully assessed the chaos, covering the frightened girl with an impenetrable energy shield. While the allies desperately hacked at the cyborg machine gunner, this shield reliably protected the little girl. And at headquarters, they listened in horror to reports of colossal losses. The commander nervously bit her glove, realizing the complete lack of information about the enemy. The tactical map of the doomed sector quickly became covered with frightening threat markers. The bearded man gloomily noted Katarina's inability to contain such elite robots. The president thought darkly about Dr. Croucher's frightening words. He then contacted Kriemhild's hologram for an important assignment. The politician cold-bloodedly ordered the special forces to completely wipe out the infected sector. The holographic assistant meekly accepted this merciless order. Meanwhile, the commander desperately demanded to request presidential fire support. Suddenly, the radar operator panicked when he noticed 5 unidentified flying objects. The officer, in a cold sweat, could not identify the impending threat. At that moment, the commander's eyes widened in terrible realization. Exhausted, she slumped heavily, shocking her subordinate. With a frightening grin, the woman gave the order to retreat immediately. Katrina, her face twisted, hysterically ordered her troops to retreat immediately. And then the massive warship quickly rushed away from the explosions. The pink maid and the gray-haired swordsman looked at the departing transport in shock. Meanwhile, Kyra lazily watched the cowardly flight of the enemy. However, the hacker's intuition told her that the proud Katrina would not simply run away. Suddenly, the scanners beeped alarmingly, causing her eyes to widen. It turned out that the commander retreated because of the rockets rapidly falling from the sky. The dark-skinned girl immediately deployed a holographic interface to assess the impending threat. Baring her teeth, she ordered her allies to abandon the robots and group around her. The motley group of heroes obediently broke off the fight, anxiously awaiting the next move. A huge warhead called Nerthus was falling inexorably onto the burning city. Meanwhile, Kyra calmly counted 5 flying projectiles on the radar. The girl bared her teeth madly, flattered by such a large-scale and destructive attack. And then she ordered her allies to pour energy into the shield generator. The pink warrior and the rest of the fighters accepted this plan without hesitation. Suddenly, a giant hexagonal barrier unfolded with a roar over the ruins. The injured nurse stared in shock at the sudden life-saving dome. The gray-haired medic touched the shimmering armor above them with incredible relief. The guy smiled warmly at his stunned partner, realizing their miraculous rescue. And in the distance, the daring Kara calmly held this shield over the survivors. A sudden, desperate cry made Kara turn around sharply with the cube. At that moment, the one-eyed maid resolutely put her palm forward. And then another powerful energy shield deployed over the survivors. Meanwhile, the deadly warhead revealed its contents with an ominous click. The giant projectile broke up into dozens of pink bombs in the air. A deadly hail of monstrous force fell upon the saving barrier. Inside the dome, frightened people cowered in panic from the roar. The shaggy brunette desperately shielded the blonde and the baby with her body. And the crazy hacker just grinned maliciously, accompanied by explosions. The girl boldly stated the inevitable breakthrough of the defense due to the horde of cyborgs. The energy dome crackled menacingly under the monstrous onslaught of flying projectiles. The dark-skinned hacker's eyes widened in shock at this turn of events. The girl nervously realized that she had underestimated the colossal destructive power of Nerthus. The systems mercilessly counted down the measly seconds until the barrier's complete collapse. The bombing would last too long, so Kara frantically searched for an escape route. Suddenly, someone's legs, shining with energy, confidently stepped forward. The girl turned around sharply, looking at her unexpected assistant with genuine surprise. And then an absolutely insane grin spread across her dark face. A second later, a blinding explosion of monstrous power shook the entire battlefield. And after the devastating storm, the sun rose peacefully over the tranquil mountains. At headquarters, Katrina watched the results of the total purge on the screen with a grim expression. The subordinate turned to her timidly, feeling the rage emanating from the commander. Turning around, the woman dryly ordered the entire fleet to turn around immediately. The officers looked at each other in shock, not expecting such a sudden end to the operation. The final order for an immediate return to base was heard throughout headquarters. Katrina clenched her teeth, barely containing the anger boiling inside her. She admitted through gritted teeth that this time they had lost shamefully. Meanwhile, among the ruins, the heroes joyfully greeted their shining savior. Hasty, with a radiant smile, announced to everyone her triumphant return, and the mysterious gray-haired man silently watched the surviving sector from afar. The gray-haired man in the mask burst into a fit of uncontrollable, eerie laughter. Through the filters of his respirator, his gaze burned with a fanatical, frightening fire. The scientist, in ecstasy, proclaimed that the worst times had come for humanity. He triumphantly announced the beginning of the long-awaited robot uprising against humans. Meanwhile, Hasty was beaming with happiness, surrounded by friends. Suddenly, the crowd picked up the blonde in their arms, preparing for a celebratory throw. On the count of 3, the jubilant team unanimously threw their savior into the air. Kyra excitedly suggested repeating this flight at least 10 more times. Explosions of delight and cries of hurrah echoed over the fallen ruins of the city. Watching this, the brunette acknowledged the android's growing emotionality with a smile. The guy didn't believe that robots had thwarted the government's plans and stopped the disaster. Mamiya only smiled mysteriously, mentioning the Union government trembling in terror. In the midst of the ruins, she suddenly asked her companion about his future plans. Mamiya admitted that he was the only survivor here without signs of the flu. The man's face darkened when he learned that they wanted to use him to create a medicine. He sighed heavily, realizing that they would simply finish him off in the residential areas. And then he firmly decided to stay with these strange iron guys. Robots cared for the sick more sincerely than embittered and selfish people. Mamiya teased him quite a bit, since she already knew the correct answer. Meanwhile, the dawn of new hope was breaking over the ruins of the old world. Hasty warned that it was too early to relax. A new attack awaited them ahead. She proposed a daring plan to found her own independent city here. There was nowhere to go, because the military was watching their every step. The blonde decided to gather all the outcast robots here and protect the unfortunate sick ones. The whole team unanimously supported Hasty's crazy but noble idea. Suddenly, Kyra became indignant that it was impossible to end the day so simply and boringly. Together with her friend, she decided to give everyone a truly explosive performance. Meanwhile, a futuristic warship was flying rapidly through the sky. Katharina von Bayern has officially acknowledged her shameful defeat at the hands of an army of AI robots. She ordered that all data be erased and that this fiasco be kept a secret. Katharina believed that hiding the truth would save a world mired in chaos. She remembered how the AI laws had tried in vain to prevent a machine uprising. Unfortunately, reality turned out to be cruel, and robots still rebelled against people. The truth about AI's power could only increase the panic over the flu. The commander declared the information secret, as a leak threatened a major catastrophe. She furiously threatened to execute anyone who dared to reveal this secret. The stunned soldiers unanimously confirmed that they understood everything and froze. Suddenly, Tina appeared on all the screens, cheerfully greeting the people. While the commander was in shock, the soldiers happily recognized the Vocaloid as their idol. Meanwhile, Tina announced that her friends had captured a satellite for broadcasting. Tina acknowledged the illegality of the hack, but insisted on the importance of her message. She shocked everyone with the announcement that she was leaving the entertainment industry forever. The soldiers at headquarters were literally speechless at this news. Ordinary people on the streets also couldn't believe their ears and eyes. Tina apologized to her fans, choosing a more meaningful goal for herself. The girl smiled mysteriously, preparing to pass the floor to her new ally. Then suddenly she introduced Hasty as their new leader. Hasty whispered in panic, reminding her friend of their original agreement. But Tina was adamant. Such important news should be reported by the commander. Poor Hasty was completely at a loss under the gaze of cameras from all over the world. Hasty cleared her throat, realizing that she simply had no choice now. She officially introduced herself to the citizens as an ordinary robot housekeeper named Hasty. The blonde announced the creation of a robot alliance together with the famous Tina. It was an open challenge to the policy of destroying all those infected with the dangerous flu. While Hasty spoke, Katharina von Bavaria listened in anger to the plans. The robots intend to create their own autonomous district for machines in the sector. Hasty stated that the world government's brutal methods were completely ineffective. The plot moved back 7 hours, when Kyra was vigorously hacking something. That's when the massive outbreak of the virus in the largest sector occurred. However, there were still healthy people left in the panic-stricken city. Hasty recalled that the government knew about the survivors, but struck anyway. She showed the whole world footage of the horrific Operation Crash using Nerthus. The robots saved only a few, while the rest perished under fire from the Punishers. The horrific figure of 15 million victims flashed on screens across the planet. The blonde directly told healthy citizens that the same fate awaited them. Even strict quarantine did not save the sector from a sudden and powerful outbreak of influenza. Katarina was tormented at headquarters, realizing that the virus was spread not only by contact. The government remained cowardly silent about this, continuing its bloody policy of purges. Hasty confidently proclaimed that every infected person could still be saved. She introduced Dr. Martin Houston, who protected the children who became creatures. The doctor hugged the children, proving to the world that the creatures were not at all aggressive. This red-haired boy's name was Neville, and he possessed an astonishing intellect. But the most incredible thing was that Neville could pass on his unique characteristics to others. It was he who turned little Alice into a reasonable and calm creature. Scientists from the CDC admitted that they do not yet understand the mechanism of this mutation. However, the introduction of Neville's genes would allow for complete control of the infected's rage. Meanwhile, hope has emerged to study and finally cure all those infected. The main thing is to treat, not kill, the innocent victims of this terrible virus. Neville warned furiously that the blood of the dead would remain on the hands of the exterminationists. After a passionate speech, Hasty sincerely thanked Dr. Houston for his help. Hasty fell silent, looking at the camera with undisguised determination and sadness. She admitted that the creation of their city was like a machine uprising, but robots were created only to faithfully serve all of humanity. And this fundamental attitude remained unchanged even in the midst of global chaos. Hasty emotionally cried out that those sick with the flu are, first and foremost, people. She promised to protect them at any cost, despite orders from above. The blonde reminded all viewers that those infected are absolutely the same as them. Siegfried listened to her words, placing his hand on his glowing AI core. Hasty stated two goals: to create a cure and to save patients from extermination. The robots will disband the city as soon as the authorities start treating instead of killing. The blonde scientist in the mask waited tensely to see if the government would change its attitude. Hasty fiercely proclaimed that their city would become a true shield for humanity. She firmly added that the robots would use force if necessary for protection. At headquarters, Katharina von Bavaria's expression darkened, realizing the scale of the impending catastrophe. The head of government only silently and sternly watched the android's insolent address. Suddenly, the masked scientist burst into wild laughter, clapping his hands in delight. He recalled how the team of AI creators desperately tried to prevent a machine uprising. They then ran thousands of simulations and created strict laws to control emotions. The old man admitted with amazement that he would never have thought of such an ending. After all, robots rebelled against people only in order to save humanity itself. Hasty's performance confirmed Katarina's worst fears and shook the world. Thousands of people took to the streets to protest against the despotic world government. Many supported the robots, demanding an end to the brutal extermination of infected citizens. However, others became enraged and began to get rid of their cars en masse. Society has finally split into two camps, supporters and ardent opponents of AI. And while the debate grew more heated, the robots continued to strengthen their position. The number of androids found and rescued in the sector grew rapidly with each passing hour. Thanks to the Glinda module, moving new allies into the city has become much more efficient. The robot city-state grew, taking more and more new inhabitants under its protection. Meanwhile, Dr. Houston finally managed to extract the mutation factor from Neville's blood. Doctors immediately began creating a serum that would suppress aggression in those infected. The EUO sector has developed incredibly quickly into a powerful, autonomous robot state. Meanwhile, President Frederick flatly refused to recognize the independence of the new alliance. He publicly vowed to destroy the city of machines and continue the extermination of the sick. The huge government building stood frozen in anticipation of the start of a full-scale war. That same scientist brought the president a mysterious case containing secret developments. The old man respectfully placed the suitcase on the table in front of the stern head of state. Frederick narrowed his eyes coldly, anticipating a quick reprisal against the rebellious androids. The case flashed brightly with the inscription about a certain key for a super soldier. The president placed his hand on the system, and the panel lit up with confirmed. The flu epidemic ultimately became the beginning of a completely new era. Neville and Hasty watched the sunset of their old world together. Thus began the great and inevitable war between men and machines. In a world without gadgets, Neville found his only salvation in drawing. He desperately dreamed of mastery while his mother silently drank wine. The boy believed that his success would finally make his mother smile. His imagination gave birth to entire worlds, full of bright stars and robots. Later, the red-haired boy carefully sketched a cat purring in the sun. A sudden shout made the little artist turn around and interrupt his work. A familiar girl twirled around excitedly, showing off her elegant dress to Neville. The boy admired the new item, which turned out to be a summer uniform for kindergarten. A friend suddenly asked why Neville didn't visit the garden with everyone else. The boy sadly admitted that his mother simply didn't have the money for it. The girl was surprised by the cost of tuition, and Neville remembered the screams of his irritated mother. She sincerely admired her friend's skill and his cute, drawn cat. The friend's attention quickly switched to the portrait of an incredibly beautiful woman. The red-haired boy confirmed that the picture depicted his mother. Suddenly, Neville's face darkened, fearing that this gift to his mother would not be enough. He saw her angrily cutting up his previous works. The boy bitterly admitted that he didn't know his father at all. For years, Mom carefully hid the identity of the man who once broke her heart. It turned out that due to an old injury, the woman was drowning her sorrows in a bottle. Little Neville watched helplessly as she cried every single day. The baby timidly called his mother, hoping for at least a little attention. The woman roughly pushed her son away, ordering him to get away immediately. The mother cried from helplessness, sincerely hating everything around her and herself. In a fit of rage, she screamed, blaming Neville for all the troubles. His mother's harsh words made Neville feel like a burden. Despite the pain, the boy vowed to one day make his mother smile. The friend returned the album, considering his skills to be quite decent. Suddenly, the girl suggested adding bright colors to the boring sketches. Neville had no pencils, but his friend was already planning something. Suddenly, a creepy and ragged stranger began to watch the children. A suspicious woman in rags walked past, clutching a bottle tightly in her hand. Erica abruptly pulled Neville back, away from the dangerous stranger. The children hid behind the fence, watching the witch drinking greedily. A friend whispered that this woman was a real witch. She added that she eats people and keeps mountains of corpses at home. Erica told Neville to run faster if he wanted to stay alive. The evening sun illuminated the shabby house, filling the air with anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, Neville's mother was silently zipping up her travel bag. A happy boy flew into the room, dreaming of delighting her with his drawing. He proudly showed the portrait, not noticing that his mother was already getting ready to leave. Neville proudly explained how Erica taught him how to glue paper mosaics. The little boy asked with bated breath if she thought the portrait was beautiful. And then, for the first time in a long time, the woman gave her son a tense smile. Suddenly, she stroked him affectionately, praising him for his excellent work. Neville was dumbfounded with happiness because she had never praised him before. Meanwhile, the mother whispered mysteriously that something wonderful had happened today. A rich stranger promised to take her to his luxurious new home. The boy was sincerely happy because now debts and hunger would definitely disappear. But suddenly the woman straightened up, casting a cold farewell glance at her son. And then she simply said goodbye, leaving forever to meet a new life. The baby did not understand that his mother had hidden his existence from the new man. As she left, she cruelly blamed her own child for her endless suffering. The woman cynically wondered whether she would now finally be able to live for her own pleasure. She advised her son to simply stay with whoever decided to adopt him. Neville jumped up, not wanting to believe this terrible nightmare. He desperately clung to her clothes, begging her to take him with her. Instead of a parting tenderness, Neville received only a stinging and very painful slap. The boy collapsed, and his mother called his name in an icy tone as she finished. She mockingly reminded her son of his dream of seeing her smile. As the door creaked, his mother said that his dream had finally come true. The door slammed shut, cutting the boy off from his mother forever. Neville was left alone, looking helplessly at the locked and cold exit. The mother walked into the darkness, deciding never to return to her son. Sitting among the empty bottles, the guy remembered her last cruel smile. Through bitter tears, the baby tried to rejoice because his mother was finally happy. An exhausted Neville arrived at his friend's house and timidly pressed the doorbell. Erica happily opened the door, not expecting to see such a guest at all. The girl froze in horror, looking into her friend's face, which had become haggard beyond recognition. A shadow of the former Neville stood before her, with a frightening emptiness in his eyes. His girlfriend was horrified by his appearance, and the guy admitted that he had been starving for several days. Erica called her friend inside, promising to finally feed him his fill. But suddenly, a strange hand blocked the boy's path into the warm house. Erica's strict father coldly put a stop to his daughter's attempt to help Neville. The man roughly dragged the girl inside, ignoring her loud protests. The door slammed shut, leaving the child alone on the empty street. The father strictly forbade his daughter to be friends with the boy who was abandoned by everyone. He didn't want to be an extra burden, and Erica begged him to give her friend shelter. 7 agonizing days have passed since my mother left. Neville was writhing in unbearable hunger, finally losing his last strength. The huge excavator bucket brought down piles of rubble with a deafening roar. Neville was desperately rummaging through the mountains of trash at the city dump. Among the rubbish, the boy suddenly dug up an empty chocolate wrapper. The child, exhausted by hunger, greedily inhaled the remnants of the sweet aroma. At sunset, the red-haired tramp wandered dejectedly along the empty road. The pain in his stomach made him seriously afraid of imminent death. The boy remembered his friend's frightening words about dying from hunger. His feet themselves led him to the open door of the gloomy house. My mother's advice not to do harm to people came to mind. However, the wild hunger turned out to be much stronger than any old rules. The boy decided to go inside, ignoring all possible consequences. Neville peered inside timidly, feeling fear paralyze his movements. The house was eerily dark, and the furniture stood under white shrouds. Suddenly, the boy caught on something hard and lost his balance. He fell with a loud thud straight onto the cold wooden floor. Rubbing the bruised area, the boy quietly groaned from the sharp pain. But in fact, right in front of him lay a lifeless, pale face. Here Neville remembered Erica's terrible tales about the bloodthirsty old witch. My friend warned me about hundreds of corpses hidden in this house. There were indeed mountains of abandoned and mutilated android bodies piled up around him. The boy screamed in horror and crawled away from this terrible dump. Little Neville trembled with fear, choking on bitter tears. The exhausted boy crawled across the creaky floor towards the treasured bag of food. He remembered the warning to run, but wild hunger overcame all fear. A dirty palm reached out to the baked goods because his stomach was painfully cramping. The child greedily grabbed the food, forgetting about any possible danger. Neville began to chew frantically, choking on dry pieces for the sake of salvation. A suspicious creaking sound broke the silence, interrupting his solitary meal. An ominous figure suddenly appeared behind him, causing the boy's heart to stop. The poor man realized in horror that a real witch was standing in front of him. The stranger stared at him with a heavy gaze that did not bode well. Neville screamed loudly, expecting the witch to eat him. The child was choking with screams, unable to contain his animal terror. Suddenly he collapsed to the floor, crying out in unexpected pain. The boy writhed, feeling a terrible pain in his empty stomach. The thought of an evil witch's curse flashed through my head. The silent figure frightened him, confirming his darkest suspicions. The poor fellow collapsed onto the boards, preparing for his inevitable death. Only later did he realize that his hungry stomach simply couldn't cope. The vision suddenly ended, returning the hero to harsh reality. Neville sat up abruptly in bed, coming to his senses after sleep. Neville woke up in a clean room, hooked up to a medical drip. He was genuinely surprised that he was still alive. Suddenly, the boy was horrified to discover a sharp needle in his vein. Neville decided to sneak out before he was caught again. But suddenly he bumped into someone's figure in the chair. The boy carefully approached the woman, who had fallen asleep fully clothed. He froze, staring intently at his mysterious and formidable savior. Empty bottles of strong liquor were scattered across the floor. The woman's face looked truly haggard and very old. Neville noticed traces of tears, realizing that she was suffering too. Neville realized that she was not a witch, but simply reminded him of his mother. The boy realized that this woman was suffering from the unbearable pain of a broken heart. Neville noticed the pendant in her hand, which she was clutching tightly. Inside the locket was a photo of a boy and a frightening inscription about cursed children. A shocked Neville stood silently nearby, not taking his eyes off his exhausted savior. Suddenly she began to speak in her sleep, fearfully begging for forgiveness for something. She blamed herself and her mother, choking on bitter tears in a heavy oblivion. The woman continued to apologize to the mysterious Bryant, tormented by the ghosts of her past. The red-haired boy looked at her with compassion, forgetting about his fear. The stranger tossed and turned restlessly, trying to escape her nightmares in her drunken sleep. Neville strode resolutely towards the exit, carrying a full bucket of empty bottles. The savior suddenly woke up and sharply asked what he was planning. The boy stuttered in fright, accidentally calling the stern stranger his grandmother. He admitted that he decided to clean the house out of gratitude for life, but the woman roughly pushed him out onto the porch, cutting off any help. The front door slammed shut right in front of the stunned hero. Neville stood outside, completely confused about the reason for such anger. Suddenly the hinges creaked, revealing a broken lock and an open passage. The boy watched as the exhausted woman reached for a new bottle again. He called her timidly again, trying to interrupt this endless nightmare. Neville timidly asked the stranger if he could stay and live in her house. The exhausted woman only silently drilled the little petitioner with her heavy, piercing gaze. The boy, in despair, confessed that his mother had abandoned him and his owner had kicked him out. He tearfully begged for help, promising to scrub the floors and not get in the way at all. Suddenly, the woman narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked the boy about his identification bracelet. Neville sincerely did not understand the question, confusedly asking his stern and gloomy savior again. The child explained that his mother had never bought him any such strange things. The stranger scanned it through the interface, discovering a complete lack of any registration in the database. And then she finally became convinced that in front of her was an ordinary little street kid, an illegal immigrant. She simply cynically stated that single mothers always abandon their children so easily. The savior pointed out to Neville an old hut standing far behind a mountain of rubbish. Meanwhile, this dwelling looked completely abandoned and very gloomy. She just coldly said that no one had lived there for a long time. The woman immediately emphasized that she didn't care about his endless cleaning. A happy Neville thanked her profusely for the new roof over his head. And then he started coming into the house and cleaning it every day. The boy diligently swung his broom while the woman silently drowned her sorrows in alcohol. She hardly ever spoke, reminding him of his mother with her drunken oblivion. Suddenly, Neville timidly asked the hostess for permission to finally have lunch. After work, he would simply grab some food, ignoring the bottles of booze. Neville chewed bread as he walked past rows of sheeted bodies. These were not corpses, but androids, which the boy carefully hid. The boy adjusted the blanket, remembering Erica's words about expensive robots. He wondered why his grandmother had so many breakdowns and how they worked. She clutched the locket gloomily, trying to forget herself with the bottle in her hands. Neville dropped by to say goodbye and told his grandmother not to drink too much. After the door clicked, the woman's face was once again distorted by deep sadness. In silence, she took a greedy sip straight from the bottle. Outside, Neville's loud cries could be heard calling his grandmother to see the miracle. The red-haired rascal burst inside, excitedly talking about the first snow. Neville found his grandmother sleeping among empty bottles amid the festive noise. Grandma fell into a deep sleep while holiday advertisements thundered around her. The screen showed a chocolate advertisement promising children eternal friendship. Neville remembered his friend's words about his father pretending to be asleep in front of the TV. He decided not to turn off the sound because today was Christmas Eve. The reporter on screen spoke cheerfully about the crowd celebrating Christmas. The sight of happy children with gifts struck a painful chord in the boy's heart. In her memories, the mother drank coldly, explaining the lack of gifts by his behavior. The woman cruelly told her son that there is no Santa in the world. She added angrily that Neville would never be given anything as a gift. Neville seriously wondered if everyone who gives presents becomes Santa. The boy cheerfully jumped out, promising his granny to come home soon. And the television was blaring breaking news about a deadly flu outbreak. Dorothy gripped her chair as she listened to reports of the contamination in Europe. She jumped up abruptly when she heard about the legendary Dr. Dora's antivirus. The news about quarantine zones caused the woman to panic. A sudden sharp pain made her body shudder in agony. The old woman lost her footing and fell backwards with a crash. Consciousness became clouded, falling into nightmarish memories of past chaos. Neville smiled happily as he prepared a secret gift for his grandmother. The white-haired woman ran desperately through the snowstorm, shouting the boy's name. Little red-haired Neville, wearing a New Year's hat, dreamed of a Merry Christmas. A sudden excruciating pain made the woman clutch her head in horror. He proudly showed his drawing, wanting to please his beloved grandmother. Her strength left her, and the gray-haired woman collapsed onto the icy snow. Neville ran towards the lying figure as fast as he could, screaming hysterically. Memories of the best Christmas of his life flashed through his mind. He finally realized the terrible truth that had been hidden from him for years. In an old diary, he found a farewell note and an empty syringe. The sobbing boy hugged the lifeless body, realizing her sacrifice. She suddenly started smashing things and ran away in tears. Neville ran after her anxiously, trying to find her in the snowstorm. The weather was milder before, but now the cold has become deadly. A lone lantern barely dispelled the darkness under the eerie howl of the storm. Suddenly he saw a man lying motionless in the snow. The boy covered his grandmother with a scarf, desperately trying to warm her body. He shook her by the shoulders, begging her to quickly wake up and get up. Neville screamed hysterically, looking into her almost lifeless eyes. His voice broke with sobs as he called out for his loved one. The weakened grandmother only asked her grandson to leave her and go away. The woman whispered that her time had come and it was time to die here. She called herself a sinner who could no longer remain alive. A flash of pain reminded me of the terrible explosion and the millions who died. She saw robots among the corpses, but chose to simply do nothing. In the icy wind, she acknowledged her silence as the greatest sin. The exhausted woman believed that she did not deserve the right to live. She was sure that her place was only in hell itself. Neville didn't understand anything and stubbornly demanded that she wake up quickly. He shook her desperately, trying to drive away these dark thoughts. The boy gritted his teeth and dragged his heavy body through the snowdrifts. Neville was completely exhausted and dreamed of Rudolph's real sleigh. Suddenly, the thought of the sleigh made him freeze and think. The boy stubbornly dragged his grandmother through this icy whirlwind again. He sobbed heartbreakingly from wild fatigue, barely catching his ragged breath. Suddenly, his foot slipped treacherously, depriving him of his last point of support. And the next second, they both fell into a deep snowdrift. Neville jumped up and made another lunge with the last of his strength. Grandmother came to her senses for a moment and looked up in amazement. She raised herself with difficulty, wrapping herself in her bright red scarf. The woman screamed in horror when she saw her exhausted grandson collapse in the snow. Grandma grabbed Neville in horror, desperately begging him to come to his senses. She shook him by the shoulders, demanding that he immediately open his eyes and wake up. The boy's gaze clouded over, and his consciousness slowly slipped away into the icy void. The woman, in rage and despair, asked why he had done such a thing. Instead of answering, he handed her the gift, ignoring her order to leave. Neville handed her the treasured box that he had kept all this time. He smiled with all his might and sincerely wished her a Merry Christmas. Grandma froze, looking at the touching postcard with their happy faces. Neville remembered his mother's bitter confession about her daily wish to die. But the mother survived, and one day gave her son her smile again. She got a gift from Santa just for being alive. Neville promised to bring another gift next Christmas. He added that he really enjoys seeing her kind smile. The woman agreed and quietly thanked him for the gift. Soon, Neville joyfully called out to his grandmother as he ran up to the snow-covered house. He opened the door, cheerfully announcing his happy return. The renewed grandmother greeted him, casually blowing smoke from her mouth. The boy froze, staring wide-eyed at his incredibly cool relative. He admired her appearance and asked her to give him her hand. She put on his bracelet, which was necessary for exiting into reality. Granny told Neville to press the panel, launching a tricky hologram. The registration was completed, and the boy's account suddenly burst into flames with millions. The stern woman recalled her stern motto about the benefits of work. And then the guy realized that he would now receive a real salary. She gently ruffled his hair, promising to pay for any help. Neville found an extra word, and his grandmother explained the need for a full surname. His official name was now Neville Bryant, and it sounded respectable. The boy repeated the surname in bewilderment, getting used to his new status. Suddenly, she thrust heavy bags with the first task at him. Neville wondered if the store was open, but Granny told him to pick up the takings. Grandma suddenly admitted that she had given up drinking once and for all. She decided to revive the old project, because someone saved her life. It then dawned on Neville that she had finally overcome her depression. The boy beamed with happiness, because his grandmother's smile was more important than anything else. He was surprised by the cigarette, and she called smoking her main fuel. The woman smiled, because without this doping her work would have been at a standstill. And long ago, children would open some expensive package with bated breath. The little children giggled, wondering how much such a luxurious item for the rich cost. The little heroine decided to listen to the device for just a minute and very quietly. In the silence, only a mysterious hissing sound came from the speakers of the old radio. The cheerful voice of announcer Joe Gray suddenly came from the old radio. He announced that on the 286th day, the robots had created a state. The leader of the machines, Alice, demanded on television that their right to life be recognized. The world was shaken by the news of Alice and other intelligent mechanisms. Angry people in the streets demanded a vaccine and an end to the senseless slaughter. The majestic skyscraper became the official headquarters of the new Republic of Proud Robots. At this time, the guards were leading the mysterious captive along a long prison corridor. She gave a furious look, and the plot moved forward 100 days. Heavy boots made a loud thud on the dry, heat-cracked soil. Robot medics quickly evacuated the wounded from the danger zone under a hail of bullets. Robotic medics worked in unison to carry the wounded out of the deadly shelling zone. One of the AIs locked onto the target, analyzing the situation in a split second. Mamiya ran forward quickly, saving another life from the clutches of death. The support group covered the rear, providing a safe corridor for retreat. The robot's gaze expressed a determination and deep compassion that was unusual for machines. Meanwhile, the battlefield turned into a real anthill of rescuers. She noticed movement in the shadows and instantly prepared to defend herself. And then dust obscured the view, hiding the maneuvers of the retreating medical detachment. Commander Katarina watched silently, hiding her true thoughts. The scale of the tragedy was staggering, but the robots continued their noble mission of salvation. The gates of Neverland swung open, revealing to the heroes a hidden machine utopia. Instead of the clang of steel, there reigned the tender care of robots for people. The smiling staff showered the arrivals with greetings, as if they had returned home. The escort expected to see a military base and was very surprised by the peaceful atmosphere. Hasty explained that the city was built specifically to save victims of the virus. Even highways have been converted into pedestrian areas for the sick to walk. Work on the vaccine was in full swing thanks to their master's unique genetic code. The android calmly added that they were not looking for fights, but would defend themselves. Those around waved their hands, seeing the company off with loud and joyful cries. The red-eyed children shouted words of greeting with delight, literally beaming with happiness. Hasty introduced the new arrivals as new and long-awaited members of their family. The man was amazed that these children were able to fully retain human intelligence. The robot nurse invited everyone inside, promising to take care of the sick immediately. The clinic staff immediately surrounded Alice, preparing a syringe with a strange liquid. The robot explained that the serum was extracted from Neville's own genetic material. Alice's body suddenly began to tremble as the experimental drug began to take effect. A moment later, the girl went limp, completely succumbing to the powerful influence of the drug. The nurse removed her mask, making sure that there was no longer any aggression. The healed Alice only muttered incoherently, staring into the void with her red eyes. The companion froze in shock, amazed by such a quick and frightening result. Hasty offered to restore the guest's body, leaving Alice in the care of doctors. And then a loud cry was heard, heralding the beginning of some kind of crazy trick. The daring Kyra jumped out in front of the crowd, shouting magic spells at the top of her lungs. A blinding flash marked the successful transfer of the Glinda digital module. Hasty officially declared all companions full-fledged residents of this technological paradise. Meanwhile, Kyra and Tina began their explosive welcome performance. Loud music and bright lights turned an ordinary inspection into a show. The tired scientist complained to Siegfried that he had not slept at all because of the settlers. He was amazed at the huge number of robots that found themselves in the same situation. For many machines, Neverland truly became the last hope for salvation. The number of robots in the city has jumped almost tenfold. Siegfried believed that the authorities were monitoring them via satellites. Houston believed that healing the sick would bring them great relief. He peered into the distance, hoping that his actions were correct. Meanwhile, the scientist secretly suffered from oppressive loneliness. Suddenly, Mamiya entered the office and called out to Dr. Houston. She reported on the examination of patients after the introduction of the experimental serum. Houston immediately began to eagerly study the numbers on the hologram. The nurse paused dramatically, preparing to deliver her verdict. Fortunately, the data obtained fully corresponded to all the genius's expectations. Tina and Kyra lit up the hall with a song about a siren howling in the heart. The crowd waved their light sticks enthusiastically, enjoying the moment of rare calm. The singer enthusiastically announced that the melody of happiness now sounds in the heart. The girls finished their performance spectacularly, receiving a thunderous digital ovation. The daring Kyra jumped, joyfully inviting everyone to the wonderful Neverland. Later, the friends discussed hacking the Vocaloid module to improve their voices. Suddenly, Tina noticed the manager and was quite taken aback by the surprise. She told the boy not to move because of the mortal danger at altitude. But in reality, the poor fellow was writhing, barely holding back a dull groan. Kyra wondered what the headband would do, as the boy's condition was only getting worse. Tina confidently stated that the patient had in fact gotten much better. 3 days ago, during tests, he finally recognized his girlfriend. However, skeptics still did not see any significant improvement in his condition. Hasty gently asked Kara to be patient and just give him time. But suddenly the guy staggered and stood on the very edge of the high platform. The next second he slid down, falling into a frightening void. Tina screamed in horror and rushed forward, trying to save her falling friend. Just like in a movie, she grabbed him out of the air with a tight grip. The landing was hard, but the girl held the poor guy in her arms. With concern in her eyes, she asked if her manager was okay. The poor fellow suddenly growled terribly, and his eyes filled with a furious scarlet light. The next moment, he bit hard into the shoulder of the stunned Tina. The friends froze in stupor, not understanding what kind of wildness the manager was doing. Kyra tried to pull the madman away, ordering him to get away from the girl immediately. The guy let out a deafening scream, plunging everyone present into genuine horror. Kyra jumped onto the cube, looking down at the massive nightmare unfolding around her. Chaos erupted throughout the city as a sudden and widespread outbreak of aggression erupted. The crazed people began attacking the staff, turning the clinic into a battlefield. Houston glanced at the monitor and cursed loudly, realizing the scale of the reinfection. He loudly ordered that absolutely all patients be immediately placed into strict quarantine. Someone's heavy boots loomed over the city, foreshadowing the imminent arrival of a formidable enemy. Katharina von Bavaria gazed majestically at Neverland, radiating the cold confidence of a commander. Her icy gaze captured every detail of the technological chaos unfolding below. Meanwhile, footage of violent unrest in the city-state was shown on screens. An unknown aristocrat watched the collapse of the utopia with satisfaction from his office. He narrowed his eyes in anticipation, clearly enjoying the spectacle of others' suffering and defeat. The distraught manager furiously pounded the wall, having completely lost all human appearance. Mamiya politely apologized, locking the gentleman in the cell in order to save the rest of the residents. Doctors have acknowledged that medications are no longer able to curb the aggression of infected patients. Houston grimly informed the team of the sudden and inexplicable growth of deadly cells. Hasty asked again in confusion about the mysterious P cells, sensing something was wrong. Mamiya confirmed that these killer cells had taken over the bodies of almost all the patients. A diagram appeared on the screen showing how a mutation madly accelerates energy in the body. The medic added that the virus disables the brain, turning people into wild animals. But Neville's mutation was the only chance to freeze the growth of this infection. After meeting with the doctor, the boy's P-cell levels began to fall. Even little Alice began to see the light of the return of human intelligence. However, Mamiya reported alarmingly that progress had suddenly stopped a month ago. And today, the disease has insidiously gone on the attack, just as it did when it first appeared. Suddenly, Kara raised her hand sharply, interrupting this frightening report. Kyra suddenly raised her hand, deciding to ask the scientists one cheeky question. She asked what this mysterious letter P actually meant. Houston and Mamiya admitted, confused, that they themselves did not know the truth. It turned out that the name was invented by President Frederick, keeping the true meaning a secret. Conspiracy theorists blamed the president, and Houston found compelling evidence. Despite the risk, the doctor called the upcoming expedition the only right step. Only by defeating the virus could the heroes study the root cause of this terrible infection. Houston ordered Hasty to assemble a reconnaissance party to check out one important point. The real source of the infection was a secret artificial island, hidden from the maps. The scientist pointed his finger at the North Sea sector, indicating the goal of the expedition. The plot moved to the gloomy dungeons of the concentration camp of Sector AR-057. The soldiers aimed their rifles, waiting to hear the last words before the deadly volley. And then Katharina von Bayern appeared before them with a black bandage. She recalled how she was chosen for the army because she had no family. Lieutenant Colonel Bradley apologized for making her life miserable. He was outraged that the heroine was being executed for one defeat without a trial. The man, in desperation, demanded that she immediately request a review of the case. But Katerina merely coldly remarked that leadership would not have changed the outcome. Meanwhile, she remembered her 23 years of harsh service. The woman knew that success attracts enemies, and she never gave up. Bradley admitted that he used to be very proud of his perfect life. Katerina chuckled as a bunch of androids instantly ruined her career. The lieutenant colonel just looked at her silently, not finding the right words. Suddenly, she noticed a bandage on his arm, like Siegfried's. It turned out that this was a sign of an elite special forces unit, and not just a simple presidential guard. The woman was genuinely surprised by the news of her comrade's transfer to an elite unit. Bradley confirmed that he would become the chief advisor to the commander of the new special forces. Katerina was glad that being close to her had not ruined his career. Finally, she thanked the man for his angelic patience with her character. As she left under escort, Katerina sincerely wished Colonel Bradley good luck. Bradley called out to his commander in desperation as she was led away to be shot. She turned around and asked permission to ask one last important question. It was vital for Katerina to know the name of the person who would become the new commander. Bradley was visibly nervous as he chose the words for his honest answer. The news of General Moltke von Frau's appointment literally stunned the woman. Suddenly, she realized that they wouldn't let her leave peacefully after all. The heroine was amazed that the killer of a senior officer would now lead all the troops. Already under the gun, Katerina commanded the soldiers to finish everything immediately. A volley rang out, and the commander's bloody body fell to the dirty ground. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of heavy footsteps of someone approaching the murdered woman. The soldiers saluted the figure as it passed by Katerina's lifeless body. Someone's hand lifted her head, mockingly asking about her last words. The stranger asked with a grin if she was still as arrogant. Suddenly, a blinding light cut through the darkness, causing her consciousness to shudder. The woman never believed in God, wondering about the mysterious afterlife. She stepped curiously with her bare foot onto the shining surface of the abyss. And suddenly Katerina jumped up in her bed with a sharp breath. The girl breathed heavily, not believing her own feelings and miraculous awakening. Looking at the wooden ceiling, she realized that she had somehow miraculously survived. Suddenly someone's voice asked her how it felt to be back to life. Katerina was speechless when she saw that same Frau in front of her. Moltke von Frau, the new commander-in-chief of the troops, lounged in front of her. The man told her to rest and promised to have a serious talk a little later. And then she realized that she had been shot with a regular tranquilizer. Frau threw down the bag, calling the fake execution his best spectacle. The villain was delighted that he personally witnessed the death of the best soldier of the UN Academy. And then he told her to get dressed and come out to him. Left alone, Katerina began to examine the contents of the case with suspicion. She froze when she saw what kind of surprise was waiting for her inside. There lay an officer's uniform with a whole mountain of glittering honorary orders. Katerina entered the hall with a flourish, trying on a new uniform with golden medals. She saluted crisply, greeting the distinguished gentleman in a formal suit. The man asked Bayern if she was finally feeling much better. A strange guy in a mask was already waiting for them in front of the panoramic wall of screens. And then the boss asked with a smile if she was ready to return to duty. The interlocutor reminded that her defeat by the androids was indeed a serious crime. He added coldly that ordinary death was too merciful an ending for her. He informed her that her past identity had been erased, placing a Special Forces armband on her. Now she was supposed to become his shadow with the rank of Special Forces captain. Meanwhile, the gentleman announced the beginning of her first secret mission. Katerina was officially given the authority to command any soldiers to carry out her new mission. Suddenly, she was handed the Super Soldier Master Key, causing the heroine to literally freeze. Meanwhile, the leader ordered the woman to finally make this whole world change. And then he told her to erase the memory of past mistakes forever. Suddenly, Manga activated, shooting deadly sparks from her damaged frame. The android maid fearlessly attacked Siegfried, turning the air into a humming electrical storm. The fight became uncontrollable, and the frightened assistant in the cap came under attack. There was a terrible crunch of metal as Mamiya delivered her most devastating blow. And then the medic delivered a powerful kick, knocking sparks out of the enemy. Meanwhile, the battlefield had finally turned into a nightmarish chaos of steel. Hasty's yellow eyes met Siegfried's cold azure gaze, and then their furious fight turned into a chaotic dance of shadows. Meanwhile, Mamiya's red-haired partner was desperately trying to activate the systems. Suddenly, Siegfried grabbed the defenseless maid's head with a death grip. He mercilessly sent a powerful electric shock straight into the victim's brain. Seeing this, Mamiya froze in horror, not believing her eyes. The unfortunate girl went limp, her consciousness instantly fading under the AI's torture. There was a crunching sound, and Siegfried carelessly tossed the broken body away. In a rage, Mamiya delivered a crushing blow, literally exploding the space with sparks. It turned out that this was just a virtual test, which ended in a triumphant victory for Hasty. Hasty happily praised everyone for their excellent teamwork in the virtual test. With their win rate up, Hasty suggested adjusting their secret plan Z. She believed that dividing into defense and attack was the most effective combat strategy. Meanwhile, the blonde reminded that a real battle will be much more difficult than a simulation. Hasty mentioned the 13 super soldiers again, specifically for the newly arrived newcomers. It turned out that Kyra and Calico Cat brazenly hacked government computers for classified data. The girl warned that the government could create new or modify existing enemies. The entire team recognized Hasty as captain, promising to train hard in their free time. The pink-haired friend asked about the reconnaissance group while Hasty was getting used to her new rank. And then Hasty confidently declared that they would defend the city with a small force. Hasty appointed Kyra as the leader of the group due to her hacking skills. Michael joined the team to conduct an in-depth analysis of all medical information. A pink-haired maid named Rianne also joined the party. Next, they introduced David, a serious young man in a strict dark suit. Esther became the last member of the squad in case of direct combat. In conclusion, Hasty sternly ordered everyone to be ready by 8 in the morning. Meanwhile, the captain asked Esther to stay for one important matter. Hasty asked why she was smiling before her death in the simulation. The girl was very surprised, because she didn't even notice her smile. Esther paused, trying to comprehend her true feelings at that moment. The red-haired maid smiled, remembering how her sacrifice brought victory. She warned Hasty that many would become victims before the war was over. The sacrifice seemed justified to her in order to achieve the long-awaited victory. Hasty responded by confirming that she would be happy then too. Realizing the scale of the war against peace, the blonde began to think about the inevitable losses. Hasty froze in fear when the system suddenly recorded a critical error. At this time, the red-haired boy was drawing, sitting on a bench next to his friend. He suddenly smiled, remembering the main task of any android, the safety of its owner. A terrible shadow fell on Hasty's face as she pondered the fate of Mr. Neville. Meanwhile, silence reigned in Sector RA-001 of the Presidential Special Forces headquarters. Bradley gave his commander a clear salute, congratulating her on her return to duty. Irvin then also gave a greeting, trying not to show his excitement. The stern brunette captain returned the salute, maintaining a frighteningly icy appearance. She was quite surprised by the return of the dead, considering them to be humanity's last chance. Here, Irwin got a sharp punch in the gut for his stupid jokes. The captain requested a report, and Bradley quickly brought up the current situation on the screen. The android city on the hologram looked like a real impregnable fortress made of steel. It turned out that the tin cans had multiplied tenfold while the military were stupidly flapping their ears. A lady in uniform harshly attacked the guys for failing to blockade the city. But in reality, she was worried about 13 creepy super soldiers. The strength of each super soldier was many times greater than that of ordinary city robots. Katerina wondered what the previous captain was thinking as he ignored these fighters. An officer who suddenly appeared made a sarcastic remark about her return after the thwarted execution. He gave a false applause, considering her a more worthy leader for the special forces. Katerina asked directly why the commanding general was still hanging around here. The general considered the system ideal and planned to leave for a couple of days. She confirmed her concern about the emergence of new adversaries on the horizon. The man smiled slyly, advising Katerina to just relax and not worry about it. And at that moment, real hell broke loose in Sector MIA-0. The capital of Central Asia was completely annihilated in less than half an hour. The scientist was stunned because the erased city was 3 times larger than Sector EU-0. A colleague was worried that the super soldiers would become completely uncontrollable due to their emotions. The masked man coldly confirmed that all tests on the new fighters had been completed. He told Reskva and Dietrich to drop off the data and go home. The scientist's hologram asked ironically whether it was too much to destroy the city. Reskva was terribly angry at her idiot partner who almost finished her off. Blue-haired Dietrich only calmly clarified whether he had really gone that far. And then he began to smash everything in a rage, screaming about destruction. The guy demanded blood and destruction, while the girl only sighed tiredly. Finally, he roared about the desire to kill, completely losing all inhibitions. Dietrich grinned insolently, asking if they were created for the sake of destruction. The voiceover reminded Frau of his turbulent past in the special forces. Katerina sarcastically remarked that his ambitions were perfect for an executioner. Frau calmly sipped his tea, discussing the replacement of undesirable persons with loyal ones. He admitted that he removed his competitor only to promote Katerina herself. However, the brunette was more interested in the secret method of completely subjugating androids. The former captain snapped that it was harmful for an officer to make independent decisions. He appeared as the president's obedient shadow, obliged only to strictly follow orders. The angry woman then suggested that a robot be appointed to the post immediately. In the end, she left abruptly, without even touching her tea. Frau grinned contentedly when Katerina finally grabbed the cup of tea. The woman downed the drink in one gulp, greatly shocking the arrogant blonde. She realized that a high position would reveal the most terrible secrets to her. Frau relished secrets about dictators and aliens, piqued the officer's curiosity, when suddenly he mentioned the real reason for the emergence of the deadly flu virus. Katerina literally twisted her face at the news. Her gaze instantly became serious. The tension in the office after these words simply rose to the limit. The commander demanded to know what he was getting at with this virus. Frau hinted that the Secret Service knew more than any vaunted medical scientists. And then he revealed that the name of the virus was given by Mr. President himself. The general sarcastically asked Katerina if she knew the true meaning of the letter P. Meanwhile, on the coast, another city was peacefully living out its days. The locals have already turned into creepy infected with glowing red eyes. Suddenly, Dietrich caused a monstrous explosion there, turning everything into flaming ruins. The crazy fighter happily prepared a new charge of energy, wanting to continue his fun. But then Reskva gave the idiot a powerful slap, forcing him to finally shut up. She spread her mechanical wings and demanded that the senseless killing of living beings stop. The blue-haired man only grinned insolently, mocking the sudden goody two-shoes among the super soldiers. Dietrich justified the cruelty by saying that he spent 17 years locked up without air. Reskva asked icily if the monster considered mass slaughter to be mere entertainment. Reskva ordered Dietrich to follow her, threatening him with a forced shutdown. Dietrich whined about fragile people while Reskva was furious at his stupidity. The blue-haired madman brazenly believed that people were created only for his amusement. The scanner locked onto Reskva, demanding the same terrifying power from the others. Dietrich froze predatorily, anticipating a new portion of bloody fun ahead. Sector EU-0, teeming with living targets, suddenly appeared on the radar. Meanwhile, Frau revealed to Katerina the mocking truth about the meaning of the letter P. The woman was stunned by the strange comparison of the deadly virus to a grain of sand. Katerina demanded clarification, but Frau merely referred to the secret archives. He left, leaving the rest of the truth for her to find out for herself. Katerina froze in silence, trying to digest the portion of wild lies she had heard. Frau briefly mentioned the president's involvement in the creation of the virus. The shocked woman turned around sharply, demanding confirmation of this terrible truth. The blonde just grinned insolently, throwing her a bold and dangerous challenge. He ingratiatingly suggested that she lead a bloody military coup. The captain froze, realizing the abyss into which this schemer was pushing her. The crazy proposal caused a cold bead of sweat to run down her face. A sharp signal from the communication line interrupted this extremely dangerous conversation. The subordinate reported the completion of the tests and invited her into the hangar. She ordered the transport to be prepared, trying to maintain an icy calm. Katerina stood silently in the corridor, immersed in her heavy thoughts. The commander decided that the most important thing now was to deal with the android city. She still couldn't comprehend the truth about the president creating the virus. The woman walked into the darkness, tormented by the question of her next step. The daring Kyra cheerfully said goodbye to everyone, preparing for a new sortie. However, Hasty abruptly grabbed her friend's hand, forcing her to freeze. The blonde, with concern in her eyes, asked Kyra to be very careful. She warned that splitting the squad would give the enemy a chance to attack. Hasty squeezed the girl's hand, ordering her to report any strange things immediately. Kyra pinched Hasty's cheeks with a laugh, teasing her for being overly protective. Kyra waved her hand and told her friends to be sure to take care of themselves. Suddenly, Hasty became worried whether everything would be okay with them. And then the maid froze, sensing something was wrong with her advanced sensor. The next moment, the blonde broke away and quickly ran off somewhere. Meanwhile, Katerina listened to a report about the wild power of super soldiers. She coldly remarked that frontal attacks were best avoided now. The commander suggested waiting for the moment when the targets would finally separate. Meanwhile, at headquarters, they were frantically trying to restore the connection. Suddenly, scientists found targets just as they approached Europa. A stunned Katerina demanded an urgent explanation from Dr. Croucher. Dr. Croucher grimly broke some very bad news to Katerina. The super soldiers suddenly disobeyed orders and brazenly moved into the European district. A huge dome covered the city, while someone's insane laughter shook the air. And then the mysterious enemy asked Hasty if she was the one who commanded the robots. The blue-haired fighter with a wild grin suggested that the android have a little fun. But in fact, Hasty was already furious, her eyes flashing. Suddenly, a high-level alarm sounded as a full-scale invasion began. Meanwhile, staff panicked and evacuated patients to the central building. Mamiya told the doctor to take Neville and Alice to a safe place immediately. Finally, Hasty ordered 100 defense robots to immediately activate the force barrier. Hasty ordered the robots to take up position and hold the defense until the end. And then the maid realized that the attack had already begun. Suddenly, a powerful explosion shook the surrounding area right next to the defense. The enemy emerged from the cloud of smoke with a wild laugh. Hasty activated combat mode, preparing to attack the enemy in return. The android rushed forward, swinging her energy blades. The blue-haired fighter lazily blocked her blow with a powerful force field. Hasty pressed hard on his shield, pouring energy into it. But in reality, he just grinned and lifted a huge stone. The enemy treacherously brought this stone down on Hasty right from behind. The robots looked in horror at the barrier cracking under gravity. Suddenly, the defense completely collapsed and the connection was abruptly cut off. Hasty instantly realized the monstrous force of this gravitational compression, and the blue-haired maniac laughed wildly at his false restraint. Suddenly, he created 2 more spheres to strike. The psychopath grinned madly and looked forward to some bloody fun. Then he rushed down like lightning through the rubble of the dome. And then a powerful explosion scattered the defenders in different directions. The villain quickly fired new deadly charges at the robots. The dark sphere flew straight at the medic, who was frozen in fear. Hasty shielded the pink-haired nurse from the powerful blast of the gravity sphere. Meanwhile, Dietrich grinned predatorily and started talking about strong energy. But in fact, he immediately recognized her as the legendary Hasty. And then the super soldier confidently walked through the rubble straight towards his target. The guy lazily introduced himself as elite fighter Dietrich from the 3rd Squad. Suddenly, Hasty struck with lightning speed and stunned this impudent enemy. She put all her power into the attack and crushed the braggart's defense. Suddenly, the noble warrior Siegfried burst onto the battlefield. The young man gracefully swung his sharp rapier and delivered a series of precise blows. And then Dietrich screamed as a sharp blade ripped through his body. The defeated Dietrich collapsed, sending powerful electrical discharges through his body. The super soldier grumbled about their rudeness and complete inability to greet each other properly. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he realized the gravity of his situation. Dietrich cursed as he saw dozens of guns pointed straight at him. The next second, a barrage of fire and explosions engulfed the hapless soldier. The robots continued firing, hoping to finally destroy the enemy's regenerating core. The purple-haired girl laughed loudly at her partner's stupidity and failure. Katerina watched the carnage coldly and ordered that the idiot be finished off. The commander became furious, calling what was happening on the screen a pathetic clown show. She then demanded an immediate and clear explanation from Dr. Croucher. Katerina was outraged by the super soldier's arbitrariness and called the project a complete failure. Meanwhile, Croucher explained why they are afraid to use super soldiers. He admitted that he created them only to prevent global catastrophes. And then he remembered the leader of the OZ team, who was responsible for the project. The creator was seriously concerned that the president was using the machines for other purposes. She implemented a control system, forcing the super soldiers to restrain each other with negativity. Suddenly, it became clear that their collision could destroy the planet. Katerina realized with annoyance that it was impossible to manually turn off the logic of emotions. The woman clenched her fist angrily, considering the current situation to be utter absurdity. Finally, the commander asked how to control the robots in the event of a complete loss of control. Katerina was outraged by the need to write off soldiers due to stupid restrictions. However, Dr. Croucher only replied dryly that this was not so. He explained that their logic is superior to any computer in the world. Meanwhile, Dietrich continued to be mercilessly bombarded with heavy fire. Suddenly, a frightening smile spread across the beaten enemy's face, and then his core emitted a strange, piercing metallic ringing. Suddenly, ominous black spheres of gravity appeared in the sky again. Mamiya turned around in horror, sensing a mortal threat behind her. She froze in fear, realizing the proximity of a powerful explosion. Meanwhile, the doctor noticed that Dietrich had simply miscalculated his strength. Powerful explosions turned the protective dome into a smoking sieve. Meanwhile, the combat medic desperately maneuvered among the flashes and debris. The girl clenched her teeth angrily, not wanting to give up without a fight. There was a terrible grinding sound as gravity began to literally crush the metal. Dietrich sparked ominously, enveloped in powerful bolts of blue energy. Hasty suddenly found herself caught in blinding bolts and energy bonds. The super soldier calmly announced the complete completion of his core's restoration. And then his eyes flashed with the icy light of true power. Dietrich ironically praised Hasty, acknowledging the effectiveness of her painful attacks. The maid froze, having recorded a monstrous surge in the enemy's energy potential. Meanwhile, Dietrich activated Cert mode, increasing his power to an incredible level. Meanwhile, Kyra found the only way out on the map. The girl suggested leaving by sea, and her companion immediately supported the plan. Then Kyra resolutely climbed the ladder straight into the dense thicket. And then she froze, sensing something was wrong with her animal instinct. Suddenly, the fugitive screamed in horror, seeing the nightmare unfolding outside. In fact, the gravitational explosions completely annihilated the protective dome. Kyra panicked and realized that reality was much more terrifying than the simulations. Suddenly, the black spheres began to literally split Kyra's satellite into pieces. Finally, a powerful flash caught up with the pink-haired nurse, leaving her no chance. The blue-haired enemy burst out laughing, calling everyone present ordinary pairs. A strange whip flashed through the air, sparking with dangerous electricity. Shining fetters instantly bound the body of this self-confident, impudent fellow. He gave her a displeased look, clearly not expecting such a rebuff. The girl announced that the target had been captured and ordered everyone to attack. The prisoner only ironically assessed the variety of their absurd fighting skills. And then he grabbed the whip, smiling maliciously at his enemies. The blue-haired fighter pulled the weapon powerfully towards himself, seizing the initiative. The warrior screamed as she was literally pulled along by the rope. She froze in horror, looking at her damaged mechanical arms. A powerful explosion scattered the defenders in different directions. The blue-haired madman laughed loudly, enjoying this bloody entertainment. Mamiya and the other maids were caught in a hail of merciless blows. Hasty tried her best to withstand this onslaught. Meanwhile, the winged girl asked Ryokva if she looked better. Command at headquarters called the super soldiers their most advanced weapon. Katerina recognized the fighter's strength, but sensed imminent disaster. The officer warned that uncontrolled super soldiers would lead the world to disaster. The villain grabbed the wounded heroes and mockingly called out to the captain. He laughed madly as he looked at his friends dying in his arms. The enemy addressed Hasty as the captain of these pitiful survivors. Then he boldly invited her to finally go out and fight one-on-one. Hasty accepted this dangerous challenge without hesitation and with frightening determination. She raised her fist proudly, ignoring the roar of heavy debris falling around her. Suddenly, a friend screamed in despair at Hasty, demanding that this madness be stopped immediately. She reminded him of his status as the leader of Neville and forbade him from giving in to provocations. The enemy ironically advised her to turn off her emotions and think more rationally. However, Hasty only flashed her eyes angrily, preparing for the most decisive blow. Meanwhile, high in the sky, another super soldier stood frozen, waiting for the moment to attack. The companion begged Hasty to remain in charge of the defense and begin a general regrouping of forces. Hasty apologized to Isak, considering her actions to be the best option. She decided to divert attention to herself by ordering the Z-plan to proceed. The android activated all systems, enveloped in powerful flashes of golden energy. Hasty rushed forward to the loud, despairing cry of her comrade. The enemy threw the hostages away, anticipating a truly exciting and epic battle. He began to rapidly concentrate a frightening clot of dark matter in his hands. The blue-haired man laughed, throwing his terrible and deadly gift at the captain. Hasty found herself trapped inside a raging vortex of enemy destructive energy. The girl's eyes flashed with a furious fire right in the epicenter of this darkness. The dark sphere expanded, turning the battlefield into a zone of total annihilation. The enemy laughed mockingly, considering the capture of Hasty shamefully easy and boring. He promised that the gravity trap would compress the girl to the size of an atom. Isak screamed in despair as he watched his partner's apparent death. Suddenly, the super soldier stopped short, sensing a powerful threat emanating from the center of the darkness. Hasty effectively broke the gravity shackles and quickly launched a counterattack. She found herself close to the enemy, her eyes flashing with a furious golden flame. Hasty's crushing blow caused the insolent man to choke on his own mad laughter. Meanwhile, his arrogant challenge was being replayed again on the headquarters screens. Hasty, on the recording, once again firmly confirmed her agreement to fight. Katerina coldly watched the fate of the world through the tactical center monitors. Katerina slammed the panel in anger, shocked by her super soldier's recklessness. She was afraid of missing the rare chance to finish off the enemy before he escaped. The assistant explained that contact with Dietrich was now completely severed. It turned out that the cunning Ryokva was simply ignoring all incoming calls from headquarters. Von Bavaria sternly ordered that she be immediately connected with the rebellious fighter. Meanwhile, Ryakwa floated serenely in the sky, analyzing the mad battle. She timidly admitted to the captain that she simply didn't want to get scolded. The commander ordered that Neville and Code Blue be captured immediately at any cost. The girl's spirits were lifted by the chance to make amends to her superiors. She loudly confirmed the order and flew like a bullet to the epicenter of the battle. Kyra turned around in surprise at the strange object flying past her. The severed head of the blue-haired enemy tumbled through the air after Hasty's strike. The girl deftly caught the trophy, ironically apologizing for this unexpected catch. She called her opponent a moron, ridiculing his boasting after a humiliating defeat. In response, the head screamed that it had deliberately exposed itself to test someone else's strength. Kyra merely laughed at the blatant lie as Hasty commanded the retreat. Hasty loudly announced the immediate transition to Emergency Plan Z. Confusion ensued, as the order meant a complete and immediate evacuation of everyone. The top priority became saving Dr. Houston and the frightened little patients. After their rescue, the fighters were supposed to scatter and wait for new instructions. Kyra activated CERT mode, bursting into ominous purple flames. The enemy's head was outraged by the interference, but Kyra declared the end of the battle. She reminded the android that it was impossible to ignore the captain's direct orders. The girl admired Katarina's prudence, which put the destruction of the enemy as a priority. A powerful charge of deadly electrical energy sparked in Kyra's hands. With a gentle exhalation, she sent the energy disk towards her target. Hasty monitored the data, understanding the critical gravity of the situation. The allies warned Kyra about the activation of the enemy super soldiers' combat modules. Kyra realized that the chances of success had dropped below 1%. A powerful purple discharge struck the ground next to the running fighter. Isak raised his head in alarm, feeling a sharp change in the atmosphere. Hasty's companion began to run through the raging purple storm of energy. His face was distorted with horror at the power of the approaching electric discharge. Kyra's friend called out to her, pointing in shock at the changes in the surrounding area. Kyra cursed angrily, finally realizing the hopelessness of their current situation. A giant plasma dome covered the city, cutting off all escape routes for the heroes. The girl froze in fear before the shining barrier, not believing her eyes. She warned that the plasma barrier instantly disintegrates any living matter. Hasty realized with horror that they were completely trapped. Rukva gleefully compared all the survivors to helpless mice in a mousetrap. Kyra concentrated, her eyes flashing with powerful purple energy. The tactical map showed hundreds of enemies breaking through the lockdown system. The captive head began to whine that mass murder was not at all fun. Kyra just grinned cheekily, confirming her complete dissimilarity to a maniac. The girl soared upward on energy wings, raising the disc above the enemies. Hasty suddenly realized the scale of the threat and her eyes widened in fear. Violent purple lightning began to strike the area, causing destruction everywhere. One of the allies tried in vain to escape from the spark that was catching up with him. A deadly discharge overtook the fugitive, causing him to scream in agony. Hasty ordered everyone to immediately close themselves off with barriers against homing charges. Hasty shuddered as the discharge pierced through her protective field. One protective barrier was clearly insufficient for full-fledged defense. The android frantically searched for a way to stop this attack as quickly as possible. And then she suddenly jumped forward, putting everything she had into the jerk. Hasty was determined to destroy the super soldier, rushing towards mortal danger. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy threw the poor thing away like a doll. Hasty was horrified, because the enemy's power was 8 times greater than Dietrich's. All the information about super soldiers was false, and their power was frightening. The enemy's combat module allowed for an extreme increase in power output in combat. As a result, the helpless Hasty flew down, completely losing altitude. The enemy mocked Dietrich's head, while he furiously forbade them to call him names. She only admitted with disgust her hatred for weak modules. Suddenly, the girl activated the 4th level of CERT, deciding to use all its power at once. At this time, the crippled Hasty flew down like a stone in a cloud of sparks. Kyra cursed, as the electromagnetic waves completely cut off their connection. Meanwhile, the enemy androids easily predicted every movement and tactic of the defenders. All underground passages were blocked, and the city fell into a giant trap. Kyra realized that without destroying the barrier, they would inevitably die. In desperation, she cried out for a last, extremely risky means of salvation. The team resolutely confirmed their readiness to follow this dangerous plan to the end. Siegfried was right. Hasty was just an unfinished and pathetic product. The super soldier was disappointed because the creator's latest creation looked truly helpless. Suddenly, Dietrich's head boldly accused the enemy of a brazen lie. The prisoner ordered her to immediately self-destruct for lying about not having full power. The girl simply called him an idiot, clarifying the details of her combat regime. Suddenly, she found Martin Houston, whose life was hanging by a thread. Dietrich immediately realized what he needed to do for the common salvation. Suddenly, the villain forcefully launched the fighter's head straight towards the target. At this moment, the android's powerful body reached its maximum temperature. The head landed back in place with a click, returning the warrior to the ranks. Dietrich closed his eyes as his systems finally fully synchronized. He sarcastically recalled the stupid limitations of his creators. Suddenly, the fighter made a powerful dash, cutting through the air. Suddenly, Dietrich froze, sensing someone's invisible presence. It turned out that the pile of toys somehow managed to survive the attack. And then he realized that the time for games was finally over. The hero activated the third level, bursting into a furious blue flame. Suddenly, he struck, tearing the enemy apart. A thunderous explosion shook the building, reducing all defenses to dust. In the end, Dietrich landed with great pomp among the smoking wreckage. Dietrich began scanning the building, eagerly analyzing every heat signature he encountered. Meanwhile, he detected a target with a suspiciously low body temperature. Suddenly, frightened children with glowing red eyes were found in the cabin. Martin Houston promised the boys that Hasty would definitely protect them all. Suddenly, there was a wild screeching sound. The enemy began to furiously open the roof of the car. With a crash, the metal gave way, completely exposing the interior to the dangerous guest. Dietrich grinned maliciously, because he had finally caught his prey. The little fugitives and the doctor stared in horror at the shining super soldier. The enemy introduced himself to Martin Houston with a swagger, enjoying his absolute power. And then Martin furiously demanded that they not dare touch the defenseless children. Dietrich sarcastically stated that children were also subject to immediate capture. And then he created a frightening clot of dark energy in his palm. A huge subspace capsule suddenly opened above the building, absorbing the light. The villain ordered his partner to squeeze out the maximum and finish everything at once. Meanwhile, Reskva began to doubt, fearing punishment for killing a man. In the end, the winged girl decided to finally complete the mission. Suddenly, she switched to the 6th level, shining with fatal power. The girl with the bandage calmly said goodbye to everyone before total annihilation. It turned out that everything outside the capsule would inevitably turn into gray ash. And now there are only 10 seconds left until the fatal denouement. Hasty lay passed out on the floor among a pile of rubble. Suddenly, Reskva froze, sensing some kind of wild interference in the calculations. Suddenly, a powerful landing from outside shook their protective dome quite a bit. Dietrich immediately realized that this bang was definitely not caused by Reskva. It turns out that something heavy has pierced the enemy's vaunted barrier with a crash. Dietrich ordered the prisoners not to move and went to check the situation. Meanwhile, Dietrich ran over his partner for a shameful breaking. He stared at the clear sky above his head in complete stupor. In fact, the plasma shield simply evaporated after the impact. An enraged Reskva told him to shut up and not interfere with the system's analysis. Reskva was furious, not understanding how the idiots were able to break through her barrier. Suddenly, Dietrich was attacked by cat icons, brazenly hacking into his systems. Reskva also caught the virus, looking at the hacker modules in horror. And then the enemies realized the neural circuit no longer obeyed them. Kyra's voice asked sarcastically how the enemies were enjoying such sudden entertainment. The great Kyra appeared as a giant hologram, promising to give them a shakeup. Meanwhile, the girl announced that everything would end right now. Kyra cursed, promising to remind these assholes of everything before leaving. Meanwhile, medic Mamiya leaned over her friend, checking her condition. Eventually, the survivors began to get up, preparing for the finale of this brawl. The survivors vowed to make their enemies pay for every suffering they caused. Hasty's slender fingers gripped the cold concrete floor fiercely. Android began to rise with difficulty, overcoming system failures. Hasty's gaze turned frighteningly cold. Her program suddenly rebooted. Kyra furiously proclaimed the beginning of a large-scale and powerful counterattack. The girl called on everyone who was able to stand to immediately stand up for battle. Siegfried struggled to get out from under the pile of rubble that had fallen on him. Meanwhile, the team received the command to launch the secret ZZ protocol. The wounded warriors began to prepare for a decisive and extremely dangerous attack. Hasty was genuinely surprised by the choice of such a strange and unusual plan. Hasty became worried, not understanding why the ZZ plan was hidden from her. Meanwhile, a pink haze began to gradually cover all visible space. Suddenly, A powerful explosion completely destroyed the remains of their flimsy shelter. Hasty has officially completed her detailed briefing on Z's deadly plan. She explained that the most important thing now was to save the doctor and the patients. The maids decided to disperse to distract the enemies and secretly evacuate the people. Hasty realized with bitterness that most of her comrades would not survive today. Kyra was emphatic that patient safety was their top priority. Commander Mamiya acknowledged the cruelty of the order, as there was no other choice. And then Hasty was called in to discuss the final details before the start of a large-scale operation. Hasty adjourned the meeting and asked colleagues to share their ideas. Immediately after this, the pretty blonde left the room through the automatic doors. Kyra called out to the medic, insistently demanding the most honest answer from her. Mamiya coldly assessed the proposed plan's chances of success as negligible. The robot explained that the android enemies would easily figure out any attempt to escape. Kyra attributed Hasty's softness to her emotionality and unique background. The dark-skinned girl smiled contentedly, because she had expected exactly this conclusion. Suddenly, Kyra turned to the others, testing their solidarity with Mamiya. She loudly admitted that Hasty's strategy would certainly let their masters down. The girl, baring her teeth insolently, suggested that the team act like calculating fighting machines. Kyra forbade Hasty from being told about the plan, fearing her predictable refusal. She added that their strategy was inspired by the fateful events of 1941. Meanwhile, Siegfried felt a frightening vibration and prepared for an enemy attack. Suddenly, a powerful impulse threw the team into the air, scattering them to the sides. The blue-haired giant only chuckled coldly at the insolence of the machines that had risen up against him. In response, the lilac-haired warrior furiously activated her hidden magical reserves. The Good Witch's shining protective barrier suddenly enveloped the heroes in a powerful whirlwind. The enemy venomously praised them for the idea, maintaining complete superiority in battle. He roughly knocked down the young man, declaring his complete invulnerability to hacking. The defeated Siegfried's eyes flashed with fury, refusing to admit his defeat. The villain declared himself a perfect AI, devoid of any protective limitations. He threw Hasty to the floor, contemptuously calling her an outdated servant. Kyra was furious that the blonde was acting alone again. The enemy firmly stated that it was his duty to purge them as unsuccessful specimens. Neville called out to Hasty in desperation, not understanding why everything was ending this way. And Kyra grinned madly, realizing that the time had come for that very remedy. Suddenly, a giant beast-like mech appeared behind them and let out a deafening roar. Mamiya, wearing a mask, asked seriously if they would activate Plan 1941. Neville, overcoming his fear, looked resolutely in the direction of the threat, and Kyra locked the target, ready to show them her true power. Siegfried agreed to the plan, finally accepting his nature as a combat android. Mamiya confirmed her readiness to do anything to ensure the success of their mission. Robot maids decided to sacrifice themselves to save their dear owners. The sorceress froze in horror, sensing the awakening of an incredibly dangerous and ancient energy. The blue-haired enemy screamed in panic, instantly recognizing Nerthus's destructive power. A blinding flash engulfed the battlefield, scattering the combatants in different directions. A powerful energy explosion shook the air, marking the beginning of an irreversible catastrophe. Hasty looked at the flames with tears in her eyes, not understanding the reasons. Suddenly, she realized that Neville and the other patients were in danger. The blonde desperately rushed back into the building to protect people from the explosion. Katerina realized that Nerthus's blast had even broken through Ruskva's barrier. The commander coldly demanded an immediate and honest explanation from Dr. Croucher. The angry woman grabbed the frightened scientist tightly by the collar of his robe. She grilled him fiercely about Team Oz's secret project. Katerina wanted to know the reason for the appearance of Nerthus's power in androids. She accused the doctor of distributing weapons of mass destruction. Hasty and Kyra wondered why the robots around them started exploding. Kyra decided to send her friend information about ZZ's mysterious plan. The information received made the pretty blonde freeze in shock. Hasty realized the full extent of the horror hidden in this plan. Kyra called this cruel choice the optimal solution in the current situation. Hasty protested in despair, refusing to abandon her comrades to certain death. However, the ash-haired girl coldly confirmed that everything was going according to plan. Another explosion from Nerthus finally crushed the crippled opponents into the scorched ground. Meanwhile, Siegfried furiously cursed himself for fatally underestimating his enemy. The wounded warrior registered critical damage and initiated emergency recovery mode. Suddenly, she froze in horror, noticing a new threat in the sky. A landing force of dozens of androids in scarlet protective spheres was rapidly descending from above. The elderly butler approved the plan, but urged that at least one robot be saved. The robots unanimously decided to protect Hasty for the sake of the chance for the revival of the entire world. The robots recognized Kyra's hacking skills as their main asset in the battle. They decided to save Mamiya as Dr. Houston's irreplaceable assistant. Isaac was essential to Miss Alice's sanity and peace of mind. Tina's fame was intended to moderate public hostility towards the rebellious androids. The old butler finally called serving his masters his greatest joy. The huge ship began to rise through the flames, accompanied by cries for protection. A mighty central structure towered over the ruins, preparing to leave the world. Kyra raised her hand, declaring the sector fully ready for dispatch. She changed her call sign to Sirius and officially began the undocking procedure. Mamiya confirmed the safety of the survivors and ordered Isaac to activate the shield immediately. Hasty and Kyra froze in anticipation of the decisive moment just before departure. Kyra firmly ordered her to leave her friend, considering this the only right choice. She explained that the android was simply struggling with a disruptive emotion algorithm. The giant structure began to rise slowly, shaking from the powerful thrusts of its engines. The impudent girl furiously commanded Sirius to immediately begin taking off into the sky. Inside the cabin, a medic warned passengers about the start of a dangerous maneuver. The ship picked up speed, leaving behind only smoke and burning debris. Suddenly, two super soldiers rushed after him, engulfed in an ominous energy glow. Katerina was alarmed to learn that the enemy war machines had survived the disaster. Now the invulnerable pursuers were rapidly catching up with the Ark, which was disappearing into the clouds. The scientists were amazed by the enemy's resilience and decided to immediately expand their database. Croucher advised the captain to focus on destroying the enemy first. Katerina sharply interrupted the doctor, demanding immediate answers to her questions. She ordered an explanation of the connection between Nerthus's mysterious power and the androids. Meanwhile, the commander ordered the headquarters to calculate the trajectory and not miss the target. Radars confirmed the worst. The super soldiers were still functioning and continuing the chase. Kyra cursed, not understanding how the enemies had survived a dozen explosions. Suddenly, Hasty told her friends to run, deciding to stop the monsters herself. Mamiya asked anxiously if the blonde would risk her life again. Hasty snapped that her armor and regeneration were best suited. Hasty vowed to protect her friends at any cost, no matter the risk. Kyra wanted to convince her friend, but she couldn't find the right words. Hasty's core activity grew despite critical damage to her hull. The wounded warrior furiously gathered energy for a new dash. The enemies agreed to destroy the engine and then capture all the targets. The super soldiers calculated the ship's trajectory and prepared to attack it. The blue-haired enemy swung the black sphere, catching up with the ship in the sky. Hasty blocked the path of her pursuers, her gaze blazing gold. The enemy only laughed, considering Hasty's attempt to buy time useless. The pursuers rushed into the attack, deciding to first destroy the daring blonde. Hasty froze on the edge of the roof under heavy enemy fire. The android gracefully jumped down, deftly avoiding another volley. Suddenly, the girl put out her palms, activating a strong hexagonal shield. Hasty took the crushing combined blow of two enemies on the barrier. The space shook from the collision of purple fury with golden protection. The attackers were taken aback, because their explosion was supposed to break through any barrier. And then the guy realized that the android's feelings were driving her core wildly. Hasty used her last strength to contain the pulsating clot of pure destructive power. She knew the risk, but she was determined to ensure Sirius's retreat. The blue-haired fighter sarcastically asked if she was angry for her fallen friends. The enemies continued their onslaught, preparing to deal the decisive blow to the stubborn android. A multitude of dark projectiles fell upon the exhausted Hasty at once. A powerful explosion engulfed the girl's fragile figure in blinding flames. The friends, who were watching the battle, screamed their comrade's name in horror. Kyra stood stunned, not believing such a cruel reprisal. A huge cloud of smoke slowly rose above the site of the collision. The boy ordered Ruskva to finish off Hasty, whose outline was visible in the distance. Ruskva suddenly froze, sensing something was wrong in the thick fog. The girl shouted at her partner to stop, noticing a new threat approaching. A mysterious stranger in shining armor emerged majestically through the smoke. Ruskva was taken aback, because the direct hits did not leave a single scratch on the target. Hasty's core power surged, and she changed into her combat form. Now before them stood a perfect machine in a blaze of azure light. The boy swallowed nervously, comparing the power of Hasty with their dangerous Surtur. The allies rejoiced, wondering where such features came from in the old module. Katarina frowned as she watched the screen, shocked by the sudden change in the android's appearance. The blonde scientist in the mask froze, his eyes filled with a mad gleam. He frantically repeated the impossibility of what he had seen, barely restraining the trembling that had gripped him. At that moment, the doc realized that he was looking at something truly transcendental. The enemy ordered Ruskva to push himself to the limit, fearing the unpredictable power of the renewed Husty. The enemy ordered a transition to the 4th level, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. But the system failed, because Ruskva's body could not withstand the load. Meanwhile, Hasty calmly accumulated energy in a shining azure sphere. Ryoskva desperately tried to block the attack, using her last strength to put up a barrier. The partner realized in a rage that their protection would not be enough to save them. And then Hasty released an all-crushing beam of light straight at the stunned enemies. A blinding stream of energy engulfed the opponents, turning the battlefield into chaos. Ryoskva screamed hysterically, feeling the enemy's power literally tearing apart the barrier. The guy realized in horror that they had finally reached their limit. A monstrous explosion thundered, putting a bright end to this mad battle. Hasty froze in the glow of data, barely containing the colossal inner power. But suddenly the android's strength left her, and she fell down like a stone. Kyra reacted instantly, stretching out her long arms to save her friend. The dark-skinned girl deftly picked up Hasty's limp body right out of the air. She realized that the blonde's processor had simply burned out from the extreme calculations. The android system has gone completely offline due to a critical failure. Kyra wondered what impossible calculation had driven Hasty to risk himself like that. Rumors surfaced that Dr. Crawford never completed the project. It appears that a desperate attempt to fix a defective module resulted in fatal overheating. However, Kyra believed that they still had a chance to counterattack. The enemy ship whistled over the snow-capped peaks of the Alps. At Katarina's headquarters, a daring crossing of the mountain range's border was recorded. The officer became nervous, as the ship was almost out of radar range. The commander ordered reinforcements to be raised and all satellites to be deployed to intercept. She demanded that stealth drones be deployed to determine the fugitive's exact route. Suddenly, mocking neon cat faces appeared on the monitors. Katarina, in a rage, demanded to know the reason for the sudden collapse of the systems. It turned out that a daring hacker hacked all military communication satellites at once. And then the signalman recognized the attack as the signature of Kyra's black code. Due to digital sabotage, the enemy transport disappeared without a trace over the horizon. Katarina furiously demanded that the intelligence headquarters satellite network be immediately restored. The captain asked about super soldiers, but the scientists had no data yet. After the powerful explosion, only a giant crater remained on the battlefield. In the center of the crater, the process of automatic regeneration of the enemy's damaged body began. The system reported partial success of restoration and a change in operating mode. The surviving fighter rose slowly, feeling a surge of new synthetic power. He cursed angrily, unable to contain the hatred boiling inside him. Then the guy screamed hysterically, cursing everything around him in a fit of rage. He trembled with anger, considering Hasty's tactics senseless and stupid. The enemy suggested that the hidden code could save the android's friends. The guy was angry while Ryoskva recorded the frightening regeneration figures behind his back. Suddenly, the girl kicked her partner with all her might for failing the mission. Ruskva trampled him furiously, accusing him of a shameful loss and arbitrariness. She screamed that the stupid fight had just wasted precious time. But suddenly, the wounded fighter grabbed her leg tightly as she jumped. The guy roughly threw his partner away, causing her to scream in complete surprise. The little girl crashed into the rock with a crash, barely keeping her balance. And then he grinned madly, realizing the stupidity of his momentary weakness. The fighter called the defeated girl his favorite living toy. But Ryoskva bared her teeth predatorily, hinting at her readiness for real madness. The enemy was looking forward to the fight, looking confidently at his enraged partner. Ruskva promised to grind him into dust, releasing terrifying bolts of lightning. Suddenly, she activated the 8th level of Surt's deadly mode. The guy didn't lag behind, launching the 7th level of his destructive power. The enormous collision of two energies literally shook the entire space of the funnel. And then Siegfried appeared between them, easily interrupting the dangerous fight. Siegfried's icy gaze instantly cooled the ardor of the overly frisky fighters. The android's blue eyes glowed with menace as he stopped their madness. The stunned partners froze, realizing that their games had gone too far. Siegfried ordered to stop this recklessness and return to base immediately. Dietrich screamed in anger when he saw Siegfried suddenly standing in his way. The enraged fighter swung the sphere, demanding that Siegfried get out of the way. Headquarters reported Siegfried's intervention and loss of control over Dietrich. Katerina was taken aback, wondering if the president himself had sent Siegfried to the epicenter. The commander asked incredulously whether it was permissible to use 3 super soldiers at the same time. Dr. Croucher explained coldly that Siegfried was an absolute exception to the rule. It turned out that this android is capable of completely controlling the will of other super soldiers. Dietrich froze in shock, feeling the icy pressure of his partner's will. Meanwhile, Siegfried voiced the president's will, forcing the rioters to stop fighting. He promised to personally disconnect both of them for any further display of recklessness. The girl's gaze froze, and her eyes flashed with an alarming purple light. The enraged guy demanded retribution for the sins of 17 years ago. The companion rudely shut the rebel up, reminding him of the president's irrefutable order. She coldly announced her return to base, ignoring her allies' protests. A moment later, 2 blinding beams pierced the clouds, shooting upward. Horrible explosions thundered below, leaving behind only scorched earth. Siegfried walked away silently, spreading his glowing technological wings. Suddenly, he came across the bloody body of the defeated pink-haired Kyra. The officer slowly approached the head of the unfortunate woman, lying right on the stones. And then he carefully touched the face of the one whose story had been cut short. Siegfried watched them with a heavy gaze from his icy blue eyes. The headquarters officially confirmed the imminent return of Röskva and Dietrich. Katerina reservedly admitted that this time everything ended well. An exhausted Dr. Croucher dreamed of rest after creating super soldiers. The scientist promised the commander to provide a detailed report on the progress of the experiment. He expressed his willingness to clarify any controversial points in his report. Then the doctor slowly walked away, leaving Katerina alone with her thoughts. The woman remained suspiciously silent, following the mysterious doctor with a piercing gaze. Meanwhile, the androids were flying rapidly over the blue expanse of the ocean. Röskva was seriously afraid of being reset for failing the mission and disobeying orders. Röskva closed her eyes wearily, barely containing the irritation that washed over her. The girl screamed furiously at her partner, cursing their ridiculous alliance. Suddenly, Dietrich pressed the intercom and called his commander. The guy smiled smugly and officially confirmed his identity. Meanwhile, the ship flew over the river while Hasty successfully hid. The spy was glad that his partner had not discovered his secret loyalty to orders. The mysterious gentleman relaxed and drank wine, celebrating the successful completion of his mission. The boss ordered Dietrich to continue secretly spying on the strict Katharina. He was glad that he had not given the commander control over the army of super soldiers. In reality, the incident was meant to frighten the overly ambitious woman. He was afraid that the overly talented Katarina would become a serious problem for him. Meanwhile, Black Code still remained an extremely useful control tool. The man pompously raised his glass to the prosperity of the Great Fourth Empire. The huge battlecruiser sailed majestically through the thick snow-white clouds. And then the unconscious Hasty was carried into the compartment to the alarmed cries of her friends. The friends looked at the damage with horror and asked Kyra about Hasty's condition. Kyra reported that due to the wild overload, almost all of the android's internals burned out. Luckily, the auxiliary processor survived, and Hasty should soon wake up. The pink-haired girl listened to the good news about her friend with obvious relief. But suddenly she noticed something strange and froze in place. Puzzled, Hasty lay motionless, and strange glowing lines snaked across her skin. Friends noticed with alarm that something frightening was happening with the android's condition. They were struck by Hasty's human facial expressions, as if she were having a terrible nightmare. Mamiya explained that the robot is now restoring its memory and seeing dreams. Everyone wondered what kind of images were emerging in the maid's damaged mind. Images from the past with little Neville and the robot rabbit came to mind. The old version of Hasty looked at her own unfamiliar face with doubt. But what upset her even more was the image of a merciless fighting machine. Another battle simulation ended with a complete victory for the 6-5 model. Lab technicians dispassionately recorded the record-breaking time of the fight under the supervision of scientists. The testing was finally over, leaving behind only mountains of broken metal. The creator coldly ridiculed the result, considering the 5-fold increase in efficiency too insignificant. He then ordered that the now unnecessary robot be immediately thrown into the landfill. Lonely Hasty stood frozen in the midst of ruins, abandoned to her own devices by her creator. Suddenly she came to her senses, screaming the name of her only master. To her surprise, Neville and his friends were there. beaming with happiness. The red-haired boy cheerfully shouted greetings, rejoicing at the return of his battle girlfriend. However, Hasty looked around in confusion for that very man from the dream. Neville continued to chat cheerfully, not noticing the strange behavior of the silent android. The girl sank into a silent stupor, trying to comprehend the cruel memories she had acquired. Hasty smiled kindly at Neville, happy for his safe escape. She felt the vibration of the flight and asked about the completion of the secret plan. Suddenly, the blonde asked in fear where everyone else had gone. Meanwhile, her friends attributed her strange blackouts to a short circuit. Kyra grew suspiciously quiet, remembering Neville's old prohibition on the word master. The team walked sullenly past rows of capsules containing people driven mad by the virus. One of the captives was beating furiously against the barrier, his blood-red eyes blazing. The weakened patient suddenly recognized his former manager in the pink-haired companion. Medics confirmed the success of the rescue operation, complaining about the acute shortage of robots. And then another wild scream behind the glass made Hasty shudder. The mad woman was furiously scratching at the glass, screaming strange, abrupt sounds. Hasty remembered her vow to die with a smile to save her master. She stood motionless in front of the barrier while Mamiya watched her with concern. Meanwhile, the infected captive burst into a piercing scream full of pain and rage. And then the woman pounced on the android, clutching her shoulder with a death grip. Those around froze in horror, not believing the madness unfolding before their eyes. However, Hasty only hugged the unfortunate woman tightly, quietly apologizing for all the past troubles. She admitted guilt for the death of all the robots that belonged to this tormented woman. The blonde promised to take care of her, her gaze showing determination and sadness. Hasty intercepted the patient, vowing to ensure that past sacrifices were not in vain. The infected girl began to convulse under the android's heavy gaze. Hasty bowed low, silently saying goodbye to the one who could not be saved. Suddenly, the system reported that the flight to the destination was an hour and a half. The blonde questioned Kyra suspiciously, but she just gave her a thumbs up. The enormous Sirius cut through the clouds with a roar, carrying the heroes to their goal. A sector under the control of the stern Presidential Special Forces appeared on the screen. Kyra insisted on replenishing fuel in this forest of skyscrapers. Hasty asked Houston for details about the first person ever infected. It turned out that the first symptoms appeared right during a family dinner. Medical records showed that the patient was uttering frightening delirium in his death throes. The dying patient barely audibly whispered the fateful word about cold space. In his delirium, he talked about the alien origin of this deadly disease. Dr. Houston recalled the beginning of the terrible pandemic in the first infected sector. The companions discussed the aliens' secret research in the depths of secret scientific complexes. Siegfried skeptically reminded Neville of the lack of evidence for these strange rumors. Houston continued to cling to the theory. Despite the unreality of the disease, the pink-haired girl was enthusiastically wondering whether people would be able to catch the aliens. She imagined the gray creatures, talking about alien life forms in the universe. Meanwhile, friends asked Hasty about her views on space. The android philosophically reasoned that only immortal machines are capable of conquering the vacuum. A robot that could have been the planet's first visitor was found at the ocean floor. The ancient steel giant suddenly came to life, emitting a frightening mechanical click underwater. Meanwhile, the futuristic Special Forces city hid dark secrets behind cold glass. The exhausted scientists could barely move their legs, suffering from the terrible symptoms of the virus. One doctor completely gave up. His body was shaking with uncontrollable heavy tremors. The man finally stumbled, losing his balance on level ground from sheer weakness. Suddenly, the cloaked figure deftly caught the falling poor fellow with a strong grip. The mysterious stranger asked sympathetically if everything was all right with the exhausted doctor. He warned of the danger outside and ordered them to return to the building quickly. The savior's robotic hand clicked softly, its power hidden beneath the rough fabric. A mysterious hooded stranger discovered a giant unidentified object in the clouds. Suddenly, the can fell out of his hands with a loud metallic clang. He reacted instantly, snatching the tin can out of the air with a steel grip. Kyra, wearing a funny hat, confirmed that she had also noticed strange activity. The girl watched with apprehension as the sky was obscured by the mass. Someone's piercing blue eyes widened from the fear that rose in their throat. Hasty selflessly rushed towards the bright ball of pulsating electrical energy. The robot maid froze in amazement, not recognizing herself in her new body. Siegfried coldly interrogated the defendant, asking the same question for the second time. Dark-skinned Kyra only frowned in confusion, having completely forgotten her entire past. Hasty shook her head in confusion, completely confused by her own software glitches. Kyra shook the blonde furiously, demanding that she immediately remember the reason for the strange transformation. Mamiya realized that data recovery was their only trump card in the battle. The cheeky girl snapped back that she would have done everything herself if it were possible. Manipulating an android's memory proved to be a deadly task for any hacker. Kyra sarcastically reminded him of the slim chance of success and the risk of death. Mamiya was seriously considering whether it was time for them to finally admit their defeat. The boys understood that only a human being could withstand a series of such fatal mistakes. Kyra grabbed her head in irritation, unable to bear the whining any longer. Suddenly, the cheerful face of their old friend appeared on the entire screen. The entire team huddled around the monitor, listening to the news about the independent flying vessel. Kyra was stunned when she saw a painfully familiar smile on the screen. Meanwhile, the huge warship sailed majestically through the thick clouds. The dark-skinned hacker screamed furiously at the monitor, not believing her eyes. Dora just teased her friend cheerfully, making fun of her appearance. An offended Kyra muttered through her teeth a question asking why she hadn't contacted her earlier. The screen froze for a moment, leaving the hooded girl in awkward silence. With a mocking grin, Dora declared that she had simply forgotten about her. Those around him were shocked to recognize the legendary world hacker in the little child. Kyra hung her head dejectedly, quietly asking about the current location of her target. Dora joyfully announced the coordinates of their imminent landing over the loudspeaker. Kyra grinned carnivorously, promising the hacker an incredibly hot reception in 10 minutes. The broadcast was interrupted, and the cold-blooded Mamiya noted Dora's resistance to any provocation. Hasty and her friend were genuinely delighted at such a quick meeting with their elusive target. And then the huge ship dived sharply straight towards the raging ocean waves. The wild shaking sent the crew tumbling to the floor with piercing screams. Obsessed with revenge, Kyra ignored all conceivable safety protocols during landing. The ship was rushing towards the water while the doctor, in a panic, refused to hit the child. Meanwhile, the ship's giant shadow covered the rusty robot at the very bottom. Sensing the approach of the guests, the steel giant easily broke his massive chains. The awakened steel giant stretched out its spiked hand towards the sky with a splash. Meanwhile, the plot moved to a snowy Soviet research center in the 1940s. A frozen Dorothy sneezed loudly, causing a mocking reaction from her cheerful companion. The girl grumbled irritably about the terrible frost and regretted emigrating. However, her partner advised her to put aside her pessimism during the long descent. The man grinned mysteriously, promising quick, sincere gratitude to their mustachioed dictator. An old, creaky elevator quickly carried the scientists into the complex's bottomless shaft. After some time, the couple finally reached the miraculously surviving underground bunker. And then Dorothy looked at her guide with obvious suspicion. She called out to Oppenheimer cautiously as he smugly reveled in their arrival. Dorothy stared in shock at the frozen giant head of the monstrous robot. Meanwhile, Dora's ship began to descend over the futuristic water city. Suddenly, an alarm siren sounded about a critical risk of collision with an object. The team was stunned when a colossal rusty hand emerged from behind the glass. A huge steel fist whistled past the hull just centimeters away. Mamiya reacted with lightning speed, boasting about her reaction to the stunned, dark-skinned hacker. The sudden maneuver caused the other boys to fall awkwardly onto the metal floor. A colossal ancient giant with glowing blue eyes loomed over the ship. A frightened Hasty screamed in panic that the databases were completely empty. The crew unanimously decided to get away from the monster as quickly as possible. A mysterious observer from the shore watched the departing ship tensely. Dora was genuinely puzzled as to why this ancient, rusty machine had suddenly come to life. An enraged Kyra immediately demanded an explanation about the monster over the link. The girl angrily accused her interlocutor of vilely concealing information about the defense. Ignoring the excuses, Kyra panicked and ordered the iron creature to be broken into immediately. However, Dora shocked everyone with a grim statement that it was not an android. This turn of events left the dark-skinned hacker frankly frozen in complete bewilderment. It turned out that this eerie, deadly relic was dug up from the ice before the war. The steel monster swung its red-hot, spiked ball with a deafening clang. Suddenly, a massive projectile on a chain flew upward with a whistle. The scientist screamed hysterically when he saw a red-hot, spiky ball flying straight at the glass. The deadly mace crashed into the ship's energy shield with a deafening crack. The ancient monster calmly pulled on the massive chain, returning his weapon. Then the giant swung his sword again with a wild metallic clang. The frightened doctor grabbed his head in panic, completely not understanding what was happening. The entire crew huddled in horror around the ship's flickering protective screen. Hasty confirmed Siegfried's guess, failing to detect the energy of the monster's core. Suddenly, a rusty giant burst out of the ocean with a huge splash. It turned out that the Colossus was moving much faster in the water than their ship. The pink-haired girl panicked and begged Hasty to immediately gain altitude and retreat. Hasty countered that running away from the monster would risk them being attacked suddenly. Dark-skinned Kyra was immediately placed at the helm of the ship, escaping the chase. Meanwhile, the cyborg Isaac hastily activated the ship's powerful protective barrier. The combat android stepped forward resolutely, preparing to defend the ship's helpless patients. The enemy's targeting system captured the brave trio of girls with an ominous squeak. The mysterious observer noted with interest the readiness of the machines for the inevitable battle. Suddenly, Dora stopped her companion, deciding to personally help the dark-skinned hacker. However, the cunning girl preferred to first watch the unfolding exciting spectacle. She longed to see with her own eyes the process of activating the android's combat cores. She was also extremely intrigued by the mysterious reason for the awakening of the ancient alien giant. A huge spiked ball rushed forward to attack. Suddenly, a heavy projectile hit the barrier with a roar. The partners panicked that even a triple volley was not enough for them. Meanwhile, a tense Hasty picked up a strange electronic signal. The blonde froze in surprise, listening to this incomprehensible noise. But in fact, the sounds were produced by the giant robot itself. And then Hasty realized that this was a language with intonation. But terrestrial databases could not find the required translation. Then the colossal mechanism burst forth from the sea waves with a splash. A powerful blast wave violently scattered the stunned girls. Hasty flew down quickly, straight towards the raging sea waves. Meanwhile, Isaac quickly activated a glowing protective barrier. And then the blonde landed safely on the emerging energy platform. The guy told Hasty that he had created a comfortable landing pad for her. He ordered the girls not to hold back and to fight with full force. The satisfied maid, with a warm smile, sincerely thanked Isaac for his help. Mamiya shouted to Tina to attack the giant robot from both sides, and she agreed. The pink-haired girl immediately made a powerful swing with her sparkling weapon. On the other hand, Mamiya opened fire with a cannon. Suddenly, heavy charges crashed down onto the Colossus's armor with a roar. Hasty sat down on the shining green platform, gathering her strength. The giant robot, meanwhile, swung its terrifying spiked ball. The huge energy core in the giant's chest glowed menacingly. And then the blonde deftly dodged the crushing blow of the spiked mace. Then she confidently ran straight along the metal arm of the Colossus. Hasty raced up the giant robot's arm. She prepared to deliver a powerful blow with her glowing fists. Suddenly, the girl hit the armored hull with all her might. Hasty unleashed a hail of lightning-fast and crushing blows on the giant. In the heat of battle, she thought hard about the reasons for his deliberate attack. Hasty rushed forward with determination, gathering sparkling energy. Suddenly, a huge metal fist crashed down on her barrier. The giant struck his own chest with all his might. The partners below screamed their friend's name in horror. A heavy fist brutally slammed the blonde into the cracking shield. And then she realized that the enemy was attacking recklessly. Meanwhile, the Colossus raised its gigantic hand again. The spiked fist whistled and flew straight towards the girl. Suddenly, a metal whip caught firmly on the collar of her uniform. The unknown savior abruptly pulled Hasty out from under the fatal blow. Tina deftly caught the falling Hasty right in midair. The blonde reassured her friend, explaining that the barrier had been raised in time to save her. Suddenly, the giant spiky sphere fell down again. The powerful blow raised a wave, but the girls managed to dodge. Meanwhile, the partners safely soared high into the sky. And then a huge mechanical hand brutally grabbed Hasty. The impudent Kyra angrily blurted out that the iron thing was only after the maid. The Colossus gripped the fragile girl tightly in his massive fist. The captive Hasty heard the system announce the arrival of a singularity. But in fact, the robot decided to destroy the threat to the planet. The system suddenly detected an infinite source of energy in the huge robot. The AI calculated the imminent destruction of the Earth due to this dangerous singularity. And then the ruthless giant decided to completely destroy the trapped girl. Suddenly, Hasty was able to decipher the iron monster's incomprehensible speech. Meanwhile, the blonde hoped for a successful conversation with the enemy. She screamed desperately at the robot, asking him to stop and talk. The maid fervently urged her opponent to resolve their conflict completely peacefully. A tense Hasty sincerely begged the Colossus to stop the battle for the sake of dialogue. But in reality, the monster responded with only creepy machine code. Suddenly, the maid's consciousness was pierced by a powerful and frightening system failure. Hasty suddenly found herself in a bright virtual space of numbers. The stunned blonde realized that she had fallen into a strange digital illusion, and then she became afraid that the giant was controlling her mind. Suddenly, holographic windows buzzed and flashed around her. Mysterious data from the unknown Venus project flashed on the screens. The girl looked at the strange projections of the primitive history of mankind with bewilderment. Suddenly, her eyes widened with a shocking realization. But in fact, these turned out to be real prehistoric photographs. Hasty frantically tried to figure out where the robot had gotten such ancient photos. Meanwhile, she came up with a crazy theory about chronological travel. Hasty realized that this ancient robot was simply recording the history of mankind. And then she saw the holograms created by the simulation after the founding of Neverland. The girl reasoned that prehistoric people could not have created this alien. Meanwhile, the simulation results showed a strange picture of people worshipping androids. The blonde's eyes widened in horror, refusing to believe the madness that was happening. Clenching her fists, the maid screamed desperately about the complete impossibility of this nightmare. She angrily blurted out that androids created to serve could not rule. Determined, Hasty vowed not to let this happen, but suddenly stopped short in fear. And then her shocked gaze was riveted by a terrible scene of bloody carnage. But in reality, the hologram showed bloody scientists who had become zombies. The blonde's shocked eyes suddenly lit up with a bright neon light. And then she realized that she was seeing the beginning of an epidemic of deadly pea flu. Suddenly, the swift Tina freed the captive Hasty with a powerful blow of her blade. The pink-haired girl loudly shouted at Mamiya to shoot at that very moment. The medic robot fired furiously, unleashing a devastating Muspelheim barrage on the enemy. A giant energy beam struck the Colossus with a deafening explosion. The heavy hit sent the huge mechanism reeling back with splashes. Meanwhile, the green eyes of the iron monster flashed ominously and brightly. The enraged robot again raised his gigantic spiked mace threateningly. In fact, the deadly projectile was flying straight towards Hasty. Suddenly, the determined Hasty rushed headlong towards danger. The girl shattered the energy barrier around the giant mace with a crushing kick. And then the dexterous maid brought down a powerful blow on the heavy metal. Meanwhile, a blinding column of destructive energy flared up next to her. But in reality, the blonde fearlessly jumped onto the deadly ball. The girl grabbed the massive metal chain with all her might. Suddenly, a giant hand violently threw the maid far to the side. However, the mechanical monster deftly intercepted the wounded girl right in the air. Hasty furiously shouted at the robot that she understood perfectly well the reason for his fears. The falling maid recognized the singularity as a double-edged sword capable of destroying all of humanity. The enormous machine boomed that the dangerous androids would only face total destruction. Neville smiled resolutely, vowing not to give up until the virus was completely defeated. Hasty declared furiously that her master Neville would never be cured by his enemies. Suddenly, a powerful blow fell upon the steel giant, shaking the ocean. The terrible collision sent Hasty flying, disappearing into the sea spray. The broken robot began to slowly sink into the abyss, blowing out occasional bubbles. With a dull rumble, the heavy body finally fell silent on the sandy bottom. And then, in the depths, the turquoise eye of the defeated monster flashed ominously. Meanwhile, a futuristic fighter jet flew swiftly through the clouds. The ship landed smoothly on a landing pad in the center of the metropolis. The grim stranger held the girl with the ears, announcing their arrival. The ship's heavy airlock hissed open, releasing clouds of thick steam. The whole company froze in anticipation right at the exit of the fighter. Suddenly, Kyra took off, almost knocking down her companions. She rushed to meet the guests to the surprised cries of her loyal friends. And then Kyra started screaming, calling her mistress stupid for her silence. And she just smiled carefree and waved her hand welcomingly to her charge. Enraged, Kyra grabbed the girl, demanding an explanation for her long absence. She burst into tears in his arms while her mistress grumbled about the heavy weight. Meanwhile, Mamiya and the doctor calmly discussed the frantic display of love. Mamiya calmly admitted to the doctor that she still hated all people. She once again coldly emphasized her strong antipathy towards humanity. After which, Mamiya decided to activate the protocol to check one person. Suddenly, Kyra rudely told Neville that he was a complete stranger here. The dark-skinned girl furiously accused the red-haired boy of having dirty thoughts. But the white-haired hostess abruptly intervened, forcing Kyra to immediately shut up. Pointing to the guy, she announced that Neville was the betrothed. The girl happily confirmed that he was the one she had been waiting for. Mamiya watched the savior of the blue planet from the sidelines with indifference. The medic confirmed that they were indeed looking at Neville, who was infected with the virus. The analysis confirmed the guest's humanity, although the AI signal claimed otherwise. Suddenly, when I touched my hands, a powerful static discharge flashed through me, and then Hasty froze, catching a strange signal through the neon symbol. Those around stared in horror at the inexplicable flash in the middle of the airlock. The maid was completely perplexed by the sudden system failure. But Kyra only cheerfully reassured everyone, urging them to simply relax. Meanwhile, the forced process of synchronizing data and memories began. And then old secrets were finally revealed through a shared digital connection. Hasty swayed, but Mamiya managed to catch her by the shoulders in time. The worried friends immediately inquired about the health of their friend who had come to. Hasty was amazed to see how her system had been hacked without any extra equipment. The robot saw the human code, while also picking up the android's strange signals. Kyra decided to explain herself on behalf of her owner, considering her to be too slow a turtle. She explained that Penelope had a powerful robotic processor implanted in her. Meanwhile, Penelope turned out to be a truly unique organic computer. Mamiya accepted the theory as real, although she was genuinely amazed by what she saw. The guest looked at Hasty with curiosity, finding her extremely interesting. Penelope cryptically mentioned Crawford's heritage from the mysterious OZ team. Suddenly, she started talking about a rare and unique energy core, and then the guest confirmed that this artifact was hidden inside Hasty. Hasty was stunned by the news of the exclusivity of her energy heart. Penelope explained that it was this detail that made the android almost alive. It turns out that Hasty's creator didn't have time to finish the prototype due to a virus. The friends were languishing from the hacker's slow speech after learning about the kernel's instability. Penelope encouraged the robot, noting its incredible power even without any modifications. She offered to complete the core for the long-awaited victory over the super soldiers. And then Hasty bowed low, instantly agreeing to the risky deal. The android admitted that she always dreamed of having the power to protect patients. Penelope looked at the girl seriously, realizing the full weight of responsibility. Meanwhile, the hacker warned that the error could permanently disable the system. Hasty beamed, trusting Kyra's mistress without a shadow of a doubt. Penelope suddenly realized that the new android still trusted her. And then Penelope led the entire team deeper into the base. Kyra explained to her companion that the passionate Penelope was now simply unstoppable. The dark-skinned girl cheekily scolded the mysterious stranger for his strange silence. Suddenly, the same giant appeared behind the hero's back again. The team froze in horror as they saw the return of the persistent metal monster. Siegfried calmly drew his blade, preparing to engage in a protracted battle. Meanwhile, the dark ally suddenly rose into the air on turbines, and then he quickly flew into a frontal attack on the robot. Penelope indifferently said that this robot no longer interested her at all. With these words, she ordered the piece of iron to be destroyed, and the cloak fluttered spectacularly. And then Armstrong finally dropped his disguise, revealing himself in all his fighting glory.